Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the fall 2018 reports of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development from the Office of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, these documents are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Portage-Lisker, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, October 3rd, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, and that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the recorded division of the motion for third reading of Bill C-326, an act to amend the Department of Health Act Drinking Water Guidelines, standing in the name of the member for Lac Saint-Louis, deferred until Wednesday, October 3rd, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business, be deferred anew until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions that same day.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by residents from my riding who are concerned with the attestation clause in the summer jobs program, and they've asked that from Dufferin-Caledon, have asked that the Government of Canada remove the discriminatory requirement to allow Canadians to continue to exercise their freedom of belief and of expression without facing institutionalized discrimination by the Government of Canada.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition calling on the House of Commons to pass legislation to modernize the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, short form CEPA. That's without delay. It was initiated by Carrie Mueller from Waterloo, Ontario, and the petitioners are calling for stronger protections from toxic exposures, enforceable national air quality standards, and the recognition of a basic right to a healthy environment. It's signed by more than 11,000 people from every province and territory in Canada, and this is one of the biggest e-petitions on environmental protection to date. The petition reinforces the key recommendations the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee made to strengthen and modernize CEPA and to demonstrate its broad public support for prioritizing legislative action on these important issues. In June, after this petition was launched, the government committed to reform CEPA, agreeing with many of the committee's recommendations, and I look forward to seeing much progress on modernizing CEPA in the near future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have two petitions today. The first is in support of postal banking, and it is signed by a number of Canadians who are very concerned about the fact that nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders because of the crippling lending rates that affect the poor, marginalized, rural and Indigenous communities across Canada. We have 3,800 Canada Post outlets that already exist in rural and remote areas where there are few or no banks, and Canada Post has the infrastructure to rapidly transition to postal banking, and therefore petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to enact my motion M166 to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in regard to Bill C-397 because, as this House knows, denying spouse pensions to military personnel, members of Parliament, judges, employees of Crown Corporations, public service and employees of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police is in place if the marriage was entered into after age 60. Most of the affected spouses are women or caregivers who have cared for veterans and other federal employees, and it is unfair that they not receive a pension when their partners pass away. And so this petition is in support of my bill, C-397, which eliminates this legislation denying surviving spouses the pensions to which they are entitled. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I rise once again to table one of many petitions signed by Canadians from across Canada, including Espanola in my riding, who highlight the fact that in the next 20 years, it is anticipated that vision loss among Canadians will double. The petitioners add this is an emerging crisis, especially among the most vulnerable. They call upon the government to acknowledge eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and ask the government to develop a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care. And Mr. Speaker, today is I Read on the Hill Day, and I invite everyone to attend this interactive reception and join me in reading to and with children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am tabling a petition largely from the members of my riding in Port Hardy and Port McNeill who have serious concern and are calling to see the withdrawal of Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pensions Benefit Standards Act. The people in my riding are very concerned, and they were clearly promised in writing that the defined benefit plans, which have already been paid for by employees and pensioners, should not be retroactively changed into target benefit plans. And with the tabling of this bill by the Minister of Finance precisely permits this change, thereby jeopardizing the retirement income security of Canadians who have negotiated defined benefit plans as a form of deferred wages. Therefore, these petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act. And I hope that this government will take this petition from these communities seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition from members of my constituency in Saanich Gulf Islands calling for the Government of Canada to arrest and stop the purchase of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. The petitioners point out that the expansion will lock in oil sands production growth, and that this growth in oil sands production is irreconcilable with Canada's targets and international commitments under the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gases. That the purchase and the expansion will increase the risk of a diluted bitumen spill, violate rights of Indigenous communities, and threaten the marine environment for Indigenous communities and all of British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition by residents of Canada that would like to draw to the attention of the House of Commons on postal banking that nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need alternative payday lenders who are from crippling lending rates. And there's 3,800 Canada postal outlets that already exist in rural areas where there are few banks and credit unions, and Canada Post has the infrastructure to make a rapid transition to include postal banking. So the petitioners call on the government to enact the member from London Fanshaw's motion M166 to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. So I do submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, Honourable Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
I am rising in the House today to table a petition in support of postal banking. There are quite a few people that have signed this petition. Nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders whose crippling lendings affect really the poor, marginalized, and rural and Indigenous communities the most. 3,800 Canada Post outlets already exist in rural areas where there are fewer banks and credit unions. Canada Post already has the infrastructure to make rapid transition to include postal banking. So the people that have signed this petition are asking the Government of Canada to enact the motion M166 to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a petition also, and this petition is in support of the work that my colleague, the member from London Franchise, has been doing, and calling on the government to enact her motion M166 to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. The petitioner clearly states that there's some 2 million Canadians desperately in need of an alternative to payday lending, where we know in our own communities that often the interest rate through payday lenders is exorbitantly high, and many of the people who are most marginalized in our communities simply cannot afford it, but they don't have any other options. The petitioner also note that there's some 3,800 Canada Post outlets that already exist in our communities today, and that they can kick into action if the government facilitates this process. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the government will take action with respect to the request of the petitioners.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable, I have a notice of a request for emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, as you have stated, to request an emergency debate and to request, pursuant to Standing Order 52, that in making this leave of motion that this House do now adjourn. The reason for this emergency motion is recent reports published, admittedly September 17th, but the gravity of the science contained in this news is one that takes a while to see permeate into Parliament. I'd hope to see from the government side an increased focus on climate action with a specific concern related to this entirely Canadian impact. I refer, of course, to the report in Nature Climate Change. The title of the scientific report is, quote, Rapid Coastal Deoxygenation Due to Ocean Circulation Shift in the Northwest Atlantic. This report is a result of an international effort, scientists from University of Washington, University of California, Los Angeles, a number of other U.S. universities, as well as Dalhousie University, McGill University, and a scientist from within the federal government's own Department of Fisheries and Oceans, all of whom are saying something quite alarming, that while scientists have been tracking what is a global phenomenon, as reported in Science magazine earlier this year, that the whole of the oceans of the whole planet are losing oxygen content, that our own Gulf of St. Lawrence, fully within Canadian waters, may be, in the words of one of the scientists, quote, the canary in the coal mine. For those who don't know the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and I certainly know that you know the Gulf of St. Lawrence, Mr. Speaker, being a member of Parliament as well as Speaker, but coming from Atlantic Canada, the Gulf of St. Lawrence is bordered by Quebec, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, contains all of Prince Edward Island, and coastal New Brunswick. C'est une région extraordinaire.
It's an extraordinary region with a wealth of marine life, almost the richest throughout the world, with the fishery, and it provides a great deal of value to our economy.
Value of fish species from plaice, halibut, wolffish, haddock, hake, monkfish, redfish, flounder, herring, crab, lobster, as well as aquaculture in that region of billions of dollars, $1 billion a year at least, plus tourism. The emergency is this, Mr. Speaker. The death of the Gulf of St. Lawrence is a disaster, economically, ecologically, socially. The terminus of the moment to save it could be as soon as 4 years from now, which requires real action on an emergency basis. I can see my time is at an end, Mr. Speaker. I begged this House, and I beg you, sir, to allow this House to treat this as the emergency it is.
I thank the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for raising her request. Of course, she recognizes the Standing Order 52 requires that a matter be not only specific and important, even grave, but it's about the urgency of the matter in terms of Parliament dealing with it and so forth. And I do not find that this, well, there's no question it seems to be very important and of interest. I don't find that it meets the exigencies of the strict wording of the Standing Order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning the transfer of Terry Lynn McClintock to a healing lodge, standing in the name of Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that given Terry Lynn McClintock was convicted of first-degree murder in the horrific abduction, rape, and murder of 8-year-old Tori Stafford and was moved from a secure facility to a healing lodge without fences, and where the government has confirmed the presence of children, the House condemn this decision and call upon the government to exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to ensure this decision is reversed and cannot happen again in other cases. Debate. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be splitting my time today with the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka. April 8, 2009 began like any other school day for Tori Stafford, a grade 3 student at Oliver Stevens Public School. But, Mr. Speaker, that is where this sweet little 8-year-old girl's normal, peaceful day ended. Tori was lured, kidnapped, and later brutally murdered. Tori's killers, Michael Rafferty and Terry Lynn McClintock, were each found guilty of first-degree murder. In Canada, that means an automatic life sentence. 25 years without a chance of parole. So it would seem that maybe justice was somewhat served for the Staffords and for their family. But sadly, that's not what's turned out to be the case. We have learned in recent days, Mr. Speaker, that the prisoner McClintock, instead of serving her sentence behind bars, has been transferred to a Saskatchewan healing lodge, a government-run lodge surrounded by trees, wildlife, and children. There's no visible security. There is not even a fence. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's a no-brainer for all of us to know that that is no place for a child killer. It is certainly no place for someone who committed the despicable acts that Tori faced in her last hours. The details of those acts have been recounted to the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment and comment on the reaction of members of the government and the NDP when some of those details were recounted, because it goes to the point that not only we as Conservatives are making, but the Canadians want us to face. The Prime Minister's reaction to hearing about what happened to Tori was to tell members of Parliament essentially to shut up and stop talking. Other members got visibly angry and upset and talked about decorum in the House, as if what happened to Tori and whether or not that offends us has anything to do or matters about decorum. It is not about our feelings. It is not about our sensitivities being offended. It is not about how we feel in this House. And that's, Madam Speaker, that is what we need to talk about. What we need to talk about is justice for Tori's family. What happened to Tori was despicable and unbearable to hear, but this place is exactly where we need to face a harsh but needed reality. There are consequences of the decisions that we make here in this place. Pretending like these gruesome events didn't happen and demanding that others shut up to avoid hearing them is the behavior that led us exactly to where we are right now. It's that sort of behavior which leads the Public Safety Minister to describe the horrible acts committed against Tori Stafford as, quote, bad practices. It's that sort of behavior which desensitizes some into thinking that a child murderer with no possibility of legally seeing the outside world for at least 15 more years shouldn't be behind bars, but should be a guest at a government lodge. It's that sort of behavior which leads the Liberals to brush this shocking transfer off by organizing some sort of generic bureaucratic review. And that is the behavior that should be offensive to all of us, Madam Speaker, and that's what we need to address today. It's said that the worst fate a parent can endure is to have to bury his or her own child, and to have to do so in the circumstances faced by the Stafford family is just unimaginable. And that's why we can only imagine, and we need to think about and think long and hard about what the transfer of this prisoner has done to the Stafford family and the effect that it has had on the family. It's re-victimized the Stafford family. In fact, this past weekend, Tori's dad, Rodney Stafford, published an open letter to the Prime Minister. His words are utterly heart-wrenching. Mr. Stafford wrote, and I quote, "I plead to you as a father and a proud Canadian citizen who, even after this traumatic experience, tries to live a normal tax-paying life. I really have to question our federal government as to why convicted child murderer such as Terry Lynn McClintic deserves more rights than their victims and law-abiding Canadians. I may not have grown up living a perfect life, but I grew up to learn that I love the country I live in and I know right from wrong. End quote. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has tried to duck and weave on this issue this last week, pleading that this was all about politics. But you know what, Madam Speaker? Rodney Stafford hit the nail on the head. He asked the Prime Minister, he said, is this enough to remember that not all issues are political, some are moral? And that's what this issue is, Madam Speaker. Tory's dad is right. There is a moral imperative for action. There's a moral imperative for members of Parliament from all parties to stand up and demand better. This is a situation that we need to reverse, and one which we need to prevent from ever happening again. It's the sort of situation where immediate action is required to maintain Canadians' confidence in our justice system. Madam Speaker, I had the honour to serve for more than 2 years as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Our previous government showed how you can take action. When things happen in situations, the government does have the power to reverse it. When tough cases were exposed when we were in government and they cried out for change. When it was uncovered that serial killer Clifford Olson was receiving OAS, our Conservative government passed legislation to stop him and other prisoners. So there's the key. It wasn't just something directed specifically at Clifford Olson. It was a policy change which stopped him from getting OAS, but it also stopped other prisoners from getting OAS. It's been done before. It can be done again. We also passed legislation preventing prisoners from using their time behind bars to justify an extension of employment insurance benefits. Again, Madam Speaker, it was not changing policy directed at one individual inmate, but we saw that something had happened when we were government that needed to be reversed in our correctional system, and so we immediately implemented the policy so that that specific person would not receive that benefit, nor would other prisoners in that same situation. So the situation what confronts us today is one which the Liberal government and the Prime Minister possess the legal and the political authority to fix. Now, we're likely to hear about a legal opinion which mysteriously surfaced last week claiming the Liberals just can't do anything. And you know, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that the government lawyer who wrote that document is an upstanding person, but we do have to remember at the end of the day, government lawyers serve their clients. They're political masters in the Justice Minister's office and the Prime Minister's office. And since when does a government abdicate their responsibility just because a lawyer told them maybe they would have a little bit of pushback on it? Since when does a government, especially this government, which sure seems to love to go to bat for every criminal that there is, whether it's Omar Khadr, Chris Garnier, or now McClintic, they sure don't seem to worry about fighting those fights. So why in the world would they not say, listen, we'll take the chance that maybe somebody might challenge us, but we see this wrong is done and we're going to correct it. It's that simple. It's not difficult. Now, there are a few provisions in the law that I do want to just highlight. The Corrections and Conditional Release Act does give authority to the government. We've already talked about subsection 6.1 of the Act, which says the Commissioner of Corrections works under the direction of the Minister. Paragraph 96D of the Act actually enables the Governor and Council, the Cabinet, to make regulations governing the process of transferring offenders from one institution to another. Meanwhile, paragraph 96 allows the Cabinet to adopt regulations concerning the security classification of inmates. So there can be a policy crafted. It could be as simple as saying that someone serving a sentence for the murder of a child must not be transferred to any institution without perimeter security or where children are permitted to circulate. It's very simple. That could very easily be done. Madam Speaker, this is all we're asking the government to do. First of all, we have not seen any outrage from them, and we've not seen any action. In an interview last week, Tory's dad said, and I quote, "Terry Lynn has been moved to Saskatchewan to this healing lodge, and I was kind of blown away. Every time things seem to start to get a bit better, something like this comes along where you just lose faith." Madam Speaker, let's give the Stafford family some faith by reversing this injustice. Let's give Canadians confidence in their justice system. Let's send a strong and a clear message with the vote on this motion. Let's stand up, every single one of us, and vote to ensure that anyone
who takes the life of innocent children like Tori Stafford face the sentence which Canadians expect them to, and that is behind bars. Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity to make a real difference in the lives of real people. We know their names, we know the situation they faced, we know the horrific acts that happened. We very seldom have the opportunity to affect individual people's lives like we do today. And so I implore this House, I implore the government, show your displeasure, show your outrage, but more importantly, act, implement policy to reverse this decision and make sure something like this never happens again.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mont-Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we all in this House share the same sorrow for the Stafford family and the same outrage about the killer being in a facility like this. I don't think that's in question. I think the question is, how do we make a policy change? And I want to ask the honourable member a question. This facility, these healing lodges, were developed in 1992 and put into law under a Conservative government. So clearly the Conservatives don't believe the healing lodges shouldn't exist. This healing lodge had medium and minimum security prisoners during the entire 10 years of the Harper government. So clearly the Conservatives didn't oppose medium security prisoners being transferred there. Terry McClintock became a medium security prisoner in 2014 during the Harper government, and that government didn't stop that. So clearly the Conservative government previous Conservative government hadn't opposed that. What is exactly the solution you prefer? Should there be no healing lodges? Should medium security prisoners not be in healing lodges? Or should first-degree murderers not be allowed to become medium security prisoners? I'd like to know the solution.
So I just want to remind the member to address the question and comments to the chair and not to individual members. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, I want to say that that member is the actual first Liberal member of Parliament who has said that there's any outrage on that side of the House at this decision. We've been asking the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety, and we have not heard once that, yes, this is a terrible decision. No, what we've heard from the Liberal side is we're going to form a committee to look at the policy to see if all the policies were followed. So, frankly, the outrage is too little and too late. Second question, Madam Speaker, I would be more than happy to lay out a very simple plan for the government on how they could very easily reverse this decision. And I'm going to tell you how come Tori's dad and family even knew what was happening. It's because we passed in 2013-14, we passed a law where victims were now being informed of what's happening to some of these prisoners. So I will tell that member this. If we had found out about this while we were in government, as we did with other bad decisions, we would have been the government, taken the decision, changed it, and made that policy a good policy. And that's what we're asking this government to do. And if they can't do it, get out of the way and let somebody else.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Madam Speaker, and I just want to address the issue of the rhetoric and this issue around the graphic details being shared. And contrary to what the member has just said about telling people they should shut up, it's quite the opposite. In fact, in an interview I had on the weekend, I even had an opportunity to reiterate that these are important questions that need to be asked. It is our responsibility on that. I wholeheartedly agree with the Conservatives. However, as politicians, as people who express ourselves in a very public way, despite the public nature of these details, despite the fact that I have pored over them as a participant in this debate and this unimaginable feeling that you get hearing these details, the problem is that when the rhetoric heats up like that, when these details are used for political gain, the consequence of that is messages like I received over the weekend as the stepfather of an 8-year-old girl being told, maybe the same thing needs to happen to your daughter so you understand what is going on here. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why we have, and perhaps I can have a little respect instead of being heckled, that is exactly why we have a responsibility for how we address these issues. No one is saying they shouldn't be addressed, but there's a proper way to do it. Would my colleague acknowledge that? I'm not asking her to take responsibility for the individuals' words to me, but I am asking that we take responsibilities for the things we say in this place and how we tackle these extremely difficult issues.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if that member heard my speech. I just gave a lengthy speech where I laid out what I believed and what we believe should happen. There was nothing that should have offended him. And you know, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. He's not the victim here, okay? He is not the victim. I'm not sure what message he's referring to. This is the place where we have to have tough conversations. We had a difficult conversation one day in this House where we talked about what happened to Tory. It had to be heard. We had a Minister of Public Safety that called what happened to Tory bad practices. We had to do it. We have now been asking the government to act on it. And the NDP, we don't even know if they're going to support it. And that member stood up, and somehow he's maybe the victim in all of this because we had to talk about something that's difficult. Shame. Shameful of the NDP. I don't know what they have been thinking these last few weeks, but they are going to have to be answering to their constituents on how they vote and how they've responded to this.
I just want to remind members that, yes, this is a very difficult situation to talk about, but I think that I would ask all members to be very respectful of different points of view on this here, as to not offend each of the member either. So again, I think that, you know, it is going to be a very difficult debate, but I think that everybody can be respectful of each other. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka, resuming debate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues, and thank you for your admonition. I think it's very important that we realize that this is a very emotional debate, but as the seconder to the Conservative Party motion, I want to reiterate how we do hope that the Liberal government will hear the outrage that has been expressed across the country over the transfer of Terry Lynn McClintic, the killer of 8-year-old Tory Stafford, to a healing lodge in Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, it's incomprehensible to me that the Liberals would merely order a review in response to this travesty of justice. Madam Speaker, the evidence is pretty clear. McClintic is not eligible for parole until 2031. Since her incarceration, she has not been a model inmate, being convicted of beating up a fellow prisoner and then regretting that she hadn't caused more severe injuries. That is not exactly a model prisoner. So why is she being given a cushy transfer to a healing lodge with no fence? Now, instead of ducking responsibility, this should have been a simple matter of doing what is right. Instead, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety are hiding behind a bureaucratic memo hastily put together by justice officials. They are failing in their duty to Canadians who are outraged by this transfer. Madam Speaker, I put it to you that they need to step up and reverse this transfer immediately. We know that the Prime Minister is fond of virtue signaling on many issues, but when it comes to standing up for true justice here at home, when it comes to standing up for victims of crime, he chooses instead to mince words or stay silent, and indeed as Public Safety Minister is parroting this same unacceptable approach. The decision to conduct a review of this situation makes no sense when considering the authority of the Minister's office and the office of the Prime Minister, and the authority that they can wield when there is the will to wield it. Clearly, what's required is a firm and immediate directive from the Minister to Corrections Canada to put McClintic back behind bars where she belongs. Madam Speaker, when a Minister of the Crown issues a directive to his or her department, let's be clear. I was there myself. I remember it well. What happens? The wheels are set into motion. So why would the Minister of Public Safety waste time with this review when there is a clear injustice? He could have clearly called to reverse the transfer. He could have done the right thing, but obviously the will is absent. I wonder if the decision not to immediately reverse the McClintic transfer was his alone. I want to know, did the Prime Minister's office weigh in on this? Who is behind this outrageous order not to transfer the inmate? Canadians deserve to know. I'd like to put on before the Chamber the basic facts of the Minister's powers. Under Section 6, Sub 1 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Minister has the authority to direct the Commissioner of Corrections in all matters. This would include issuing a directive that a broad class of offenders, such as those convicted of the murder of a child, are not eligible for a transfer to a minimum security facility such as this Healing Lodge. Under Section 96, Sub 6 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Cabinet could pass regulations setting out the eligibility for minimum security facilities and healing lodges. This could include prohibiting those convicted of murder involving a child. Even in the face of this evidence, Madam Speaker, the Liberals claim that they can't reverse the transfer. But previous public safety ministers have reversed decisions through directives to Corrections Canada. Madam Speaker, when I was in another place, when I served as a member of provincial parliament in the Ontario legislature, the current Liberal agriculture minister, who was then the Solicitor General, stopped the transfer of a cop killer after public outrage. That's what happened. That's the precedent that was set in 2000, Madam Speaker. I was a member of the Ontario legislature. We passed a unanimous resolution, very similar to the unanimous resolution that the Ontario legislature passed yesterday in the case of McClintic. Back then, when this cop killer was going to be moved to Club Fed, as it was called then, the outrage in Ontario was just the same. A resolution of the Ontario legislature was passed unanimously. PC, NDP, Liberals all passed it. And lo and behold, the agriculture minister, who was Solicitor General at the time, found a way to stop the transfer to Club Fed. Another example, Minister Taves ended prison pizza parties. Minister Day mandated that first-degree murderers had to spend a specified time behind bars in maximum security prisons. These were all directives taken during the Harper years. There is clearly precedent for the minister's intervention in the McClintic case. But last Tuesday night, in an interview with CTV, the current public safety minister defended his review of the transfer as the best way to, quote, rectify McClintic's bad practices in the past.
Shame.
Bad practices in the past? That's how you characterize this, Madam Speaker? It's clearly devoid of humanity and reasoning. As I'm sure many in this House will admit, we have employed bad practices from time to time in the course of our lives. Perhaps maybe even the public safety minister himself would admit to as much, but certainly luring an 8-year-old Tory while she was walking home from school and then standing on the lookout while she was violated and then killing her with a hammer and dumping her body is not what most Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians, define as bad practices. And I make no apologies for pointing this fact out. Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party was criticized for describing some of the graphic details of young Tory's murder in the House of Commons last week. In fact, for some media, that seemed to be the bigger story than the outrageous transfer itself. But it is obvious by the Liberals' inaction that they needed to be reminded of the horrific nature of the crimes committed by McClintic. Governing this vast country of Canada is not always paved with sunny ways, Madam Speaker. There are times when hard truths need to be confronted and addressed, and this Liberal government remains unwilling or incapable of making the hard decisions when the inevitable clouds roll in. Hopefully, I hope, the horrific nature of this crime and the grave injustice of this transfer will lead the Liberal government to change course in this instance. Madam Speaker, I think I speak for many when I say that we ask the Liberals to stand up, to do the right thing, and then perhaps the protest being organized for November 2nd just outside this chamber over the transfer can be avoided. If not, I plan to attend that protest, and I will continue to call out this transfer, and I will continue to denounce the Liberal government for its failure to act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to ask him whether he already asked something he'd asked a former Stephen Harper aide. Should a politician decide on the fate of a specific offender, how would my colleague explain that to Canadians? I would like a specific answer to that question, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am happy to respond. We are elected representatives. We are here to represent all Canadian citizens. We are here to make decisions, important decisions for all Canadians.
Elected representatives to make the right decisions for Canadians. I make no apologies for that, and the honourable members on the other side should make no apologies for that.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for, is it Avalon? Avalon. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his speech, but I have a small, simple question to him as a member who at one time did sit on this side of the House, as he mentioned. Why did the same member not speak up in 2014 when this inmate was moved from a maximum security to a medium security facility? A medium security facility is what she's in right now. Why did he not speak up then as a member of the governing party?
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
The honourable member for Avalon for his question. Madam Speaker, the situation was very clear. McClintic was still behind bars. She was still in a cell. She was still behind razor wire. The issue is this transfer to this healing lodge. By the way, the transfer which was not the victim's family was not informed of the transfer and had to find out about it later. That in itself is a violation of the Victims' Bill of Rights, Madam Speaker. So there's a lot that's wrong with this transfer to this healing lodge. That's the question before the House. That's the issue before the Canadian public. And we make no apologies that we are raising this issue because people are outraged by her present circumstances as a child murderer in a healing lodge at present.
I just want to remind members that the discussions is when people are being recognized and not between members who are sitting. And if those members have questions and comments, then they should rise to be recognized. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Parry Sound Muskoka for his excellent presentation just now and for his concern. For the family of Tori Stafford and reflecting the view of Canadians on how wrong this is. And I'd ask my colleague to talk about why is it always that the Liberals seem to side with the convict, that they hug the thug and lack the compassion and lack the common sense to stand up for the victims in these types of situations and just aggravate the situation even worse rather than doing the right thing.
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member raises a good point, and it's almost like, why is the sky blue? Why do the Liberal members continue in a course of conduct that is in total defiance of common sense and the sense of justice that most Canadians feel? We saw this in the case of the cop killer who was given veterans benefits until that was reviewed. We see it. I see it on Justice Committee, Madam Speaker, where we're reviewing the omnibus bill, the omnibus justice bill C-75, where over 136 offences are going to see watered down their sentences because of a Liberal bill. This isn't. It's as sad and as bad as it is about Terry Lynn McClintic. This is also about a course of conduct by the current Liberal government to water down the sense of justice that the Canadians feel, to ignore that, to have a tin ear to that sense of justice that Canadians have, and this is yet another example of that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We can only begin to imagine what Tori Stafford's family has been enduring the last 9 years. The crimes committed against her were vicious, and they were heartbreaking. And the people who committed those crimes deserve the life sentences that they are serving in the custody of the Correctional Service of Canada. When you hear Tori's father or read his words, it's clear how raw his pain and anger still are. Of course they are. None of us have any difficulty understanding why he feels the way he feels. And at the same time, people who haven't experienced what he has experienced can never truly understand. He, like the rest of Tori's friends and family, has every right to speak out, and we are listening. The Minister of Public Safety has directed the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada to undertake a review of the transfer decision in this case, to ensure that it follows the service's policies and procedures, and additionally, to evaluate whether the policies themselves are indeed still appropriate. The Commissioner has named 3 people to conduct the review. Dr. Carmen Long, Director General of CSC's Offender Program and Reintegration Branch. Dr. Andrea Moser, Director General of Interventions in CSC's Woman Offender Sector, and Doreen Oakes, a counselor for the Nekanit First Nation and a professor at the First Nations University of Canada. The Commissioner has been unequivocal that, following the review, she will make any necessary changes. But let's be absolutely clear that offender management decisions are the purview of the Correctional Service of Canada. The government does not have the authority to intervene in these decisions, nor should it. According to Section 6 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Commissioner of the Correctional Service has the control and management of the service and all matters connected with the service under the direction of the Minister. The very same language is used in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act about the Public Safety Minister's relationship with the Commissioner of the RCMP. In neither case does it mean that the Minister is entitled to micromanage the day-to-day operations of the agency. He cannot tell the Commissioner of the Correctional Service which offenders to incarcerate where, any more than he can tell the RCMP Commissioner who to investigate or arrest. We do not need a justice system vulnerable to politics, and that is why the rule of law is so important. And this has been tested in court, Madam Speaker. In 1987, when considering whether the Minister could direct that a particular inmate be placed in segregation, the Ontario Court of Appeal ruled that this language about the Commissioner serving under the direction of the Minister merely recognized overall ministerial responsibility, but does not authorize the Minister to order the segregation of a particular prisoner. That might be why, when he was Minister of Public Safety under Stephen Harper, the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis said, "I do not control the classification of individual prisoners." And even if it were legal, having governments make these kinds of operational criminal justice decisions would be a dangerous precedent. That might be why Stephen Harper's former staffer, Benjamin Perrin, said over the weekend, "I'm concerned with politicians being the ones who decide how any particular individual offender
is treated. And he is absolutely right. Au sein de notre système correctionnel,
In our correctional system, no two offenders are alike, and thousands of decisions, small and large, about how they are managed are taken each and every day across Canada. There are dozens of institutions, all different and organized differently, each with its own institutional culture, level of security, types of intervention, and available programs. Over time, it's normal that an offender be moved within the system. The offender might start in a maximum security facility and end up in a lower security facility, as was the case for Terry Lynn McClintic in 2014.
get transferred within an institution or from one institution to another. They may spend time in a mental health facility, or they may go to a facility with more of an Indigenous focus. They'll probably move through various programs, classes, and institutional jobs, and occasionally been given different privileges or punishments. It is the professionals in the Correctional Service of Canada who evaluate offenders on a regular basis and use their training and expertise to determine the best correctional path for each individual. Madam Speaker, I won't go any further into the specifics of the particular case referenced in today's motion. As I said earlier, the Minister has ordered a review, and that review is underway. But I will use the remainder of my time to discuss perhaps some of the roles of a healing lodge within our correctional system, because recently in this chamber there has been some very unfortunate mischaracterizations about them. Healing lodges are first and foremost correctional institutions. Okima-Ochi Healing Lodge is a medium security institution. We have 9 healing lodges, 4 run by the Correctional Service itself and 5 run by Indigenous community organizations. Healing lodges are not a free ride. The programming at these institutions is rooted in Indigenous culture and practice, but offenders are still subject to restrictions and security measures, and they are still held accountable for their actions. Let me reiterate, Okima-Ochi Healing Lodge is a medium security institution. There are security cameras monitored 24 hours a day. There are daily searches of the facility and of offenders. Offenders are counted 4 times daily. There are regular security patrols all night long. Security staff has physical restraints and pepper spray. And importantly, there has not been a single escape from Okima-Ochi in the last 10 years. And Madam Speaker, to correct the misconception about children at Okima-Ochi, all women's institutions in Canada have mother-child programs for inmates with children younger than school age. This has been the case since 1997, and no child has ever come to harm as a result of this program. And to correct the very unfortunate language some of the members have been using when they refer to the healing lodges as condos, these aren't luxury accommodations. The living quarters are actually comparable to other medium security offenders in other women's institutions. Medium security inmates at Grand Valley or Edmonton Institution for Women, for example, live in what's called an open canvas design. There are houses around a courtyard. Each house has a small common area and a dozen small bedrooms. And the setup of all these institutions, Okima-Ochi included, is the same now as it was under the Conservatives. Et discutons du but de pavillon.
Let's talk about the purpose of healing lodges. As we know, Aboriginals are significantly overrepresented in Canada's correctional system. About a quarter of incarcerated men are Native, and 1/3 of incarcerated women are as well. About 90% of Indigenous women have been physically or sexually assaulted. Approximately 80% have serious addiction problems.
Lodges are not a panacea or a quick fix, but they have been showing an ability to deal with complex and deep-seated problems. They are not the only answer, but they are certainly part of the answer. The correctional investigator has repeatedly recommended making greater use of healing lodges, and the Status of Women Committee recently recommended that the Government of Canada ensure access to healing lodges for Indigenous female offenders with a medium security classification. Not one Conservative member dissented from that recommendation. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues across the aisle to stop denigrating healing lodges. They are an important element of our correctional system, and they have a record of successfully holding inmates accountable for the most serious of crimes by reinforcing that seriousness in the eyes of the community and of the offenders themselves. Determining which offenders those are is the role of the trained professionals who work for the Correctional Service of Canada. They make their determinations following a thorough risk assessment with institutional and public safety always top of mind. It is not, and nor should it be, the role of politicians to make these decisions. With this motion calling on the government to micromanage the operations of a criminal justice agency, the opposition is asking the government to act in violation of the law. Of course, that is not something we can support. The minister has acted to the fuller extent of his authority by directing the Commissioner of the Correctional Service to review both this particular transfer as well as the appropriateness of the service's relevant policies in the interest of the effectiveness of Canada's corrections system and in the interest of public safety. Madam Speaker, we will follow the law and act deliberately and thoughtfully to address this issue, and we await the report of the Commissioner of Corrections. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I want to correct the record. This has never been about healing lodges having a role to play in our correctional system. And certainly the Conservatives, as she indicated by their report, recognize that there is an appropriate role. What we're saying today is it's not an appropriate role for someone who quite recently killed an 8-year-old girl, continued to commit offenses, violent offenses, when she was in facilities, and is now in a healing lodge, which is actually about supporting people to transition back into their communities. She is not going to transition back into her communities till 2031. The other thing I want to correct is what we're asking is appropriate and well within the role of government. So she is going to stand up today and reaffirm what she said in her speech, that it is not possible for them as a government to look at a policy that's completely inappropriate, that other governments have looked at these sorts of things in the past, and that they are unable to change it. Is that what she is saying, that they are unable to change inappropriate policies that keep Canadians safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency
I thank the honourable member for her question. What we are saying is that the rule of law must be paramount, and that micromanaging individual offender decisions is not following the rule of law. The minister has asked for a review from the Commissioner, not only of this transfer, but also of the overall policies and procedures that are currently in place, and we will wait her report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Belleuil.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks. Clearly, the questions surrounding the why of the decision is an issue. Changes may be required based on the results of that, and so the conclusion, based on the conclusions from that outcome. So what I would like to ask of the Parliamentary Secretary is whether or not the Minister will ensure that the investigation is conducted as quickly as possible so that parliamentarians can have access to the results and to take steps to make the necessary changes as required.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And this review, as I said, is already underway. There are 3 members who have been assigned to conduct this review. This is a very important issue, Madam Speaker. We understand. And I would anticipate that the Commissioner will carry on with her work with the requisite speed. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my friend across the way. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is a solemn day. We debate an issue that has received public outcry from coast to coast. We hear the Tory father on Facebook asking the government to reverse an atrocity. This criminal was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years, and because she had kidnapped, raped, and murdered a young 8-year-old girl. Madam Speaker, I guess my question to my colleague is more of a personal one, because we believe that dangerous child killers who have not been good in prison, their conduct has been bad, should not leave any type of institution where there is no prison cells, where there is no gates, where there are no methodology for really keeping them behind bars. And I guess my question to her reason would be, why do you believe that she should be cascaded down to a healing lodge that even has other children there on the facility and is the perhaps most large, the biggest example of injustice being done for the victim and for the family?
Good question. And I just remind the member to address the questions and comments to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And we understand it's heartbreaking what the family of Tory Stafford is going through. I understand that. But it's so important that our justice system is based on the rule of law, that the government not get involved in the individual micromanaging of the status of an offender. I prefer to leave that in the hands of the experts, the people who have the training and experience to make those kind of decisions. But, Madam Speaker, we also know that it is appropriate to do a review of a decision to make sure it actually follows those policies and procedures, and secondly, to make sure that those policies and procedures remain appropriate today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech here this morning. I know she highlighted the fact of it being the rule of law and you really don't want politicians to get involved in judicial matters. I wonder, could she expound on that? Because I did listen intently to her speech, but I wasn't reading a newspaper while I did it. So I wonder, could she expand on that a little bit before we end the debate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think, Madam Speaker, that the importance of the rule of law and that justice be done by a justice system and not politics, not politicians. And it's our job to write the legislation, direct the policies, but it's not our jobs to individually micromanage it right down to the offender level. We have people, we have experts, people who are trained to do that. And I believe that we should leave that work in their capable hands. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The only member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think that Canadians generally know that this is absolutely wrong. It's just an outrageous situation, and they are disgusted by it. I've had calls, I've had letters. But even looking at this situation, we all know how the child killers are at great risk when they're in general populations. So even if you're considering this murderer, would she not be at great risk where she is in this healing lodge? Her own life could be in danger unless she is transferred. So what does the member across the way say to that?
Your secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and he's right. This is gut-wrenching. It absolutely is. But it's so important that we resist the emotional calls, that we address issues, difficult issues like this one, with reason, deliberately and thoughtfully. And Madam Speaker, that's exactly what we are going to do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, if the Liberals believe that it's outside the law for politicians to give directions to CSE on the security classification of prisoners, do they believe that Section 17 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Regulations is also unlawful?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
I don't have a copy of that particular section, but I believe that it will outline the same powers and authorities, the relationship between politicians and the departments. It's our job to write the legislation, make sure the policies are in place, and it's the job of the departments to actually enforce those through procedures and policies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Actually, we have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to just so that people are clear, healing lodges is something that's been in existence since 1992. And surely to goodness, people would recognize that they are a part of the medium security prison system. When Tori Stafford murder was transferred over to the medium security prison, she would have been eligible for the healing process, a healing lodge process. And I'm wondering if my colleague would just provide her thoughts in regards to why it is that she believes the Conservatives wouldn't have objected to the transfer from maximum to medium. It would appear as if that they were okay.
For a response, I did say it was going to have to be a brief question or comment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has like 20 seconds to respond.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And it's about, I think it comes down to, again, it's back to the rule of law. We need to follow the rule of law, and we need to give our policies, give our directions, but it's up to the individual departments to enforce them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Words to describe what Tori Stafford's father has expressed over the last several days, and indeed what he's quite frankly, what he has been going through over the last number of years. And the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader said something that I think is very telling, that whenever it feels like it's gotten better, something else happens, another shoe drops, and the pain comes back. And two words come to mind for me, Madam Speaker, when I think of that, of what it must be. It's a nightmare and hell for this family, and the courage that it takes for a father who has done what no parent ever wants to do and have to lose their child, to express himself and express his pain and ask for his government to be there to support him requires a level of courage that I will admit, Madam Speaker, and nor do I believe many of us actually have. And so I want to thank him for reminding us that we have a responsibility that sometimes leads to contradictions, Madam Speaker, because on the one hand, you see the pain and you hear the pain of people who have been victims of the most despicable, heinous, and horrible crimes that we can, as humanity, imagine, and at the same time, trying to make sure that we have a system that works. And sometimes those objectives don't even out, and you're trying to put a square peg into a round hole, as it were. And that, Madam Speaker, I think is the ultimate challenge that we have in this place. And I do want to say, Madam Speaker, because it is the motion before us, and it is the question that I addressed to my friends in the Conservative Party, and I think it's an important piece to look at before I go any further, is the rhetoric around such a debate, because quite frankly, Madam Speaker, it is our ultimate responsibility to ask questions about the comportment and the decisions that are made by an agency, a service in this case, that is under the purview of the federal government, and more specifically the Public Safety Minister. It is our responsibility to make sure that if a mistake was made, or if the law maybe is out of date, that those changes be made. At the same time, Madam Speaker, as we see throughout our work, and indeed in jurisdictions, other jurisdictions as well, other countries, provinces, territories, the rhetoric that we use as politicians is also extremely important. And I raise that, Madam Speaker, because there's been this question about the place that the details of these horrific crimes have in this place and the debate that we are engaged in. And it's been, any criticism of the use of those details has been equated with telling people to shut up. And I want to say for the record, Madam Speaker, that, and I'll only speak for myself and for my colleagues in the Democratic Party, we have, as I said earlier, we have the responsibility to raise these issues. But I do say, and I would just ask my colleague to perhaps not be heckling me as I talk about the type of debate we want to be engaged in. I believe that that would be appropriate, Madam Speaker. And the issue here, Madam Speaker, and to go back to what she is referencing in her interruption of my speech, is this notion that the language that we use has unintended consequences. And so when I referenced the situation that I went through, was not to portray myself as a victim, far from it, because the only people that I think of on these issues aren't myself. I accept that the consequence of public life is that we will hear things that we don't want to hear, we will have things said to us that we don't want to hear, but I take the responsibility that I have in this place very seriously. But I also take the responsibility that when an individual decides that an appropriate response to a very difficult issue is to write to a member of Parliament and wish the same kind of pain, unimaginable pain, that Tory Stafford's father has felt onto that member of Parliament's family, that's not appropriate, Madam Speaker. And I know we're not responsible for what some deranged individual might write to a member of Parliament, but we are responsible for how we engage in this debate and not fanning the flames on an issue that is so gut-wrenching and heartbreaking. And so, in response to a question about that type of decorum, to be heckled and told that I'm somehow trying to get away from this by portraying myself as a victim is completely missing the point here, Madam Speaker, because I do believe that the Conservatives are right to pose these questions, but I believe they are wrong to politicize the sick crimes that were committed and the pain of a father that I can't even begin to imagine. And I hope, and can only hope, as we all do, that we never have to experience the same thing. And Madam Speaker, and the heckling continues, Madam Speaker, which to me says all Canadians need to know about the approach that is being taken here. Because we want to do right by Tory Stafford's father, and he's been let down by parliamentarians and by his government because he's right to feel re-victimized. And no one is saying the contrary. And then we do have a responsibility to understand that. And some members, and the words that they have used, may have not expressed themselves in a way, and all parties, that is appropriate for this type of debate and this type of horrible crime, and it'll never, and that's a mistake, Madam Speaker, and I think we can all own up to our own failings and the fact that despite the responsibility we have as members in this place, how do we express ourselves and talk about policy when we're thinking of this type of horrible crime. And that's the contradiction that we face, Madam Speaker. I understand that we face a challenge because we have a responsibility to adopt legislation. We also have a responsibility to let judges, to let the Corrections Commissioner and others who are involved in our justice and correction system to make decisions, because as politicians, our ultimate failing is that sometimes we can't be in the position to make those decisions. But sometimes when we see that too many mistakes have been made and justice is not being served, the Conservatives are correct to point out that maybe new legislation is required. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, as much of a failure as it may be on this place and on us, and certainly as it might seem like a failure for the government, that is why, as woefully inadequate as that might feel to people who live with the pain of crimes that have been committed against them and their families, the conclusions of this review that has already been undertaken, from what I've understood from the parliamentary secretary, are so important, because if indeed legislation needs to be adopted to rectify certain situations, if mistakes have been made, because a question was posed to me by one of my colleagues when this motion was tabled, why was this decision made? And it's a very good question. It is the essence of the question that the Conservatives are posing. And Madam Speaker, that is the ultimate challenge that we face, because I don't know why that decision was made. Was there an issue in the institution where the offender had been, where this person who has committed these horrible crimes was located, and so a decision was made in order to address specific issues internally that we as politicians don't know about? I don't know, Madam Speaker. And I hope that the conclusions, and that is our ask of the government today, that this will be dealt with due haste and expedited, because I believe that we owe, at the very least, that, as again woefully inadequate as that may be, to the victims in this situation, because the conclusions and a better understanding will make me more comfortable as a parliamentarian saying, okay, what's next? Because the first speaker to this motion, the sponsor of this motion, correctly pointed out, whether without relitigating or rehashing the debate over legislation tabled in the previous parliament, correctly pointed out that a government and parliamentarians can table legislation to resolve issues, and I want to understand those issues before we move forward. And I know today that those words ring completely hollow to Tory Stafford's father and anyone else who has been victim of this type of crime, Madam Speaker. And it's as I said at the outset, the constant challenge that we have as policymakers, because we want to get it right. We want to get it right as quickly as possible. And what do we do to make sure that we have the tools to get it right? I do want to say, Madam Speaker, that on one policy piece on this extremely challenging issue that is before us today, the place of and the eternal challenge that I've seen at the Public Safety Committee, that I know the Status of Women Committee has seen as well in the studies they've undertaken, the challenges that corrections faces with regards to female offenders, the lack of resources in some case, the challenges that are faced with security classifications, the fact that there is a lack of maximum security institutions, that the fact that there is an existing and appropriate program for mothers and children that the parliamentary secretary explained that is rigorously enforced in terms of its parameters by corrections. And these are the constant issues that Corrections Canada and ultimately we as policymakers face when we want to make sure, understanding that whether it's an Indigenous offender, whether it is a male offender or female offender, whoever it may be in the correction system, that the situations and how they play out, whether it's in terms of their place in the correction system, but also for the safety of corrections officers, for the integrity of the institutions, for the insurance of public safety that is the ultimate goal of how this system, we hope, will function. And that, Madam Speaker, there's a variety of moving parts constantly. And I can tell you, and never has that been more apparent to me as my party's spokesperson on public safety than the debate before us today, is a challenge. And it is a challenge that leads us to sometimes believe that, as I feel today, that we have let many Canadians down who are rightfully outraged, as I am, by this situation. And as the member for Mount Royal said, as the member for the Honourable Opposition House Leader, the member from Portage-Lisgar said, we are outraged. And I don't want to hear anyone else try to tell this House and indeed Canadians that we don't share their pain and frustration. And my ultimate goal, Madam Speaker, as I consider this motion and consider the debate today, will be to make sure that when we talk about the place of healing, the role of healing lodges in the correction system, that we talk about the challenges in women's institutions or in men's institutions and the challenge of security classifications and the variety of considerations that are taken by corrections and the constant tension between the role of politicians and the role of nonpartisan judges and commissioners and others, as I said, who play a role in this. As we consider those things today, I will take one lesson from this motion and from this debate, Madam Speaker, that I think is incumbent on all of us to take, and that we strive to do better by those Canadians that feel that we have let them down. And I certainly hope that regardless of a motion that more substantively on legislation and on policy, that we make sure that we are always striving to do better and make sure that the correction system is working, that we ensure public safety with the different roles relating to mental health and other things that corrections has to play, but also that we are ultimately, which is the most important piece here, protecting those victims, not only from the crimes themselves from a prevention perspective, but also understanding that something that, and I say with all due respect, contrary to what was insinuated earlier, that I do not understand, which is living with the constant pain. And I'll go back to those two words that I said in conclusion at the beginning of my speech, Madam Speaker: hell and a nightmare. Madam Speaker, and I can only hope that, again, moving forward, that we make sure that the hell and the nightmare for a father like Tory Stafford's father, that it will likely never end, but that we make it as easier as possible, and that we strive to make sure that no other Canadian has to live with that type of pain. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member not only for his thoughtful and detailed presentation. It was done largely without notes, which is always a great thing to see in terms of parliamentarians' discussion and debate, but also in controlling the tone of the House by asking for heckling to stop and for us to thoughtfully consider the legislation that exists and whether there needs to be changes. I wonder if the member could comment further on what we say and how we say it in this House, contributing to fear and division or mental health stress in people that listen to our dialogue, versus really getting to the heart of the issues to try and make better laws for Canadians.
The
honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member raising that point, because I do want to take that opportunity, which I should have in my speech, because the member from, I believe the riding is Lethbridge, if she can correct me if I'm not, I don't have the right riding name. I did yell out quiet to her while she was heckling me or speaking or responding to me rather earlier, and I do want to apologize for that. As I said in my speech, this is a difficult issue, and I want to understand that the my intention here as a parliamentarian is to make sure that we get this issue right. And I understand that my concern, ultimately, is the role that politicians should or should not play in how our system functions. And I think that that is the tension that we are faced with here today. And so, understanding that I believe that the involvement of the political apparatus in individual cases is not something that is conducive to achieving the objectives that we want to, but also understanding that there's a great deal of pain in hearing a response of that kind, and understanding that as we debate that in this place, as my colleague mentioned, that we do so in a way that is respectful, and if I have failed in that as well, I accept that responsibility, and I think that hopefully it's something that we can do going forward on this extremely challenging issue.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, earlier this year, the Justice Minister condemned the decision of a trial by jury in a very high-profile murder case. This was, of course, the case of Colton Boushie. She came out in a tweet, the Justice Minister of Canada, and condemned the decision of a trial by verdict. Then she met with the family of the the victim, and then she introduced legislation. How is that not respecting the rule of law? Like, why is there a double standard? And why is my colleague standing here saying that it's not the role of Parliament when in this very Parliament we've seen the exact same thing? And this isn't even a trial this isn't even a condemning a decision of a verdict. This is somebody who's been tried. This is about the authority that we have. How can my colleague here stand and his party and in such a double standard?
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Well, I thank my colleague for her question, and as I said in my speech, the issue that we want to understand is in order to, because she mentioned the tabling of legislation, and so that's why I believe that following with the information that I currently do not have, that I hope, as I said, will come from this review, which, as I said, it might seem in terms of a response to be woefully inadequate, but understanding why the decision was made by corrections then will allow us to properly assess whether legislation should be tabled, as was done in the situation that she alludes to. And I can't speak for the Minister of Justice. I can't speak for this government and how they respond to one case or another. I can speak for myself. I hope my colleagues will allow me to speak for our party, and that if legislation is tabled and deemed necessary to address a mistake that may have been made, once we have the full facts of the decision that was made, I will consider that legislation and move forward with that. And I think that there is no contradiction in understanding that the minister's involvement in individual cases versus the role of Parliament to adopt legislation, as far as I'm concerned, are two very separate things that we consider in this place.
Commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. Clearly, this is a very difficult issue, but before us in this Parliament are exactly, I think, the policy issues behind the decision that has been brought to light. My colleague raised the call for the government to expeditiously proceed with the review. And so to that end, I wonder if he can elaborate on the importance of that review and whether or not the information of that review, once it's completed, to be made public as well, so that there is that level of accountability in terms of the facts of the case and the decisions behind it.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for her question. And the issue we are faced with here is that I hope that the conclusions of such a review will allow us to understand why corrections deem that this was the appropriate course of action. And in the event that the decision that they made can be called a mistake, and in the event that there is obviously a failing or perhaps a failing to be determined in that system, then indeed I would hope that the government would table legislation to address that issue. But unfortunately, and it pains me to say, until I have those facts, and as I said, I can only speak for myself, it is difficult for me to understand what legislative solution would be the most appropriate, because for all I know, the determination might have been made for factors that are outside of my knowledge. And that, Madam Speaker, I recognize is the unfortunate, I don't know if contradiction is the right word, it's the word I've been using, of the debate we are faced with, because I recognize, in some ways agree with, the fact that the creation or the existence of a review for the father of a victim of such a heinous crime is just not enough. I don't think anyone is saying that. We understand that it is just not enough. But I hope that the government will expedite it, that it will be the priority for the Commissioner, and that we will see those conclusions as soon as possible. We owe at least that to this family.
Kamata, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess, and I appreciate my colleague from the NDP party giving us his opinion on the proper ways that the opposition should hold these to account. I take my responsibility here very seriously as a member of Parliament. And I have had countless calls to my office on Facebook accounts and others where there is a public outcry of an injustice that has been done here. And we can get into a rut, Madam Speaker, where we all of a sudden say, no, don't criticize the bureaucrats. Even if they made a mistake, they are the experts. I think we have to hold them to account. And I think if we don't bring up debate like this in this place, when you have Tory Stafford's father crying that an injustice has been done, it is so easy to see why the general public and people of our constituencies may think that we've lost touch with the common person. And it has been that. So when parole boards release someone very early and they go out and reoffend, should we not question it? Should we not bring it up? Should we not hold them to account? Madam Speaker, I think the opposition here takes this responsibility very seriously. A vicious murder and rape took place, and now the perpetrator has been cascaded down, not just to a medium security where there's prison walls, but to a healing lodge where they have remarkable amenities.
L'honorable député de
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to my colleague, the issue of raising this in the House is, as I said, indeed appropriate. And obviously unfortunately, we may not find agreement on our own thoughts on how it is raised. But the issue of the Commissioner and the folks at Corrections Service Canada, I am very ready to criticize them and to tell them they've made a mistake once I have the facts before me. And again, understanding that answer will seem unsatisfying to the victim of a heinous crime, as he has said. And so the challenge here is, if the Correction Services has indeed made a mistake, and understanding what reasoning they may have been in place in the decision-making process, and should that determination be made and legislation tabled, I will work with that colleague and all colleagues indeed to consider that legislation and move forward on it. That is our responsibility ultimately. And in the meantime, I think it's important to understand when we get to that point of criticizing, and I will criticize public servants when I have all the facts before me. And last point, Madam Speaker, about the healing lodges, these are both medium security institutions, and I hope we won't mischaracterize how they are laid out.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and today I'll be splitting my time with the member from Lethbridge. The motion before us today is very simple. For anyone watching, it calls upon this House to condemn the decision to move Terry Lynn McClintock, a convicted child rapist and murderer, from a facility where she was behind razor wire and bars to a facility that has kitchenettes, where children are present and no fence. This is a woman who is a very short period of time into her life sentence, and in 2012 was convicted or pled guilty to violently assaulting another inmate. So what I want to do today is for everyone who is watching to give you the rebuttal to all of the talking points that are being used by the Liberals and the NDP in this House today. So, Madam Speaker, when people phone Liberal and NDP MPs, that they can rebut their talking points with some facts. So first of all, the Liberals are saying that Stephen Harper did this. They say that about everything. But in this case, the transfer from a maximum medium security prison where this woman, this vile, disgusting woman, was behind razor wire and bars to a healing lodge where there is no fence happened a few short months ago. As much as the Prime Minister would like to make this Stephen Harper's fault, this occurred recently. Now, things happen. It's what happens when you're in government. How you should be judged is your response to it. And the reality is that the Liberals have been hiding behind their bureaucrats on that. So that's mythbuster number one. Number two, they're saying that we need a review. Why do we need a review in this case? This woman is likely never to be allowed to be around children. She murdered and violently defiled a young girl. She has assaulted prisoners. She has this is not somebody that we should be affording a spot in a healing lodge that is normally reserved for somebody who is close to release. We don't need a review of this case. She shouldn't be in this facility. We should just be doing the right thing. Number three, this is about the role of healing lodges. Okay, let's make it about the role of healing lodges. Healing lodges are for Aboriginal First Nations people, which has been reported in the media that family members have said of this woman that she does not fall under that category. And I have seen people who are experts in this area say that a program like this should be used for somebody who is close to the end of their release. This woman is nowhere close to the end of her release, thank the Lord. And she is probably taking up the spot of a First Nations person who actually needs this treatment. So you can push back with them on that. And our party, this is not about the role of healing lodges. In this case, we're not opposing that, but we're opposing it being used in the case of this disgusting woman. Number four, this is about respecting the rule of law. Both the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Public Safety have talked about, and as well as the NDP, saying that there's not enough information, that this isn't the role of Parliament. Yet, I will note that the Justice Minister herself, after the Colton Boushie not guilty verdict happened this year, she stood up and tweeted, I am committing to ensure justice for all Canadians. So she commented on the verdict of a trial, implying that justice wasn't done. Okay, so she did that. Then she immediately met with the family associated with the case, and then she tabled legislation immediately to change the process by which juries are selected in this country in Bill C-75. So what I don't understand is how the Liberals can stand up in a trial by jury and condemn the decision of a trial by jury and then make changes in this place and then stand up and embrace themselves in the warm, fuzzy cloak of their bureaucrats. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that this government has intervened and they shouldn't be using a double standard. They either are doing this or they aren't. The next talking point that they use is that they can't do anything. They're patently wrong on this. And for those who are listening, who are about to call their Liberal MP, as they should, here's what you can tell them. Under Section 6 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, it gives the Minister of Public Safety the power to issue directives in all areas relating to Corrections Canada, including what we're talking about today. And Section 96 of the same Act gives Cabinet the authority to pass regulations determining the eligibility of confinement. So, to give concrete examples where this authority has been used, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture, the current Minister of Agriculture, when he was the Public Safety Minister in a previous government, he reversed the decision to send a cop killer to a minimum security prison in BC using this authority. A Liberal government has already done this. And when Stockwell Day was the Public Safety Minister, he issued a directive that all first-degree murderers must spend a prescribed amount of time in a maximum security prison. The current Liberal government could issue a similar directive pertaining to child killers, and this would be fixed. The Prime Minister could convene a cabinet meeting to specifically deal with this particular directive, and this could be fixed immediately. This is not about a review. The facts are clear. The facts have been presented to the public. Everybody knows that this woman should be nowhere near a minimum security prison. It is completely up to this government to choose to do the right thing, and they are refusing to do so. The other thing that I know that they know that something's wrong is because journalists have been reporting that the lodge themselves, when they're being called to ask questions, they're now not releasing information that they have been in the past. So clearly this government is trying to intervene to make sure that this doesn't become a public relations disaster for them, when they should be focusing on the rights of the victim's family and ensuring that they're not re-victimized. And frankly, just going back to the point on the Healing Lodge, where's the Healing Lodge for the victims of this family? I'll be honest with you, I will not stand here in this place on behalf of Canadians and defend the rights of this child killer who has been convicted and needs to have a significant penalty for her crimes, as opposed to we should be completely focusing on the rights of her family, of Tori Stafford's family, for justice for this little girl. This woman should not be in this Healing Lodge. The next thing that I want to talk about is they keep saying that children in this lodge is normal, but the reality is this particular Healing Lodge actually came under investigation from the Public Integrity Commissioner as little as 2 years ago because employees had been bringing their children to this facility. So we already have problems with this facility where there are children there. This McClintic should be nowhere near children. They should not be normalizing this at all. This woman should be nowhere near children. She doesn't have children. She doesn't need to be reunited with her children. Keep her away from children. No children. It's simple as that. So if somebody's phoning their MP and they're like, well, the children issue, blah, blah, blah. No. She should not be in this lodge, period. The next thing that comes up that the Liberals are using is they try to spin it, as they did this weekend. I was on a panel with, I believe, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. He's like, well, I'm going to chastise you because you're using inappropriate graphic language. The Minister of Public Safety went on a national television program and called what Terry Lynn McClintic did bad practices. Shameful. And we've given him opportunities to stand up and apologize this, but do you know what that does, Madam Speaker? First of all, it normalizes this activity. It says that this is bad practice. I feel like we should be reminding the Public Safety Minister over and over and over and over again about the disgusting things this woman did so that he can get into his head that this isn't a bad practice, this is something that needs to be fixed. So those are the talking points, and I'm going to now appeal to my Liberal colleagues. Look, we can get angry with each other here, there are times, but just in your heart, put yourself in the shoes of this man, as he did when he was writing the Prime Minister this weekend. And do the right thing. To everyone who's watching today, pick a Liberal member of Parliament, and call them and respectfully and politely tell them to do the right thing. This isn't about partisan politics, this is about right and wrong. And to all of the bureaucrats in public safety who might be sitting in the lobby today, come on, give your head a shake too. This policy should be changed. This woman should not be in this lodge, and we should be supporting this motion to ensure that policy is passed to make sure that this never happens again. We need to stand behind the rights of this family. That is what we are here to do. That's what the executive branch is here to do. Madam Speaker, to everyone in this House today, this motion is a no-brainer. It was passed in the Ontario Legislature unanimously. Let's just get this done. Let's not make Mr. Stafford and his family come to Ottawa to have to protest this. Let's not re-victimize this. Let's vote for this. Let's do the right thing. Let's get this done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, in 1992, a Conservative government actually introduced healing lodges, knowing full well that medium security prisons, it was to complement them. It was to be something that those that are responsible for the administration of medium security prisons would have as a possible option. Fast forward it to Stephen Harper and the Conservative government just a few years ago, where they allowed and authorized and had no problems with the transferring of a prisoner from a maximum security prison to a medium security prison. No Conservative stood in opposition to it. Today, they are absolutely outraged. My question is, on the surface, for many people, if they truly dig into some of these facts, would suggest that the Conservatives are using this as a political issue, Madam Speaker, because it was the Conservatives that brought in the healing lodges. It was the Conservatives that authorized the transfer from maximum to minimum security.
I just want to remind members that when someone has the floor, to be respectful, and I know that the member for Calgary-Nose Hill is very competent to be able to answer questions. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, to those who are watching today who are preparing to call a Liberal MP, you just saw talking point number 1 and number 3. So I'll repeat my rebuttals. So when you call the government House Leader's or Deputy House Leader's office today, you can rebut him directly. Number 1, the talking point is it's Stephen Harper's fault. This occurred under this Liberal government, and they have the tools and authority to do that today. You can also tell his office and his office staff, Madam Speaker, that the transfer was a maximum medium security facility where she was behind razor wire and bars to a healing lodge without a fence. The next talking point that he used there, Madam Speaker, that people can rebut is that this is about the role of healing lodges. When they call his office today, they can tell him that a healing lodge is designed to ensure that people who are close to release, who have been evaluated properly, can get back into the community who are Aboriginal and to reintegrate. This woman is nowhere close to the end of her sentence. Her crimes were some of the most heinous ever seen in Canadian history. She's already assaulted a prisoner. There are children there. And certainly I think that we should also talk about the fact that she is taking the spot of an Indigenous person who might need that facility more than she does. So again, talking point number 1 and number 3, I can go do this all day, and I hope that everybody watching will do the same thing on the phone with Liberal MPs.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her great speech. Constituents have been contacting me over the last couple of weeks about the outrage that they're feeling about this particular case. And I find it interesting, this morning we had somebody from the NDP stand up and say that we use too graphic of details, and he was offended by that. I just wonder if my honourable colleague had any comments in regards to that. Thank you.
Yeah, member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I had the misfortune of being on a television panel with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, who I would like to think is a decent human being. But he brought up this point as a way, Madam Speaker, this is a tactic that the Liberals use to spin away from their lack of inaction on this issue because they want to talk about something else, right? It's a classic diversionary tactic. The reality is the Public Safety Minister was on TV, and he called what McClintock did bad practices. I think that because we are standing here today putting forward a motion that, no, we shouldn't have to be voting on this, they should have done this a week ago, that the Public Safety Minister needs to be reminded of the severity of crime that happened. And you know what, frankly, this is something that the victim's family has to live with every day. This is something that the media has reported on every day. And so to me, there's really no other reason, and for the public who are watching, there's no other reason that the Liberals are talking about this outside of the fact that they are trying to divert the debate away from their fiduciary responsibility to protect the public, to use the authority that they have to do that, and not doing anything. So, certainly I agree with my colleague, this is wrong, and I hope that my Liberal colleagues will do the right thing and support this motion.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for this presentation that she just gave. Imagine a place surrounded by trees and greenery. Imagine a place where individuals live in units with kitchenettes and fine linen and nice tables and beds and playrooms for their children. Imagine a place where there's actually a play yard, a playground, where children get to unite and engage in fun activities together. Now imagine a place where there are people who have committed heinous crimes who also occupy this space. Now imagine further, if you will, that this place has no fences and no visible security. This is the place where McClintock, a child killer, currently resides. This is a woman who killed an 8-year-old girl on her way home from school one day. This is a woman who committed an incredibly, incredibly heinous crime, and she resides in this place. It's called a Healing Lodge in Saskatchewan. Now, to better understand just how troubling this is, we have to take the opportunity to understand the gravity of what happened to Tori Stafford, the 8-year-old girl of whom I speak. Now, we must familiarize ourselves with the uncomfortable facts. Now, this is where the Liberals and the NDPs among us get uncomfortable. They don't like to look at the facts of this story. They don't like to consider what happened to Tori Stafford on that dreadful day on her way home from school. They don't like to enter the courtroom and the hearing that took place in 2012 when convicted murderer recounted the gruesome details. But if you were to enter that courtroom, if you were to listen to some of those details, here's what you would hear. You would hear a story of a little girl who was 8 years old, headed home from school one day. She was asked by an adult to come and see a puppy, a Shih Tzu puppy, as McClintic recalled. And so this little girl, eager and excited to visit this puppy, made her way over to the car. At that time, this little girl, Tori Stafford, was shoved into the car and driven to an undisclosed location. On the way, garbage bags were picked up from a home hardware store. Tori was then taken to the middle of nowhere, where she was raped multiple times and then beaten to death by a hammer. Tori's body was put into garbage bags and then disposed of in the woods. Now, I have spared this room the most gruesome details. But this room, the Liberals and the NDPs, are incredibly uncomfortable with even what I just shared, because they would like to pretend that these details did not actually happen to an 8-year-old girl by the name of Tori. Tori. They would like to attack us on this side of the House for bringing these details up as if we're somehow engaging in poor decorum. But these are the details that were disclosed in the courtroom by the killer, McClintic. Now, that day in that courtroom, McClintic was sentenced to first-degree murder, life without parole. Now, today is about standing with the Stafford family, with Tori's loved ones. Today, we have the opportunity to take a stand for justice for Tori. Today, we have the opportunity to insist that the right thing is done. And so this side of the House, the Conservative members, have put forward a motion in order to show our solidarity and stand with the Stafford family. We call upon the House to support this motion, and that is this. Whereas Terry Lynn McClintic was convicted of first-degree murder in the horrific abduction, rape, and murder of 8-year-old Tori Stafford, and was then moved from a secure facility to a healing lodge without fences and where the government has confirmed the presence of children. We call on the House to condemn this decision and call upon the government to exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to ensure this decision is reversed and cannot happen again for others. Madam Speaker, that's a very important line. You see, today we stand with the Stafford family. Today we call for justice for Tori. We do it for the present. We do it for the present, but we also do it for the future. We look to those who are to come. We look to our justice system, and we have to defend the victims that do exist and that will exist, and we have to insist that this place, the House of Commons, the Parliament of Canada, this place where 338 elected representatives sit, that this place would do the right thing. And in this case, that's reversing the decision to move McClintic to a healing lodge. Why is this important? It's important that we have this discussion today for a few reasons. One, because this government would like to abdicate its authority. Two, because the Minister for Public Safety called the actions of the child killer, McClintic, he called her actions bad practices. Madam Speaker, those are not bad practices. There's a reason why this room doesn't like it when I stand up here and describe what happened to this little girl. It's because they're more than bad practices. A little 8-year-old girl, her life was taken. Canadians from coast to coast are rightfully outraged about this. They have every right, and I stand with them. This summer, the Prime Minister, he said this. He said, and I quote, "We are there for each other in times of difficulty. We lean on each other and we are strong." He said that about Canadians. I wonder where he is in that picture. Where is he? Where is he when Rodney Stafford needs to lean on someone for justice? Where is he when Rodney Stafford needs people to surround him and support him in his gravest need? Where's the Prime Minister? Where is he? Where is this government when there is an opportunity to take a stand for justice? Silent, absent, abdicating authority. This injustice saw an 8-year-old girl lose her life and a mom and dad forever robbed of their little girl. The Prime Minister and his government are trying to shirk responsibility and place blame elsewhere. But the fact of the matter is this, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has the ability to reverse this decision. This government has the ability to put McClintic back in the facility that she belongs. Now, Tori's father recently wrote to the Prime Minister and he said this. He said, "Not all issues are political. Some are moral." Now, the Liberals have accused us of being political, but I would ask them to heed the words of Rodney Stafford, this little girl's dad, because he will say to you, he has said to you, that not all issues are political. Some are just moral, and this is one of them. This is a moral issue. This is a moral issue. This is an issue of right and wrong. This is an issue where the Prime Minister has an opportunity to reverse a decision that never should have been made, but unfortunately was. He has the opportunity to do the right thing now, to do the moral thing. It is always right to do the right thing. It is always wrong to do the wrong thing. In fact, some acts are always wrong because they go against a fundamental or a basic human good that should never be compromised. Some of those things, I think we would all agree, include killing an innocent human being, torturing an innocent human being, raping an innocent human being. These things are just wrong, full stop. But this government, their moral compass appears to be broken. Unfortunately, they're not able to hear these things. Instead of standing with victims, they're more comfortable finding themselves on the side of criminals. For example, C-75 is a piece of legislation that this government just introduced, and it actually decreases the sentences for things like genocide, terrorism, forced marriage. In addition, they gave $10 million to Omar Khadr, a convicted terrorist. For Chris Garnier, who murdered a cop, an off-duty cop, they gave Chris Garnier veterans benefits for the PTSD that he acquired because of the murder. And now with McClintic, they're happy to see her go to a healing lodge where she's not held accountable for the crime she committed. Edmund Burke said that the only thing necessary for triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. Mr. Speaker, I am calling on this House today to do something. Do not allow evil to triumph. Do not allow this grave injustice to be committed against Tori and her family. This House has the opportunity to take a stand for righteousness, to do the right thing, to act morally, to stand with Rodney Stafford, and to reverse the placement of McClintic in a healing lodge. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on all Canadians to participate with us, to call their MP and to make their voices heard.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I personally am outraged in terms of what happened to Tori Stafford. My heart goes out to her family. This is something that is very tragic, and I think that all members of this House, you don't have to be a conservative to feel or express what it is that I just finished expressing. I think it's a legitimate feeling that members of all sides of this House have. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to recognize that the Conservatives had an opportunity to make some changes. We now have a minister that is committed to do that review, and that review will get done. But the Conservatives, with this, charged rhetoric, is trying to make it something out that's just not necessarily the case. The people that are listening to the debate need to realize that Stephen Harper is the one that authorized the transfer to a medium security prison. That was a Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. And now they cry wolf, Mr. Speaker. I care, and I think, and I'm disgusted by that crime too. I don't need to be lectured about how bad that crime was. I understand it, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is, why are they behaving in the manner in which they have, given their responsibility in what has taken place?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't even know that I have words. That response was so ignorant to the facts of this case, so ignorant to the grief that has been experienced by these parents. That response was incredibly selfish. It was incredibly politicized. It was incredibly, incredibly irresponsible. The fact that this government will not take responsibility for this action. My colleague from Nose Hill, she gave a remarkable speech, talking to Canadians about the fact that this government, the Liberal government, they like to shirk responsibility, and she went through a number of ways that they do that. And this is exactly one of them, to try to blame us. Mr. Speaker, we're standing here today and we're asking this government to do the right thing. We're wanting to do the right thing. We're wanting to call for justice for Tory. That is what we're doing here today. This government has a responsibility to do the same thing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
I apologize if my voice is a little scratchy today. I've been fighting a cold, but I want to commend my colleague from Lethbridge for her fine presentation. The point that I have a difficulty in understanding from the Liberal perspective, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that they keep pointing to the Public Safety Minister's commitment to do a review of the decision made and also a review of the policies of Corrections Service Canada. But until that review is completed, the government intends to do nothing. Mr. Speaker, I would think, and I would ask my colleague from Lethbridge to comment on this fact, that since Section 6 of the Criminal Code gives the minister the power to revoke a decision that has been made to transfer McClintic to a healing lodge, would it not be a simple thing to do if the government is truly sincere in their belief that policies need to be reviewed? Would it not just be a simple thing for the minister to stand up and say, I have given instructions to immediately take this prisoner from the healing lodge, put her back behind bars, pending a review of the Correctional Services Commission? That would satisfy both the public's outrage of this child murderer being in a healing lodge and also the government's position of doing a thorough review of the policies and practices of CSC. Does my colleague say that that would, at minimum, be a viable option for this government?
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, those members who find themselves on the side opposite, they like to use phrases, and I'll directly quote, "My heart goes out to her family," end quote. We just heard that from that side of the House. They like to use these phrases. My heart goes out, my heart goes out, my heart goes out. It's the start of a song, I suppose. But what we're calling for is action. What we're calling for is justice. And this government has the ability to do that. So while their heart might go out to this family, I wonder if they would dare to lift a pen and sign a piece of paper that is their legal right to do and get McClintic transferred back to a secure prison. I wonder if they would be willing to engage their heart with their hand and get to work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mount Royal. I'd like to start by saying that nothing that we say or do in this House will ever ease the pain of the family of Tory Stafford, the pain that they go through each and every day. As a mother, it is unimaginable to me what they have been through, and to Tory's dad, her family, friends, and all who knew her, I want to acknowledge your suffering and extend my sympathies for your loss. I'm going to turn my remarks now to the motion before us today. In our country, we rely on our courts to deliver sentences and the corrections system to supervise offenders, uphold public safety, and rehabilitate those in their care. We do not have a vigilante system in Canada. We do not allow public opinion or political rhetoric to determine the penalties dealt to individual offenders. And yet the opposition have been playing political games with our entire justice system this past week. Let's be clear. There's no doubt that this offender should be in prison, and there's no doubt that she remains in prison. The facts of this case are well known, and they shake us to the core. She was tried and sentenced to life without eligibility of parole for 25 years. She's been in the custody of Corrections Service Canada since her sentencing. And let me reiterate that she is still in prison. She continues to be supervised while incarcerated and will remain under supervision for the rest of her life. So let's get the facts straight. Mr. Speaker, neither the Prime Minister, the Minister of Public Safety, or this House has the ability to overturn the decision that is the subject of the opposition motion. To make the public believe that we do is irresponsible of the opposition, and I, for one, do not want to live in a country where our justice and correction system rely on political rhetoric and public opinion for their decision-making processes. Last week, I had the opportunity to hear from the new Commissioner for Corrections at the Public Safety Committee, where she stated several times that the Minister of Public Safety has asked her to review the circumstances surrounding this particular transfer decision, as well as the policies regarding transfers in general. She reiterated that she is moving forward with this review, and I look forward to its swift conclusion. Over the course of the last week, I've been disappointed by the level of debate in this place. Last Wednesday, as the gruesome details of the crime were read out onto the record, I looked at the children in the gallery and wondered if they would ever look at this place as some place that they would like to return to someday. I somehow doubt it. Even though the details were part of a court transcript, I don't believe it's necessary to read them out over and over and over again. We all agree that we are talking about a heinous crime, but I'm doubtful that rehashing these gruesome details before the House will achieve any constructive end. I want to applaud the member from Belleuil-Chambly, the NDP critic for public safety who sits on the committee with me, for his thoughtful comments and for raising the level of debate in this place on this motion. Both committees on which I sit, the Status of Women and Public Safety, tabled reports in June on the correction system, and in particular on Indigenous people in corrections. The Public Safety report was unanimous and called for additional funding for healing lodges. Members from all parties heard from witnesses and agreed that healing lodges are doing excellent work and should be expanded and supported. Conservative members of the committee agreed with us that they play an integral role in our correction system. The Status of Women Committee also recommended additional funding for healing lodges and heard extensive testimony on their benefits. How many on the opposition benches have actually visited a women's medium security institute or a healing lodge? I visited both, Mr. Speaker. I suspect most people, including those in this House, expect prison to look like what they see on television, perhaps the latest episode of Orange is the New Black. They might be surprised to see what a medium security institute like Grand Valley actually looks like. And let me be very clear, a healing lodge is still a secure corrections facility. Perhaps if it was called a Women's Indigenous Corrections Facility, we wouldn't even be having this debate today. It is not a spa, it is not a summer camp, and there are no luxury linens, as some on the other side of this House have portrayed it. You must follow the rules, and if you want to stay there. Yes, a healing lodge is different from what Canadians might expect a prison to look like, but these institutions are also very different in terms of outcomes for prisoners and, in turn, better for Canadians and for public safety in the long run. Claire Carefoot, Executive Director of the Buffalo Sage Wellness House, an Edmonton Healing Lodge, has 29 years' experience in corrections and appeared before the Public Safety Committee during our study. This weekend, she said, with regards to this case, and I quote, "It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card. We have the same supervision and restrictions they have in prison, only we're doing it in a healing way. They have to accept responsibility for their their offenses for their victims, and they have to accept responsibility for their own behavior, end quote. Our government knows that a correction system focused on accountability rather than simple retribution is better for corrections outcomes and therefore better for all Canadians' public safety. Mr. Speaker, we know that taking a rehabilitative approach is the best way to protect the public safety of Canadians. I think Canadians would agree that when someone leaves prison, we do not want them to commit a violent crime. It is not in the interest of public safety. As we know, regardless of the length of their sentence, the vast majority of those incarcerated in our system will be released from prison at some point. They may very well move into our neighbourhood. My question to you, Mr. Speaker, is this. What kind of person do we want released from prison at the end of their sentence, living next door to us? I feel strongly that regardless of our feelings towards individual cases, public safety is best served when we take steps to prevent violent recidivism. I've met and gotten to know many of the men and women who work in the corrections system, from the Commissioner and corrections investigator, regional managers, to the wardens, corrections officers, parole officers, Aboriginal liaison officers, program officers, nurses, and more. They are people who work incredibly hard with very little recognition, who develop programs and plans for offenders, and who work day in and day out in often challenging circumstances in an effort to rehabilitate those in our correction system. They are passionate about their work and often make a real difference in the lives of offenders so that they can become productive and healthy members of society upon their release, which in turn protects public safety. In the case before us, under the watch of the Conservative Public Safety Minister in 2014, the offender security classification was reduced to medium, and she was transferred to a medium security institute. She remains in a medium security institute today. What has changed, Mr. Speaker, is the political games being played out before us. It comes down to what we want our justice system to do. Is it solely for punishment? I suspect the Conservatives will say yes. But I believe there is more to it, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is essential that our system also does all within its power to rehabilitate the offender. Not because we prioritize the well-being of the offender over the victim, because we do not, but because we know it's in the best interest of Canadians and ultimately makes Canadians safer. Mr. Speaker, this case certainly tests our morality. It tests the core of our beliefs as Canadians. But I have faith in our Commissioner and the staff in corrections. I recognize there will be decisions made that we do not like, or ones, in fact, that we may find troubling. But I also recognize we must protect Canadians and ensure the highest standards of public safety are upheld. The Minister's mandate to the Commissioner acknowledged that Corrections Canada protects Canadian communities through appropriate custodial measures, effective rehabilitation, and safe reintegration of people serving a federal sentence. Our focus must be on the public safety of Canadians. I know that the Minister of Public Safety and this government are seized with this as well. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we all want to protect Canadians and ensure justice is served. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague just finished her speech by saying, and I quote, we all want to make sure that justice is served, end quote. So we're talking about McClintic, who murdered an 8-year-old girl on her way home from school one day by getting out of the car, going to this 8-year-old girl, offering to show her a puppy, and then abducting her, forcing her into the vehicle, taking her out into the middle of nowhere, where McClintic's boyfriend then raped this little girl, and then McClintic and her boyfriend together murdered this little girl, 8-year-old Tori. This is the situation that we're talking about today. When I listened to my colleague discuss this matter, she talks about it as if it was the robbery of a convenience store where an 18-year-old went in and stole a pack of sweethearts and then walked out. That is the picture that is depicted by the member opposite, as if this is not the heinous crime that it is. My question is this: if this member truly wants justice, which she said she does, then why will she not insist that her government the Prime Minister of Canada, and the Minister for Public Safety, why will this member not insist that they sign the papers to send McClintock back to a prison where there is proper security? Why is this member in defense of allowing this first-degree murderer to be in access to other children?
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quite offended that the member would in somehow way suggest that I do not find this crime, heinous crime. Young Tori, what happened to her was terrible. Having said that, she went to trial. She was sentenced to life in prison without eligibility for parole for 25 years. Mr. Speaker, our system in Canada has a court that delivers a sentence and a correction system that upholds that sentence, which is what is happening now. The offender is in prison. She is in an Indigenous corrections facility, which is secure. Justice is being served. It was served during the trial, and it is being served with the offenders being held in a secure corrections facility today.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for really clarifying the role between corrections facilities and institutes and the role of government. I visited the Women's Institute in Grand River myself and went inside and saw the treatments and the rehabilitation, but also the security of that system. The role that they play in providing professional care for communities outside the facility, as well as the people inside the facility, is a paramount part of our justice system. Our role as parliamentarians is to set the laws, legislation, the standards for them to follow and for them to execute on the laws that we institute here. Could the member maybe expand on the role that the Supreme Court and the courts and judicial system play compared to the parliamentary system, something that the previous government really mixed up a lot over a lot of times?
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his thoughtful question. And I think it's an important one. We in this House, we legislate, we create the laws. We leave it to the courts to hear the cases and deliver the sentences. In this case, this woman has been sent to prison for life without eligibility for parole for 25 years. I think it's important to recognize the separation between what we are able to do in this House. We are not able to, the Minister of Public Safety, nor should he be able to intervene on individual cases that are in corrections or in the justice system. That's why we have those systems in place, and I'm very respectful, and I take our responsibility of what we're doing here very seriously, but I think we need to respect that division between the various levels. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise today to discuss this issue. Mr. Speaker, over the 20 years that I served on City Council as a City Councillor and Mayor, I had on 2 occasions murders in our community. And one of the most difficult things was going to talk to the family of the person that had been murdered, trying to comfort them in an unspeakable time of horror, and trying to assure them that our justice system would work effectively for them. My heart goes out, like every member of this House's heart goes out, to the family of Tori Stafford, to her friends, to her entire community, because I know the entire community is affected when a horrible crime like this occurs. There is no party in this House and no person in this House that has a monopoly on virtue. Everyone in this House supports victims. Everyone in this House thinks that Terri Lynn McClintock committed a horrible crime and rightly deserved to be spending her life behind bars with no eligibility of parole for 25 years. I don't think there's any party in this House that disagrees. I also understand how the family of Tori Stafford could feel that the transfer of Terri Lynn McClintock to a healing lodge was not an appropriate location for her to be in. It's understandable. I can understand the sense of outrage that Canadians feel. This government is taking it seriously. We're looking at what policies need to be changed to potentially prevent this from happening. But what shouldn't happen is the House of Commons substituting itself for a court or the Correctional Services of Canada.
Hear, hear.
We live in a country where we have decided that no matter how unpopular you are, no matter how unpopular your group is, you're still entitled to the equal treatment under our laws. What's being argued here today is that there shouldn't be equal treatment under our laws. What's happening today is we're being told that the House of Commons and a minister should be pronouncing themselves on an individual case. That is not how our system works. If somebody is being sent to trial, should the House of Commons vote before their trial as to whether they should be convicted or not? Should the RCMP be dictated to by a minister to go investigate somebody? Do you want us to have our political enemies investigated through the RCMP? Because the law related to the RCMP is identical to the law with respect to Correctional Services Canada that is now being argued that the minister should be going in and telling people what to do. That's not appropriate. It's not the Canada that we're living in. It's really easy in a populist environment to score political points by talking about horrible criminals. And I understand that scores points, but that's not the system we live in. There could have been, I'd be very happy when you heckle me to talk directly to Mr. Stafford, because I feel his pain. And I agree that there's many things that could potentially be done. And if this opposition motion had not dealt individually telling us what to do in a specific case, but rather proposed actual policy changes, I might have been tempted to support it. For example, let's look at all the things that could have been looked at. Number one, are healing lodges appropriate? They were introduced in 1992 by a Conservative government. Thus far, committees of the House have found that they are appropriate, but perhaps it's a legitimate question. Should they be used? Number two, should non-Indigenous offenders be sent to Indigenous healing lodges? If there had been a motion saying that non-Indigenous offenders should not be eligible for the healing lodges, I may well have supported it. But that's not what this motion says. Number three, should medium security prisoners be transferred to healing lodges? Maybe they should only be for people that are not in medium security. Maybe only people who are close to release should be in those lodges. Had that been a legitimate policy option applied equally to all offenders and proposed in this Conservative Opposition Day motion, Mr. Speaker, I may have supported it. Should there have been a question as to whether or not first-degree murderers should be eligible to go to healing lodges, and there was a motion saying people convicted of first-degree murder or people who are child murderers should not be eligible to enter healing lodges as a policy, I may well have been tempted to support it. Should we have had a motion that said that people who are first-degree murderers are not eligible for 20 years into their sentence because they're not close to leaving and going back out into society to being eligible to go into healing lodges, perhaps I could have supported that as well. And I am telling you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm telling this House that I've already had a conversation with the minister, and I've given him my point of view, and I personally do support a policy that would say that first-degree murderers should not be eligible to ever go to healing lodges. Because I think we have heard the pain that has been caused in this one individual case, and maybe it's happened in other cases that we don't know about. Maybe it's been happening for years that first-degree murderers have been in healing lodges. Now that we're aware of that, the minister has rightly said, let's look at the policy. Let's look at all the policies surrounding this. But what cannot happen, Mr. Speaker, in our society is to take one unpopular person and have their sentence changed and not change policies so that every single person is equally treated, because in Canada, we have a right to equal treatment under the law. C'est très important.
It's very important, Mr. Speaker, that here in Canada, where we have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we have a Constitution, we have laws that apply equally to everyone all across the country.
Me is the core issue here. So let's get away again from looking at this as an individual case. Let's put on our framework, because that is the role of Parliament. The role of Parliament is not to legislate on individual cases and to say that one prisoner should be here, there, or anywhere. The role of Parliament is to legislate and to create rules of general application for everyone in this country. I do support the idea that first-degree murderers should not be eligible to go to healing lodges. I will continue to advocate for that within my caucus and within my party. And I would think that we would all be best served by looking at how these rules can be changed, not only to deal with this one individual, but to ensure that equal application under the law exists and that everyone is treated equally under the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague a question. He talked about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, said that everyone is equal in Canada. So I want him to explain to me why criminals are given so much more importance than victims. The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's inaccurate. Everyone in Canada has rights. Accused people have rights, and even people in prison have rights. One person does not have more rights than another. That's what we accepted, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I'm a Liberal, because we live in a country where we have a charter that protects everyone, even if the majority doesn't always like the minority. All political parties in Canada accepted the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So I'm a bit stunned to hear my colleagues say, well, why does our charter exist? It's essential for me as a Canadian.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess what troubled me about the speech that the member just gave was he talked about we're wanting laws, based on one case. What we have clearly said from the beginning is sometimes you recognize an injustice from one case and you need to take action. And that has been done frequently in the past when something happens that shows our system is clearly unjust. And often it's through an example as horrific as the Tory Stafford case. It is the government's job to change the policies and take action to make sure that it's fixed. He is going all around the bush, but what he's not recognizing is as legislators and as the government, they clearly have the ability and responsibility to recognize that this is not just a bad practice, this is a horrific event with a horrific outcome, and to take action. So why are they so reluctant just to acknowledge their need to take action?
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In some ways, I'm in violent agreement with the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, who I greatly respect. I agree that this was a horrible crime. This is a horrible criminal, and it seems completely wrong that she's in this facility. And I do think the minister has taken steps to say we have to review this policy. We just can't take a policy and apply it only to one woman. We have to, as she said, we have to look at this is an example of a policy that's gone wrong, and that's why, as the member heard in my speech, Mr. Speaker, I stated that my proposal would be that people convicted of first-degree murder are not eligible to go to these lodges, and I hope that the minister will listen to me. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for talking about the role that parliamentarians play in this process. I heard the member from Calgary-Nose Hill inciting people to phone their MP as if it was almost a punishment for us to have to speak to our constituents. I'm thinking that how we develop policy comes from our constituents calling us, giving us ideas, allowing us to take them into Parliament and into committees. And from there we develop policy, not based on what one company is doing or what one person is doing, but what's fair for all companies and what's fair for all Canadians. So policy has to apply equally, which is a point that you made during your speech. The interaction with our constituents is an important part of our policy development. Could you tell us a little bit more about how we value the input from our constituents?
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all value the input from our constituents. I think it's absolutely essential, and I think it is true that there is a horror across Canada about the fact that this murderer isn't a healing lodge. I don't dispute that whatsoever. I don't need to be called to be told that. And I would mention, Mr. Speaker, through you to my friend from Calgary Nose Hill, I'm not using speaking notes, and I didn't use any speaking notes in this speech. This is from my heart. I support a change in policy so that this will not happen again, but I don't support individual application and making one case the example that we use. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Alors, la députée.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Well, good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my speaking time with the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to highlight the following. My father was a prison director, and my mother was a prison guard. I can't tell you how many times they told me that in Canada, victims don't have rights. First of all, I think it's really sad. I mean, I really don't have the words to express this, but it's sad to have to speak today to make the Liberal government realize that this situation that we've been calling out for 2 weeks will not be solved. We're talking about the murder of an 8-year-old child. It's inconceivable that in Canada, in 2018, we still need to fight to have victims' rights recognized above those of criminals, particularly criminals like Ms. McClintock. The issue of victims' rights clearly isn't adequately addressed on the other side of the House. We will always defend victims, we always have, and we will continue to do so. Earlier, my Liberal colleague across the way was talking about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Well, in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, there are 23 sections protecting the rights of criminals, not a single one for victims. That is why the Victims' Rights Charter, was created under the Conservatives, so that victims of criminal acts would finally have a voice and have rights. It seems to me that the situation is very clear. Ms. McClintock was found guilty of first-degree murder because she heinously killed Tori Stafford, who was only 8 years old, who had her whole life in front of her, and who was the sunshine of her parents' lives. In 2009, she received a lifetime sentence with no possibility of parole for 25 years. I think that's clear as well. After a trial, a sentence for 25 years in prison is not just a suggestion. It's a sentence that needs to be respected. She was found guilty by her peers. This is a proportional sentence for the crime that she committed. Tori's parents are the ones who have suffered the real-life sentence, and theirs will last much longer than 25 years. So how can a criminal who did this heinous thing and who has had a lot of issues even within prison walls, how can she be transferred so quickly to a healing lodge where she can apparently be healed of her bad behavior? This is offensive to the victims and the parents of the victim. This is an outrage. How can Canadians trust our system, our justice system, at this point? Ms. McClintock's transfer also shows a total lack of respect for Tori and her parents. And it's unacceptable that they were not given advanced warning of the transfer. They should have been informed in advance. We unanimously voted for the Victims' Charter, and it says clearly in the Victims' Charter that when there is a transfer, the victims or the family of the victim need to be called before anything happens. But that didn't happen. Since the Liberal government still doesn't seem to understand that the Canadian Victims' Rights Charter has a power beyond the Constitution, that it actually really needs to be applied and respected. This important charter is based on 4 fundamental pillars. The first pillar is the right to information. This means that Tori's parents need to be informed of the transfer of the criminal who ruined their lives. Now, once again, the victims' rights were ignored, and no one on the other side of the House seems to be outraged by that. As parliamentarians in this place, we don't want to put Ms. McClintock back on trial. We don't want to use our right to speak here to make political hay, as the Liberals are claiming. What we want is to give a voice to the victims, give a voice to real justice, and give a voice to a child who was killed who died far too early. And when her murderer is in a location where she should not be, she should be serving her sentence behind bars, not in a facility that has no fence and where there are children present. This very bad decision is making Tori's family experience this tragedy all over again, and nobody on the other side seems to care. And that's what hurts me the most, because if you're the parent of a child, I mean, I have 2 grown girls myself and a grandson. I would never want anyone who hurt them to have to deal with me, because I can tell you that would be a problem. This is making them relive this whole terrible experience. But it's clear here that it's more difficult to take action than to speak about it. Correctional Services Canada should apologize to the family, and so should the Government of Canada. Clearly, the criminal can turn to the ombudsman, because there is an ombudsman for criminals, and she can have her rights validated that way. The ombudsman is independent from the Minister of Public Safety, and of course, the Tori's family can turn to the new victims ombudsman. But that ombudsman is not independent of the Department of Justice and has not been given the same status as the other ombudsman.
Yes, it's true. All of the Liberals voted against my bill C-343 to make the victims ombudsman, to put it on the same footing as the offenders ombudsman. So it's not surprising that we are here today fighting yet again for victims' rights. It is very sad that we are forced to do what we are doing today, and it directly goes to the credibility of Canada's correctional system. It is impossible to defend the transfer of an offender to a healing lodge, an offender who committed unspeakably criminal acts on a vulnerable victim. We cannot stand silent. To re-victimize a family which has been broken, to accept that the father of young Tori, who wrote a letter to the Prime Minister on his Facebook page to get the Prime Minister to shoulder his responsibilities to put a stop to this transfer. This kind of thing should never happen again. It should not have happened in the case of Tory or anyone else who is the victim of such an unspeakable criminal act. We're not talking about a less significant crime. We're talking about first-degree murder. As far as I'm concerned, this situation should never have happened, and we demand an explanation from the government. We demand a review of the transfer, and we are asking why the transfer is happening at all. In conclusion, there is still a great deal of work to be done to defend victims of criminal acts in the interest of this kind of situation never happening again. The Liberals have done nothing to defend victims' rights since they were elected. I wish I could say the opposite, but I can't. Even worse, they are backing down. But we on this side of the House will never back down in the face of such injustice as in the case of Tory. We also know that Canadians are disgusted with this injustice which is being revisited on Tory's family, and if we are not doing everything in our power to correct the situation, who will do it? It is our duty to defend victims. It is our duty to decry injustice in this country and to point out to flaws in our legal system. What happened is shocking to all Canadians. But this government, and that's why this government is still losing any credibility it has left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think one thing that has come out in the debate today is the fact that the father of the victim knew about the transfer was because of the Victims' Bill of Rights that, you know, our government in the last Parliament introduced, and is actually creating, you know, important support for the victims, which has always certainly been the focus of Conservatives. I know my colleague alluded to this particular piece of legislation, and I wonder if she could reflect on, you know, how different it is when, you know, as a government, we were introducing things like the Victims' Bill of Rights and making sure that, you know, convicted murderers like Clifford Olson didn't get old age security and dealt with it immediately, dealt with the issue immediately, as opposed to what we see from the Liberals, who we now actually have, I don't know how long it takes for them to do these reports and studies and look at policies, but I can tell you in a business world, it would be reported and announced in about 24 to 48 hours. So if she could reflect on those sorts of issues, it would be helpful.
The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, under the Victims' Rights Charter, victims have received a voice. They can make their voice heard, and this voice is supposed to protect them. Unfortunately, the government, I believe, has not even taken the time to read this Victims' Rights Charter, which received royal assent in 2015. Mr. Speaker, in the course of debates like this one, and I have to admit I'm feeling rather emotional, I can't understand that in 2018 in Canada, we would rather defend blindly the rights of criminals. Yes, I know, criminals, offenders have rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But victims today are supposed to be protected. But on the other side of the House, it seems that they never mention victims or their rights. They never allude to victims who are suffering in silence, yet and we on this side will always be the voice of victims.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week we saw a Prime Minister and Cabinet that hid behind process like cowards and refused to address what I believe to be a miscarriage of justice. As I've said many times in this place, it is and should be the top priority of this House to put the protection of all Canadians ahead of any political gain. and this mantra seems to have fallen on deaf Liberal ears. Leaders are to be guided by vision and principles, taking ownership of their problems. We saw no such leadership, no principles, and no ownership on this issue by the current government. Canadians are taking note, Mr. Speaker, and their confidence in this government to establish and maintain justice, among many other things, continues to diminish. Canadians need confidence in our justice system, confidence that victims are protected, that criminals come to justice, and that communities are safe. For 35 years, I worked alongside brave men and women in policing and many others in the justice system who lived the leadership, who lived the principles and the ownership of our system. We sought justice for victims and the community at large. Sadly, I saw many victims who deserved far better than what the justice system offered at the time. It was therefore exciting to participate as Canada's justice system slowly began to understand and embrace the once forgotten victims of crime, to finally stand up for the full principles of justice. I and thousands of Canadians like me served or are serving our communities because we believe Canada needs a justice system that is not just focused on the offender to ensure they receive justice, but also on victims. We believe in a system of justice that is fair, reasonable, and impartially serves all Canadians. However, Mr. Speaker, that is not what has happened in this case. Last week, not a single member of the Liberal Government Caucus stood up for justice, stood up for victims, or had the courage to show leadership. It has shaken the faith of all Canadians in our justice system. A child murderer being placed in what is really a minimum security correctional facility, a healing lodge, that increases the potential of putting others at risk yet again, and for no reason. This type of facility is designed to assist offenders reintegrate back into their communities near the end of their term of incarceration, not when they have nearly 17 years left to serve before even being eligible for parole. And not a single Liberal, from the Prime Minister through Cabinet to the backbench, stood up to demand action. I do applaud my new Conservative colleague, the member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, for having the courage to no longer tolerate this Liberals' lack of leadership on the tough issues and their inability to properly govern and stand with us in the opposition. I'm not here to exploit the tragedy that befell the Stratford family. That would be an insult to their suffering. But let's be clear, they are suffering, needlessly re-victimized by this decision. I will not dwell on the details of her death, but those details are seared in our collective memory like a scar that will not heal. And that's the way it should be. As a society, no matter our party ideologies, we can all agree that our children, innocent, vulnerable, and trusting, are to be cherished and protected. Surely, no matter how and what your political loyalty lies, you cannot believe that a killer of a child should be placed in a minimum security prison to walk among non-violent offenders living with their children. There is no justice in such a decision. This is, by any measure, an outrage. This is, by any measure, gross negligence. And again, by any measure, a miscarriage of justice. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you as someone who gave years defending and upholding justice and demand the government act today to restore my faith and that of all Canadians. Their announced response, unbelievably weak as it is, amounts to ignoring communities, victims, and the family impacted. But let's be clear. The minister has the ability to act, just as past governments, Liberal and Conservative governments, have acted when the system has failed. A current Liberal cabinet minister acted when a cop killer was transferred to Club Fed, a minimum security prison in BC. And guess what? Correctional Services Canada reversed that decision at his, as the Liberal cabinet minister directed them to. Conservative ministers also acted when Correctional Services Canada made decisions that failed Canadians and negatively impacted public confidence, and those decisions were reversed. So this case should also receive an immediate similar response. But this Trudeau government is less concerned with upholding justice and seems more concerned about the feelings of unrepentant and manipulative killers. I'm not interested in pre-written responses from the political aides behind the curtains. I don't want anyone hiding behind bureaucratic reasoning. There are higher order laws, laws upon which this country was founded, being violated by this government. Someone at the highest level must stand up and take responsibility for this egregious situation. Admittedly, I'm a former police officer, not a powerful orator, but today I wish my gift were standing up and speaking so that others would listen. We need to come together and reverse the added trauma revisited upon a family who's been through far too much already. We can't bring young Tori back, and we can't erase her final hours. If we could, everyone in this House would do just that. So let's stop the games. Let's restore what justice we can do for Tori's family. Any moral person in this House could agree with that, and as it is, it's cold comfort, Mr. Speaker. Surely we can all agree that having their wound reopened is equivalent to unnecessary anguish and suffering. Surely we can get this fixed before Mr. Stafford has to come to Parliament Hill and demand it. No victim or their family should ever have to protest to see justice served. But that is what the Liberal government and their spineless leader are asking. Surely we can all agree that a family that has lost everything need not lose their faith that there will be justice for their daughter's killer. Canadians must be protected, and the most evil among us, from the most evil among us. And as Canadians, we deserve nothing less. Consider for a moment the women and their children living in this healing lodge. And now, this Liberal government is traumatizing these women all over again by putting a child killer in their midst. Will the hypocrisy never end, Mr. Speaker? Stop and think about the situation and tell me who wins here? Who's benefiting from this very offensive situation? The only person I can think of that's winning is Tara Lynn McClintock. And at whose expense is she benefiting? At the expense of Tori Stafford's family? At the expense of the entire community of Stratford, Ontario? At the expense, quite frankly, of every Canadian who believes and expects, as I do, that justice in this country will be served. Surely, Mr. Speaker, that is far too high a price to pay. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the great speech that he gave. And I know that he has had in-depth life experience with our justice system, and he brings that wealth of knowledge to this place. And I'd like to thank him for his service. I do believe he was a police officer for 25 years, maybe even longer, and served the community of Medicine Hat very well there as well. And Mr. Speaker, we're here today discussing the particular case and the particular movement of a prisoner from a medium security facility with barbed wire and bars and gates and things like that to a place that doesn't have those things. And so I know that the member mentioned it extensively. I'm just wondering what has been the reaction in his riding, and has he received any correspondence on this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think it's important for the public to appreciate that although the government has played with words on the use of minimum security because the Healing Lodge, or medium security, because the Healing Lodge is classified as a medium minimum security facility. But it is not a medium security facility in its truest sense, as was mentioned. You won't find the ability for inmates to interact in a regular prison like they do in the Healing Lodge. You'll find that their movements are restricted in a medium security prison because they aren't they're not safe to be in the general public. And so the reaction in my community has been loud and it's been consistent, and that is disbelief, frustration, disappointment in a system that they trust, and they believe that as government there should be little in the way of foot dragging on this issue, and it's easy to resolve, and that can be resolved quite simply by a decision of the Prime Minister, a decision of the Minister of Public Safety to direct Correctional Services Canada to reverse its decision and move Ms. McClintock back to the medium security prison where she was and where she needs to be. And so my constituents have been very consistent on this, and I've received information from other Canadians as well who believe the same thing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech today. And I think we can all agree that a lot of what's been said, we understand the reason it's been said. But in an answer just now, he said that a healing lodge is not a medium security facility by its nature. So is he now abdicating as well that we change the healing lodge designation from medium to minimum security, and anyone that's there considered medium now be put back into the regular so-called gates, razor wire, chains, whatever? Is that what he's advocating for as well when it comes to the healing lodges? Because they were supported by the former government. The program was expanded by the former government as a healing lodge being designated a medium security facility.
Well, member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for the question. What I'd like to see is healing lodges used in the manner in which they were designed to be used for, and that is to allow for a reintegration of offenders who are nearing the completion of their term of incarceration, to have that transition back to community eased in, to allow them to integrate in a way that will allow them to be successful. Healing lodges were never designed for prisoners who are a risk to community, who have spent less than half of their time before eligible for parole in these facilities. And there are minimum security prisons who are facilities that have a multitude of different prisoners in their walls that don't pose a threat to public safety other than to finish their sentence, their debt to society for the crime they committed. In this case, this individual has not demonstrated, and there's no evidence to suggest that she is ready to serve in this capacity. She's still got 17 plus years before she's even eligible for parole. And why would we want to even place her in a facility where reintegration isn't even an option for that many years?
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying I'll be sharing my time with the member for Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on the issue of the transfer of an offender from one institution to another by Correctional Services of Canada. And the issue of this transfer have raised feelings of indignation among Canadians and the media, as well as the family of the victim, and they have expressed skepticism. Our government has heard the criticism and is aware of the concerns raised by the people affected, especially the victim's family. Mr. Speaker, that's why the Minister of Public Safety asked the Commissioner of Correctional Services Canada last week to conduct an in-depth review of the transfer. Two senior officials from the service, as well as an eminent member of the Indigenous community, who will conduct the review, the objective of which will be to determine if the decision relating to the transfer in question was made in compliance with policies and procedures in force at Correctional Services of Canada. This review will also pinpoint changes to policy as required. Mr. Speaker, our government acknowledges the impact that this can have, decisions like this can have on families and victims. We also acknowledge the importance of enabling professionals at CSC to do their work without interference, to carry out and fulfill their mandate to keep communities safe, using the appropriate measures, and by focusing on efficient rehabilitation and reintegration. Mr. Speaker, our government was elected 3 years ago on a platform where we promised to take a thoughtful, evidence-based approach to governing. Mr. Speaker, as part of this approach, we believe that we must entrust the professionals at Correctional Service with the responsibility for making decisions as they are in the best position to make them. Our government, Mr. Speaker, has undertaken to conduct a review to ensure that the transfer of the offender was in accordance with policies and procedures in place at Correctional Services. Since this is an emotionally charged issue and there is a lot of misinformation surrounding it, I'd like to take the time that I have remaining today to set the record straight about the Healing Lodge in question. The Okinawa-Ochi Healing Lodge is in an isolated region on the Nikanit First Nation, some 32 kilometers from Maple Creek, Saskatchewan. The Healing Lodge opened in 1995 as a facility with multiple security levels managed by Correctional Services. No offenders have escaped over the past decade. As is the case with all CSC facilities, passive and active security measures are in place to ensure the safety of staff, offenders, and the general public. Cameras are strategically placed within the facility and on the grounds. Images are monitored at all times by security staff. What's more, staff can use discrete and other measures, regular searches, ion mobility spectrometers, and urine analysis, among other measures. These searches in this Healing Lodge are in place, and staff regularly conducts searches of the facility. They are also patrols and counting of offenders during the day and at night. The facility is also equipped with alarms to inform staff when an offender leaves a unit outside of regular hours. There is an interdisciplinary team of professionals on site, and they monitor any change in behavior by the offenders, which is subsequently managed accordingly. Representatives of CSC conduct ongoing assessments of offenders' behavior and request transfers in the event that the person is impossible to manage within the Healing Lodge. Transfers are an important part of CSC's capacity to manage federal inmates and an important tool for carrying out CSC's mandate, which ensures providing reintegration and rehabilitation. I want to reiterate once again that CSC regularly assesses the risks that offenders represent in order to assign them the appropriate security classification. Mr. Speaker, our government has asked CSC to review this matter, and we will ensure that laws and policies have been complied with throughout the process. The government wants to ensure that there is an ongoing reassessment culture to ensure that policies and practices are based on fact and take into account evolving situations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the remarks made by my colleague opposite, and I appreciate his experience. And we don't want to get involved into issues that will sidetrack us from the issue, which is seeking the common good on this issue. Now, that is the subject of my question. Now, I understand the explanations from the departmental minister, or rather member. Maybe one day, he's got a year left, perhaps he will become a minister one day. But at any rate, let's talk about the reality and the facts. The legislation needs to ensure that the officials do need to conduct an assessment on the offender. But the Act also gives authority to the minister to take action. And in this case, all Canadians acknowledge that the situation is horrible. There was a heinous crime committed, and that common sense, in the opinion of Canadians, must prevail. And that requires the minister to take action to use that common sense. Why will the member not encourage his minister to take action? I think that common sense would enable the minister to correct the mistake that he made by referring to bad practices. He could simply put that person back behind bars. The Honourable Member for Montarville. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for taking the time to mention the very delicate emotional nature of this file and to seek a common sense approach, which sometimes gets lost through interpretations that aren't based on the way our system works. Now, I understand my colleague's question, and in order to respond to it, to meet the objectives that we are seeking, we have placed the matter in the hands of the experts in the field, people who deal with this issue on a daily basis, an elder and senior officials who understand the emotional side, the cultural component, and the fact that we live under the rule of law. And it's as part of that review, which will enable us to see how the decision was made, and if it wasn't made according to rules and procedures, to make the necessary changes.
For Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my colleague across the way. And I think all of us, we recognize a few things. A terrible, atrocious crime took place here. But we also recognize something else, and that is we have very good public servants and very good bureaucrats. We also recognize that, there are on occasion times where the general public responds to a decision that was made and they said it's unacceptable. And for that reason, we have Section 6.1 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which gives the minister the authority to intervene in a time like that. And I've listened to the Liberal Party across the way today, and it's almost as if Parliament is out of their realm if they should ever question a decision by anyone in our bureaucracy. And so I guess I would ask the member if he believes there is ever a place in which a minister should do it. We know that the Agriculture Minister, our present-day Agriculture Minister in the Liberal Party, when he was Minister of Public Safety, intervened in one case. But does this member believe that there ever should be a case where a minister should step in and intervene? And if it's not in this case, then which case?
The Honourable Member for Montarville.
The member for his question. I think he partly answered the question, mentioning that we do have maybe the best public servant and specialist, at least to deal with this case. And this is exactly why we leave these person take care of this file. There are always temptation to get politics in the way. In this case, because of the multi-dimension related to this case, I think we need people on the ground who knows their business to properly advise the minister, which took the right decision, put the decision in the hand of those who know their case best.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important debate. I, like others before me, want to express my personal sympathy for the family of Tori Stafford, and it must be very difficult for them to actually listen to this debate and what's gone on before, because in some respects it is a reliving of what is every parent's most horrific nightmare. The government understands the concerns that Canadians have come with respect to ensuring the safety in our community and we want to assure Canadians on all sides of this debate that the protection of society is the paramount consideration for our government, and that public safety is at the forefront of all decisions regarding the classification and transfer of offenders. The Correctional Service of Canada is recognized as a leader in international corrections community and has a long-standing history of cooperating with national and international partners in the stabilization and reconstruction of foreign criminal justice systems. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not only a nationally recognized system as a good system, but it's an internationally recognized good system. The Corrections Service of Canada regularly assesses all the risks presented by all offenders to ensure that they are placed in the appropriate location. Mr. Speaker, the various considerations that take place are actually codified under criteria for the selection of the penitentiary. The service shall take all reasonable steps to ensure that the penitentiary in which the person is confined provides them with an environment that contains only the necessary restrictions, taking into account the degree and kind of custody and control for 1, the safety of the public, 2, the safety of the person and other persons in the penitentiary, 3, the security of the penitentiary, and it goes on with several other criteria. And those are the criteria that Corrections Canada gives to the consideration with respect to anybody who is coming into the facility and has to be classified as maximum, medium, or minimum, and then their ongoing time in the facility, again, whether there's a reclassification that's going to happen, or after that, whether there's a transfer to be had to another institution. So Canadians need to keep in mind that these are not willy-nilly classifications, that there are actually guidelines and policies that go with the consideration that goes behind the transfer of a prisoner or the classification of a prisoner. Immediately after sentencing, CSC officials begin a comprehensive assessment policy to identify immediate security needs and critical concerns in accordance with the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. The critical factors taken into consideration determine the security level and placement of an offender, which includes institutional adjustment, escape and risk to public safety. Furthermore, the custody rating scale, an actuarial tool, is also used to assist in assigning the most appropriate initial security classification for the penitentiary placement of an offender. The Aboriginal social history must also be taken into consideration during all risk assessments. And based upon the entire risk assessment, there is a placement decision made by the CSE. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, I have at this point conveyed to you and to others that this is a very rigorous process, both the classification of the individual maximum, minimum, medium, and also the facility to which the person will be put into. But our Conservatives, and based upon their motion today, want to just simply have the minister intervene and, in effect, toss that entire decision so that the minister can be put in a position to make what is essentially a political decision. The Conservative motion asks the minister to ignore the evidence that supports the transfer to the institution and substitute his decision based upon a set of facts which everyone in this room agrees are egregious to the extreme. There is a review process, Mr. Speaker, that has been triggered by the collective outrage, and I say that collective on both sides of the aisle. The Commissioner came before the Committee on Public Safety last week, and she was originally scheduled to talk about her mandate, but this set of facts, in effect, overwhelmed her appearance there. And under repetitive questioning, and I would say even occasionally aggressive questioning by the Conservatives, she said at the end of her testimony, "I just want to be clear. This was a tragedy that changed many lives forever. I've been asked to do a review. I am committed to doing a review of the case." And that, Mr. Speaker, is the proper procedure. If, in fact, the minister is faced with what we collectively agree is an egregious set of facts and causes questions among parliamentarians and Canadians, then he just doesn't simply automatically say, "Well, I don't like that decision, we're going to change it." He asks the Commissioner to review the file and see that proper practices were followed. And he's asked the Commissioner to do just that. And she repeated that, Mr. Speaker, over and over and over again. And yet the members from the Conservative Party were not satisfied with that answer. They simply wanted an arbitrary decision to be made by the minister at that point. So, in fact, they want the minister to make a decision that is a unilateral and, how should we say, fact-free process, because the minister could not undertake the process that I've outlined here, and doing exactly that. And then they're asking the minister to do exactly what they wouldn't do while in government. So the minister can't tell the Commissioner of CSC how to manage individual offenders, just as he can't tell the Commissioner of the RCMP who to arrest. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? But my friend, the member from Bellechasse-les-Chemises-Lévis, when he was the public safety minister, saying, "I do not control the security classification of individual prisoners." And in 2014, he was right. Now, in 2018, on the opposite side of the aisle, he wishes us to do exactly what his advice to the rest of us was the last 2 years ago, or 4 years ago. This may be, quote, "This may be an unpopular voice, but I'm concerned with politicians being the ones who decide how a particular offender may be treated." That, Mr. Speaker, was said by someone in Mr. Harper's office. Not only is it unwise to micromanage offenders, it is also illegal. No minister can tell a commissioner how to manage individual offenders any more than tell the RCMP who to arrest. There is a wall between the commissioner and the minister, and it is a wall that's founded on good logic, good law, common sense. The minister makes the policy and the commissioner executes the policy. So, Mr. Speaker, I actually could have been more persuaded to support the motion had it not been framed in the lexicon of make a decision now, we don't care what the decision is, but make the decision now. Reverse the decision of the commissioner. Had it been framed in the context of these are an egregious set of facts, please review it, send a review to the commissioner and have the commissioner review the facts to see that policies are followed. And if the facts and other cases lead you to making a change of policy, then so do it, so be it. That should be the way in which proper law, proper policies are followed. So unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to support this motion. I wish the phrasing of the motion was a little bit more thoughtful, but we have what we have, so I thank you for your time and your attention.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today we have continually heard the same from the Liberals in almost every speech. And what they're not recognizing is that they are the government. They have the executive branch. And sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes our system gets it wrong. But when you are government, you have a responsibility to make things right. And so they're sort of surrounding it with all sorts of words and things about process. This is something that's wrong. What we're simply saying is in the past, when this type of issue has been identified, governments have acted, they've had the ability to act, they act in a responsive way. And it's not on making it for one person, it is about changing the rules so that this situation doesn't happen again, because it wouldn't be good enough to change it for one person. You need to change it so that the next time something so horrific happens, it is changed permanently. This is simple, it is logical, and they seem to keep abdicating their responsibility as a government to do what the right thing is right now.
Full member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is doing the exact right thing in accordance with the rules, the policy, and the law as it's presently set out. The minister has asked for a review of the file. That's what's happening. There is a review of the file. If the decision is changed, well, that will be a decision that's changed. If, however, the decision is not changed, it may inform future policy. There may be an argument to be made that future policy may change according to this set of facts, but additional set of facts which may be that are not present in our debate today. So this is the process. The process is as important as the decision itself. And while the Conservative members were in government, this is the process they followed. They could make policy decisions, but they did not intervene on specific files, and properly so, Mr. Speaker. Ministers should not micromanage this kind of file. And may I just, while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, the person I referred to in Prime Minister Harper's office was Benjamin Perrin.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would take some issue with my colleague's characterization of what he just said about a government's responsibility. He had said in this place that the previous Conservative government and now his own government has no right, procedurally or process-driven, to intervene. Well, of course we do, Mr. Speaker. That's what governments are for. If a bureaucracy or a member of the bureaucracy makes a mistake or, in fact, is deemed to have made a mistake, the government has not only an obligation but a responsibility to intervene. We don't do so lightly. No government does. But in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, I think it is so patently obvious to anyone who's paying even a modicum of attention to this case that a wrong has been given. A right needs to address the situation. So there's a responsibility. This government fails to see that. All that this government needs to have done was to stand up and say, we will immediately transfer McClintic back to a maximum or a medium maximum facility with bars. And then we will do a proper review. That's all they needed to do. But to sit there or to stand in his place and to say, we're powerless, we can't make this decision because it would be interfering with Correctional Services Canada. That's absolutely an abdication of the responsibility of any government, and that member knows it.
For Scarborough-Guildwood.
Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker, and I feel badly that I'm having to repeat myself, but Mr. Speaker, there is a process. The government has initiated the process. That is the responsible thing to do. That is the responsible thing to do by all governments. And when they were on this side, that's exactly what they did. The minister has initiated a review of this particular case. You can't just go around making willy-nilly decisions. My analogy, my honourable friend is from Saskatchewan. He knows Regina very well, and he knows the police college there, the RCMP Police College. The minister does not tell the police who to arrest. The minister does not run the RCMP other than from the policy standpoint and from the standpoint of budgeting. It is wrong. It would be wrong for a minister to say to the RCMP, you must arrest this person. You must try this particular person. That would be an intervention that no right-thinking Canadian would tolerate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, in truth, I can't believe that I have to give a speech on the topic today, because to me this just seems to be something so clearly of common sense that one would not have to have a debate of an entire day convincing the government of the right thing to do. But here we are in any event, Mr. Speaker. When a government cares for its people and problems that the people are having are brought to the government, it is the duty of the government to act. And in every day, in every way, as members of Parliament in our offices, we do that. And there are many times when people come to us with questions and problems that are seemingly insurmountable, that we don't have the answers to, or very difficult, or may not be exactly on the policy point that makes sense, but still we try, and we commiserate, and we tell them that we will do our best job to fix this problem. And in all of the comments that I've heard from either the Prime Minister or the Minister of Public Safety, not once have I heard the sentiment that they will fix this problem. They will look into the problem. They will look at the process around the problem. But never have they said that it needs to be fixed. And that's why we're here today as Conservatives, because we recognize this as a real problem. There are two parts to the issue that I'm going to discuss today. The first one is we need to right the wrong that has occurred. And the second one is that we have to make sure that this simply doesn't happen again. Unfortunately, I do believe that I have to start by talking about righting the wrong by actually proving that there is a wrong that has happened. Because a lot of the commentary from the opposite, from the government side of the bench, alludes to the fact that nothing wrong happened here. Either there was a change made in classification a number of years ago, therefore there's no wrong here, or there really is no comparison between the two institutions, so there's no really wrong here. But the reality is this, and this is what constituents know, and this is what constituents are talking about. The fact that Terry Lynn McClintic pled guilty to first-degree murder. She was charged and sentenced to 25 years in jail, and she has served 8 years of that sentence. And 9 months ago, Ms. McClintic was transferred from an institution called Grand Valley to a healing lodge in Saskatchewan. And one of the salient points of concern for our party and the opposition is the fact that there are children present in the healing lodge in Saskatchewan, and Terry Lynn McClintic is serving a sentence for first-degree murder of an 8-year-old. And we do believe that that is, in fact, a salient point to take into consideration when determining where a prisoner is going to be facilitated. The minister hangs his defense of his no action on two things. He said, as I mentioned earlier, that her classification has not changed. In 2014, she was deemed medium security, and today she is deemed medium security. He also says that he simply doesn't have the power to do what the opposition is asking him to do. I disagree with both aspects, and in fact, on the first point of classification, I do believe that's a red herring. You know, Mr. Speaker, when governments are faced with difficult issues, to manage the issue, you can take one of a couple of paths. You can first try to blame it on the opposition for something that they've done in the past. Secondly, you can say that you're going to do a review. And the third one is you can take some action. Now, we have seen the first part of that trilogy, which is the government rose in the House, the Prime Minister rose in the House to answer the question by indicating that the Conservatives changed the classification. Why didn't you say something then? Well, I disagree. And if one were to even do a cursory search on the internet, you would be able to take a look at the difference between the Grand Valley institution and the Healing Lodge that is in Saskatchewan. And I did spend some time taking a look at the differences between the two, especially because I am concerned about children being in open areas in the Healing Lodge. And what I discovered, Mr. Speaker, is contrary to something that the minister said in the House a couple of days ago, while there are children in the Grand Valley institution, they're separated from the medium security prisoners by a fence. The minimum security aspect of that institution, where they do have their mother's program, is completely and utterly separated and segregated from where Terry Lynn McClintic would have lived. That is an important point, and one that you would not have heard from this minister, because as a deflection, he would preferably say, well, you know, it's the same institution. It's not about classification. It is completely about the choice of the institution, and the Healing Lodge is simply inappropriate given the gravity and the substance of the offence and the guilty sentence of Terry Lynn McClintock. The second aspect of the minister's argument is that he doesn't have the power. I was blessed and honored to serve as a minister in a previous government, and as such I know of situations that come up wherein the department will advise you, Minister, I'm sorry, you don't have the power to do this, you don't have policy cover, you can't take it in that direction. And the minister has a choice at that point in time. You can accept the advice and let things go the way they're going, or you can choose to find a path. And what we're asking this minister to do is just choose to find a different path, because luckily enough, in statutory interpretation, one can always find a way around what seems to be a path that is blocked. So I looked, Mr. Speaker, at the other pieces of information that I can look to determine whether or not the minister has the power. So if I were arguing on the other side, imagine if you were sitting in a minister's boardroom, legal has come in, presented a memo. The memo indicates that there's a medium to high risk of the minister being sued or the institution being sued should you take action in this matter. In the consideration of that memo, Mr. Speaker, what happens is you actually have a discussion about the content of the memo, and you determine which is the better path to take based oftentimes upon risk. So if the memo were to come into me and I was told that, well, Minister, you don't have the power to do that, I would first question whether or not that is true, and I would have a serious conversation about the risk levels and what would the risk be. Well, Minister, you would have a lawsuit against you. Well, who would be bringing the lawsuit? Well, that would be the prisoner would be bringing the lawsuit against you for changing what her institution is. So you weigh that risk. Is that worth the risk of ensuring that children are safe and that there's an appropriate sentence for this first-degree murderer? The other aspect of what you would take a look at if you were given an opinion that isn't one that you agree with is you would look to the other documents around this opinion, because there are many other things you can look to determine what power the minister has. And indeed, I think Canadians oftentimes assume MPs have full power to make any changes that they want, and we too, as MPs, do think that ministers, and especially prime ministers, have the ability to make these changes as well. Well, one of the things you take a look at is what is the relationship between the bureaucracy and the minister. And deputy ministers and heads of Correctional and Service of Canada are very important, and they're very important people within our system. And they sit at the pleasure of the Prime Minister who appoints them. They are no longer of the public service, they are servants of Canada. The letter that the minister most recently sent to outline the mandate of our new commissioner said the following, if I may. I will rely on your advice and input to help me establish strategic priorities for the Correctional Service of Canada and to anticipate and manage issues that affect the soundness of the organization. I acknowledge that some of these initiatives may require new policy authorities, which we can work on together. So the minister, in giving the marching orders to the new commissioner, is saying, you're going to advise me, but let's be really clear, I make the final decision. That's exactly what the minister is outlining in that relationship. But he stands in the House and he tells us, my hands are tied, effectively hiding behind the skirt of the Correctional Services official. Shameful. Which is shameful at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, given that I don't have a lot of time, I want to touch on one thing with respect to the process review. I would encourage this process review. I think it is important. I think it's atrocious that the victim's family only received notification as opposed to having the ability to comment on the transfer of the prisoner, but I'll let that take part in the process. But I will tell you one thing, as well in the mandate letter, one thing that the minister did point out is that the Government of Canada is providing clear direction on its priorities and vision, which is The safety of the public is best protected by effective rehabilitation and safe integration of people. All I would say to the minister and the members of the government is this: if you are going down that path of reintegrating and ensuring that we are going to have people who can integrate on the other end of their sentence, please ensure that they have done a requisite amount of time in the appropriate institution so that we never have this situation again. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems like yesterday the whole country, the whole Canada was glued to the table when Tory Stafford, about 9-year-old kid, was missing. The whole world was looking for the good news. The whole country was looking for what has happened. Then we saw the images. This lady taking with the black trousers, the dark shade, walking with the kid. Finally, McKintic pleaded guilty to the first degree the charges. Why, as a father, as many of us among here are the parents, we always love to see the best for our kid. No father or no mother should ever go through this sort of pain and suffering for the whole life. All of a sudden, we are reminding them again, this crime was committed by this individual, why this person is sitting in this lodge, why not in a jail? If my honourable friend can speak on the topic, please. Thank you.
Oh, member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the question from my colleague. And one thing he does talk about is the public outcry. And yes, there's a public outcry at the time of Terry McClintock's both trial and charging. But there's also a public outcry right now. And one place that I can compare it to where there was a completely different outcome was in 2001 and 2002, when a convicted cop killer was moved from an institution that had bars to an institution that was dubbed at the time Club Fed. It was clearly lesser security and more privileges for the cop killer. Across the country, we heard a huge outcry. In this House, we heard question after question, day after day. And as a result, without reviews, without a process, without defending the decision, the Minister of Agriculture now, as he was then the Solicitor General of this country, took the position and made that wrong right. And the prisoner was transferred back to the institution from whence he came. The legislature in Ontario, again, has passed a unanimous motion asking for that to happen, as it did in 2001. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that the same result should happen from this Minister of Public Safety.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, the Toronto Sun quoted a statement made by Bill Renton, who was the Chief of Police of Woodstock, who was the chief investigator in Tory Stafford's murder. And I'd like to quote a small portion of it and ask for the member's response. He says, we question McClintock's move to the healing center. In other words, he's saying it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate for this woman who committed this terrible murder to go to the healing center. It's not designed for that. And he says, we question McClintock's move to the healing center at such an early stage of her life and proper guilty verdict of first-degree murder and sentence of life imprisonment with no parole eligibility for 25 years. We also question the family lives that life sentence every day the beautiful young Tory does not return home. They can hold dear the memories of their beautiful daughter, but they also hold in their hearts and minds the remainder of the heinous manner that Tory spent her last moments on the earth, which haunt them continually. Such a reminder that haunts far too many, far too often. I'm a true advocate of our charter, the criminal justice system, and the correctional services. I believe our correctional system needs to be predicated on rehabilitation for those that have committed crimes and proven themselves worthy. However, I echo the concerns of a nation that 6 years into a 25-year parole eligibility is unacceptable entrance into such a privileged program.
For Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Dufferin-Caledon for reading that into the record because it's incredibly important. When I first became a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I had a conversation with a former member of Parliament in this place, Dennis Mills, who represented the riding of Danforth as it was. And he gave me his one piece of advice was, which as a member of Parliament, you speak for those who are in pain. I can't think of any greater pain the family and friends of the victim is experiencing as a result of the non-decision to move Terry Lynn McClintock back into the appropriate facility. That's why we're here today. We're speaking for those people who are in pain because they don't understand the decision, they don't understand the inaction, and they don't understand why it is just so difficult for the government to say, you're right, this is wrong, and we're going to fix it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to speak to our Conservative Opposition Day motion today on this heinous topic. Justice, Mr. Speaker. That very word can be interpreted in many ways. It can bring comfort to those who have been wronged but made right. To others, it can instill a sense of comfort, knowing that regardless of your social standing or position, the law is blind to such things and all are equal before the courts. For some, that word means the beginning of a new chapter. For others, it means the end. But in most cases, that word should mean closure, as justice has been delivered. Not only must justice be done, it must be seen to be done. It is hard to find a universally accepted description of the word, but I think most Canadians know justice when they see it. And what we have learned these past few weeks is disturbing. I have struggled to digest what we have been told. It has shaken the nation, and many are in disbelief. I have tried to find the words that could somehow explain what happened, and I have failed. No words could ever alleviate the sadness and repair the damage that has been done to the family of Tory Stafford. As a Canadian, I share that sense of frustration with my fellow citizens that our system has failed. As a parliamentarian, I am ashamed that this could ever have happened. And as a father, I pray that justice will prevail and this nightmare will end. Like most Canadians sitting at home watching this debate, I too ask, how did this happen? Or how could our system allow this to occur? How could someone who confessed, was sentenced to life, and was nowhere close to even remotely being considered for parole be sent to a healing lodge? I have a million reasons for why this was a terrible mistake, and I cannot think of one, not one justification for why this ever could have happened. Just yesterday at Queen's Park, all political parties united to condemn this action. They put aside their partisanship. They stood shoulder to shoulder as Canadians, as parents, and as elected representatives to call on the federal government to reverse this decision. This is exactly what we should be doing right here and right now. And to the family of Tory, I am sorry. I regret that you must go through this again. Our system has failed you. There is no excuse or reasoning that could ever begin to rationalize this decision. We as parliamentarians must act. Canadians have entrusted in us the power to provide leadership, and today is that day where leadership is needed. The government must exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to ensure this decision is reversed. It is also clear that we need to ensure that it never happens again. A system that allows this sort of transfer that occurred under these circumstances erodes the very trust our judicial system is dependent upon. There is no justice when a convicted child murderer who has just served a fraction of her time is sent to a healing lodge. A convicted child murderer who, by the way, carried out violent behavior while in jail, deserves no special treatment or sympathy. A convicted child murderer who said herself, and I quote, "Spending the next few decades of life in prison is nothing compared to what Tory was robbed of," end quote. Today we must stand up for Tory, as sadly she cannot speak for herself. Let's ensure that this act of evil deserves the punishment that it so rightfully deserves. The convicted murderer knows herself that she deserves to be in prison. She knew the day she was sentenced that she would be sent away for a very long time for the atrocious crime she committed and for the life that she stole. Let there be no ambiguity in this debate. This individual deserves no favors from our penal system. There should be no sense of normalcy in her life while she serves her time. Her crime was not an act of rage or carelessness. It was a calculated, orchestrated, and deliberate act of evil. And there was no argument that could ever convince me that this woman should be in a fenceless facility. It is abundantly evident that if a policy needs to be changed, then let's do it. If we need to stay in this chamber all day and all night to find a solution, you will find a willing partner in our caucus. There is no doubt that there is a problem, for there is no explanation for this transfer. She should never be in the same vicinity as children. She is taking a spot of someone who perhaps could be best served in a healing lodge. And my heart aches for Tory's family. No family should ever have to go through this. Please know there are millions of Canadians who have you in their thoughts right now. Mr. Speaker, many constituents have contacted me in the last week to express their horror that the penal system could have allowed this to happen. I want the family to know you are not alone in this struggle, and you are most certainly not wrong in wanting this decision to be reversed. Just this morning, the lead investigator who helped to discover the truth about Tory denounced the action of transferring this murderer to a healing lodge. Bill Renton, who oversaw the OPP investigation, released a statement in which he said, and I quote, "I echo the concerns of the nation. I believe the correctional system needs to be predicated on rehabilitation for those who have committed crimes and proven themselves worthy." We question McClintock's move to the Healing Centre at such an early stage of her just and proper guilty verdict of first-degree murder and sentence of life imprisonment with no parole eligibility for 25 years, end quote. These are not the comments of someone who just has an opinion, Mr. Speaker. This is the concern of a man who investigated this heinous crime. There is no element of this case that Mr. Renton does not know. It would be in all of us, in all of our interests, to listen carefully to what he had to say. I truly believe that it is within all of us to put aside our differences and to do what is right. I call upon my colleagues to join us in our motion.
Yes.
We are sent here to make difficult decisions. As pointed out by my colleagues from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, a few moments ago, we cannot shirk our collective responsibilities that are expected of us. Section 96 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act give the Minister of Public Safety broad authority to issue directives on conditions of confinement. All it would take for this individual who committed these horrific crimes and to be back behind bars is the will of the minister. He could ensure the criteria of those being sent to a healing lodge could never be extended to someone who committed these crimes that is literally years away from ever being considered for parole. In Canada, we have a system of responsible government where the bureaucracy is accountable to Canadians through a cabinet minister. Asking for the department to change its policies should not be considered a dramatic step. It is exactly why we elected members of parliament in the first place.
That's right.
This woman has already been tried and convicted. There are no questions regarding the verdict of the court, so therefore it is not unreasonable for us as elected representatives to demand that Corrections Canada's policies be changed. If we are allowing a child murderer who is serving a life sentence to be sent to a facility that has family residential units and where children may be present, we need to change this. And if we have a system that allows a convicted person with this history to have their own unit with a kitchenette, with an eating area and a living room, we need to stop this. Let us give justice to Tori. I implore my colleagues to stand united. Let this be the day that we ensure that this sort of situation never happens again.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just, we heard it mentioned earlier in the House here that we would recognize justice if we saw it, and I think a lot of Canadians across the country are recognizing that this is simply not just. Giving somebody that's a brutal murderer access to a house without even a fence around it. I guess I just would like to ask the member and recognize him for his good speech. Does he think that Canadians are expecting something to be rectified here and to put this particular murderer behind bars? And I guess the term I would like to use is Canadians know the right thing to do. Does he expect the right thing to be done in this case? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that important question. I think absolutely he can draw from my presentation this afternoon that I do believe that this individual should be reincarcerated in a situation. If this was year 24 of 25 and there'd been a stellar performance in jail during those years, it would be a different story. But this isn't even halfway through the convicted time to be spent for this heinous crime. And remember, this is a brutal murder, not of an 8-year-old child, and with full knowledge of what they were doing. And so to have this situation of moving a person halfway through the term to a healing lodge such as this, I think is incorrect by the authorities to make that decision, and the government is not acting on it as they can by the comments that I made on Section 6 and 96 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act that give the Minister of Public Safety, as I said, broad authority to issue directives on conditions of confinement.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments on a very, very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of being the representative for the area that houses Grand Valley Institution for Women for a number of years until the riding boundaries were changed prior to the last election. And I can tell you I visited that facility on many times. Now, while the prisoners there are treated very humanely, it's very clear that they do not have access to just leaving when they want. There's fences, there's locks, there's guards. So in a very real sense, there's a good amount of security that's there. Here we have a situation where a murderer of an 8-year-old, someone, as my colleague pointed out, premeditated this act, abducted, raped, and murdered an 8-year-old. And only very shortly into her sentence, only 6 or 8 years into her sentence, is now granted the privilege of being at this healing lodge. Mr. Speaker, I've been contacted by a number of residents in my riding and beyond, and they're very concerned. In fact, I could use the term outrage. I'm just wondering if my colleague could comment on the numbers and the kind of communication that he's receiving from ordinary Canadians. In this place, one of our primary obligations is to ensure the safety of our Canadian citizens. How can we actually say that we're doing that when we're taking actions like has been taken to allow this person to be housed in this healing lodge in Western Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my colleague for that important question as well. It is atrocious that the situation that he has described could be allowed to happen, Mr. Speaker, particularly as I've quoted a number of times Section 6 and 96 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. I believe that, many of the colleagues across the way say that they wish this was put in a different terminology, but my colleague from Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan, today earlier announced in the House, or said, wouldn't it be a solution to this if we could actually do what the minister has been obligated to do by the Act, or allowed to do by the Act, and put this person back into jail, reincarcerate them, while the study was going on, not leave her there where in the healing lodge while the review takes place. And I think that that's part of the answer that my colleague is looking for in regards to his question today. But given the situation that we're faced with, it would be onerous upon the minister to go ahead and make the decision to put this kind of a heinous crime committer back into incarceration.
C'est la fin de la période pour les questions et commentaires et nous avons...
Concludes the question and comment period. We only have 2 minutes before the period for member statements. Therefore, we will start with that now. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in this House today to recognize the invaluable contribution to humanity as a volunteer by Mr. William Dale Virgin, a long-time resident in my riding of Brampton Centre. Born to Canadian parents and landowners of Missouri, Himalaya in India, pursued his studies in psychology and theology in Canada. We recently celebrated his Golden Jubilee wedding anniversary. He owns and works for a charity named South Asian Wellness Center. Annually, he travels to Ludhiana, Punjab, where he lectures at the CMC Christian Medical College. Queen Golden Jubilee Award recipient, Mr. Speaker, this is a magnificent example what is service beyond borders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, 2018 marks the 50th anniversary of Portage College in my riding of Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Over the years, Portage College's contributions to the community have been immeasurable, building success by delivering an exceptional learning experience from Aboriginal cultural arts, trades, and university transitional programs to a very active sports agenda. Also working closely with industry, First Nations, and Métis to provide programs that are relevant to the region and economic realities. I'm very proud that I played a small part of the amazing 50-year journey as one of the first power engineering students in 1985. Lethbridge campus has been offering a broad range of quality programs since 1968 and expanded to Cold Lake, St. Paul, Boyle, and many satellite campuses spread across northern Alberta. A special thanks to everyone who contributed to Portage College's 50 years of excellence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that mental illness touches us all, some more personally than others. Taking care of our mental health starts from a young age, and teachers and counselors play an important role in the healthy development of our children and youth. I stand in the House today to recognize someone who has bravely shared her story of recovery from mental illness and has dedicated 7 years to the rural communities of Long and Briar Islands in my riding of West Nova. Julie Ketty is a teacher and school counselor where she supports youth living with mental illness. She is in Ottawa today with the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health to raise awareness of their important task and the challenges ahead. Julie has been recognized as one of this year's Faces of Mental Illness, and I congratulate her for the courage to share her story and for her dedication to our communities and our youth. Thank you very much, Julie, and keep up the great job you're doing.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to the many farming women who have made our regions dynamic and supported our agriculture. In our riding, we have highly engaged farming women. I want to highlight the exceptional contribution of these women. I'm thinking of the members of the Montérégie-Est Farming Women's Federation under the leadership of Hélène Frappier-Campbell, of Raymond Plamondon, who was president of the Quebec Farming Women's Federation, of Janine Messier, her successor, who was appointed to the Council of the Status of Women, of Martine Bourgeois and Jacinthe Gilbert, who were named Farming Women of the Year, and Marie-Ange Lapointe, a pioneer. I also want to highlight the contribution of women recognized in the Hall of Fame, Monique Lecourt, Monique Lucie-Bessette, and Angèle Saint-Yves. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in the future we will see more and more women enter into the Hall of Fame to highlight the invaluable contribution of the exceptional women who support our agriculture.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, UBC has long fueled innovation and cutting-edge research in Vancouver Quadra. Today, representatives from Triumph, Canada's Particle Accelerator Centre, are in Ottawa sharing how their research is uncovering the secrets of the universe and driving our innovation economy. Meanwhile, the Michael Smith Laboratories, Genome BC, the Michael Smith Foundation for Health Research, and the Michael Smith Genome Sciences Centre are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Dr. Michael Smith's 1993 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. The late Dr. Smith is remembered as a great humanitarian, teacher, and scientist. His research opened the door to entirely new fields such as genetic engineering and synthetic biology, and has led to new treatments for diseases like cancer. Canadian researchers and universities are carrying on Dr. Smith's powerful legacy. I would like to thank the thousands of researchers at the Michael Smith Labs, Triumph, and across UBC for driving Canadian research excellence.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes people have noticed that I wear a different tie occasionally. Today I'm wearing the Brooks Bandits tie. It's hockey season in Canada. The NHL will be starting this week. But the Canadian Junior A Hockey League started weeks ago. It has 128 teams from coast to coast. It is the toughest league to win as a championship. 5 years ago, the Brooks Bandits won the championship. And in the past 5 years, they've been there to the championship 3 times. In 2019, the County Newell, the City of Brooks are hosting the Canadian Junior A Champions. And we welcome everybody to our community, and it's a cheer. Go, Bandits, go!
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to highlight the performance of an exceptional athlete in my riding, Anne-Marie Gagnon, who is now #1 in Canada for shot put. Her devotion to her sport and her determination allowed her to finish her summer competition season with the title of Canadian champion, 5 medals, and 3 personal bests in hand. It's National Coaches Week, by the way. This is an opportunity to celebrate the huge positive impact of coaches on athletes. As a former coach, I know that it takes a great deal of effort, courage, and determination for many years to achieve this level and to succeed. I would like to congratulate Anne-Marie for her incredible results. Surpassing oneself, passion for sport, and determination are essential to achieve one's goals. Anne-Marie is an example for us all. Thank you for being a source of inspiration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to inform this House about an incredible accomplishment on the part of a tremendous young woman from my riding of St. John Rothsay. Last month, the St. John Golden Clubs Amateur Boxing Club's own Charlie Kavanagh became the 2018 Youth Female 69-kilogram champion of the world after defeating her Russian opponent in the weight class final at the Youth World Boxing Championships in Budapest, Hungary. In addition to this incredible victory, she was also named the best youth female boxer of the championship, making her the top youth female boxer in the world. Last month, I was proud to host a barbecue in her honor, which was attended by hundreds and kicked off a GoFundMe campaign to support Charlie's preparation for the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo. Now I ask all of my colleagues to join me in congratulating our world champion and future Olympic gold medalist and her incredible coach, Joe Blanchard, on behalf of all Canadians. Go, Charlie, go. Go, Charlie.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Donna Strickland has just won the Nobel Prize in Physics. Born and raised in Guelph, Ontario, in Wellington County, she went to a local high school, the Guelph Collegiate Vocational Institute. She went on to earn an engineering degree from McMaster University and a PhD from the University of Rochester. Currently, she's professor of physics at the University of Waterloo. Donna Strickland is the first Canadian woman to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. She joins Marie Curie and Marie Goeppert-Mayer as one of only 3 women in history to win this prize. I hope the young girls of today look to this remarkable Canadian woman and pursue their dreams, whether it's in science, technology, engineering, or math. I know all members of this House will join me in congratulating Dr. Strickland on winning this year's Nobel Prize in Physics.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, it hurts to say this, but Toronto is not the centre of the universe. Unfortunately, it's the centre of child poverty in Canada. Despite historic investments in children and families and housing by this government, more than 1 in 4 Toronto children live in poverty. According to a Social Planning Council report that's been released, in some federal ridings in Toronto, this number is as high as 50%. What's even more disturbing is that a child's race and immigration status are now becoming key determinants to economic hardship. Indigenous children are even worse off, according to the report, and this is shameful. It's heartbreaking. It's wrong, and it must be addressed now, because tackling poverty requires governments to invest. It's complex, but the cost of doing nothing is incredibly expensive. Health costs, public safety impacts, the cost of education are all affected. It's simply cheaper to fight poverty than it is to tolerate it. I'm proud to be part of a government that understands this and is making a difference. And since taking office, we've invested $22 billion in programs that have lifted 650,000 people out of poverty. But when it comes to...
member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this week is Mental Illness Awareness Week. There are a lot of people who aren't aware of mental health issues, and it's really important for people to join the conversation. Shania Pruden from Winnipeg made that statement recently, and I and the Government of Canada agree with her. The Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health has recognized Shania Pruden as one of the 5 faces of mental illness as a person who can inspire. Shania Pruden is 21 years old. She is an Indigenous rights activist, blogger, youth motivational speaker, and a youth director for the Bear Clan Patrol. In 2014, she lost her sister, Emerald, to suicide. As you can imagine, this was a difficult time for Shania, who lives with the OCD and depression. Shania now lives in recovery and is inspired to keep her sister's legacy alive. Shania is in Ottawa today advocating for accessible mental health services. Thank you, Shania, for your courage and sharing your story. You are an inspiration to many.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Quebecers made themselves heard yesterday through their right to vote. The majority chose change in the form of Coalition Avenir Québec. For the first time in more than 50 years, Quebec will be governed by a political entity other than the Liberal Party or the Parti Québécois. On behalf of all the members of the Conservative Party of Canada's caucus, I want to congratulate the new Premier-designate, François Legault, as well as his 73 MLAs. Our caucus would also like to congratulate members of all political stripes who were elected or re-elected and will sit at the National Assembly, as well as to thank all candidates who campaigned on behalf of our democracy. As has always been the case, the new government of Quebec will be able to count on the total cooperation of the Conservative Party of Canada to accomplish together great things for Quebec and for Canadians, such as reducing the tax burden, decentralizing authority, and ensuring sound management.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member from Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased, as the representative for the Interparliamentary Group for Canada and Germany, to highlight the month of German heritage.
Our two countries are diversified and intense. For example, our commercial trades are as important as the one with France and Great Britain. mais l'Allemagne est plus qu'un partenaire commercial.
Germany is more than a trading partner. This is an ally with whom we share democratic values, the values of equality and social justice. Many exchanges and consultations have occurred about immigration. That shows just how our concerns are similar. Also,
Ich willkommen heißen. Wir freuen uns, dass Sie Ihre Kultur und Tradition in unser Land mitgebracht haben und Sie diese uns teilen. Vielen Dank.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Today, I want to pay tribute to Ms. Carmen Gobet, the municipality of Esprit Saint, who just retired as a rural area postal worker. Nothing exceptional, you might say, except that she started her career on March 8th, 1951, which makes her a senior member of employees of the Canada Post Society staff because she has 67 years of good and loyal services. Imagine the rigorous winters of her first years of work where mail was delivered in a horse-drawn carriage. A few years later, they were replaced by a snowmobile and eventually a car. Regardless of the means of transportation, she has always demonstrated her steadiness, her reliability, and her devotion to her community. Still dynamic at 88 years old, I'm going to pay tribute to this citizen on Sunday, and I will be saying good things about a formidable mother, a devoted grandmother, and an exceptional great-grandmother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after many years of heavy lifting by our previous Prime Minister, us and our local communities, LNG Canada gave the green light to their project in Kitimat. It's the largest private investment in Canada's history at $40 billion, including a $6.2 billion coastal GasLink pipeline. It involves 10,000 construction jobs. And Mr. Speaker, those are real people attached to those jobs, and just under 1,000 direct full-time jobs after the project's completed. $22 billion in provincial revenue, plus its impact to our global pollutions by reducing the reliance on emitters that use higher amounts of emissions. It's a great day for northern eastern BC, Canada. Go LNG, go.
Here, here.
L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Today, I want to congratulate all Quebecers who exercised their right to vote yesterday. Yesterday, we saw democracy at work, and I want to congratulate all the members who were elected, as well as François Legault, who will be Premier of Quebec. Our government is looking forward to working with the new government to move forward Quebec's interests. Together, we will continue to defend workers, create good jobs, and build a strong economy for all of Quebec's regions. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the candidates of all political parties for their commitment towards our citizenry and our democracy. I would also like to highlight the work of volunteers of all parties as well as the election workers for their devotion and for their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Terry Lynn McClintock was not convicted of bad practices, as the Minister of Public Safety would suggest. She was convicted of the most heinous crimes imaginable. A few months ago, she was in a facility that had fences and bars and locks. Now she is in a healing lodge where she has a kitchenette, a living room, and where there are other children present. Now, I know the minister will try to confuse Canadians with designations, but the fact remains that she was in a facility that looked like a prison, and now she is in a healing lodge. Will the minister reverse this decision, and will they apologize for calling these crimes bad?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Tori Stafford's brutal death in 2009 was a horrible, gut-wrenching crime for her family, but for the whole country too. The killer, McClintock, was reclassified as medium security in 2014. The government of that day did not challenge that decision. In fact, McClintock remains in a medium security correctional facility today. I've asked the Commissioner of Corrections to review every dimension of this case to ensure that proper process was followed and also to determine whether the policies applicable are the correct ones or do they need to be changed.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want a review, they want action, and they want this government to make this right. When the Prime Minister volunteered to have Canada be part of the renegotiations of NAFTA, he promised that he would come back with an improved deal. Now, we know what the government has given up. They've backed down on pharmaceuticals, meaning that Canadian patients will have to pay more so that U.S. companies can make bigger profits. But we're looking for where the gains are. Can the minister confirm that she has gained on removing tariffs on softwood lumber?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The most important gain from this agreement is retaining our access to the U.S. market, and Canadians understand that. But NAFTA, the new trade agreement, is significantly better than NAFTA 1.0 in important ways. We have gotten rid of investor state dispute settlement, which allowed U.S. companies to sue the government of Canada for hundreds of millions of dollars. The energy ratchet clause that restricted our sovereignty is gone.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, they would like Canadians to believe that this is somehow NAFTA 2.0. In reality, this is NAFTA 0.5. They've made so many concessions on key areas. They've backed down on pharmaceuticals. They've backed down on dairy. In fact, they gave away so much that Donald Trump's key economic advisor, Larry Kudlow, said, quote, Canada gave graciously. Now, after giving so much graciously, did the minister get anything on the softwood lumber tariffs, on Buy American, or on steel and aluminum tariffs?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear too many gracious words about our chief negotiator. And I think that Canadians should listen to a Conservative who actually knows what he's talking about when it comes to trade. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney said yesterday, and I quote, "This agreement is a highly significant achievement for Canada. Canada appears to have achieved most, if not all, of its important objectives in this lengthy and challenging set of negotiations."
Excellent.
I couldn't have said it better.
Hello.
Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the aluminum sector, the steel sector, and the softwood lumber are all important sectors that represent thousands of jobs in Quebec and Canada. However, they were sacrificed by the Liberals to President Trump. The Prime Minister even accepted a clause that limits international exports simply to please Donald Trump. We know what the concessions are. What we do want to know are what the real new gains that the Liberal government has made. We've looked and we can't find them. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a newfound kind of courage on the part of the Conservatives. Last year, Stephen Harper and the Conservatives were telling us, asking us to capitulate and take any agreement, regardless of what the price would be to pay. But thanks to our patience and our negotiating skills, we obtained a good agreement for Canada. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, that's unbelievable. This government doesn't seem to understand that it's the one that's supposed to stand up for our economy. Now, we know what the concessions were to get to a deal with the U.S. and Mexico. Continuing 25% tariffs on steel and 10% on aluminum, continuing the status quo on the softwood lumber, and major concessions in the dairy sector by opening up our market by 3.59%. The Prime Minister is boasting about signing a good agreement. But what is new in this agreement that wasn't there in the previous agreement that the Conservatives signed? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Well, there are many new things. We got rid of the old NAFTA that was affecting our sovereignty and that was limiting us. We also got rid of the investor-state dispute resolution that was costing more than $300 million. And the new rules in the automobile sector will protect Canadian workers.
Gets its turn, and the other side gets its turn. Now listen to what the other side has to say. What I was saying is that members don't seem to understand that one side gets its turn and the other gets its turn, and we listen to each side. It's a novel concept, I realize.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Yesterday, the Prime Minister stood and said that he had secured supply management. Yet a first breach was opened up under the European Trade Agreement, a second breach was opened up with the TPP, and a third one has just been opened up under this new agreement. Under these three agreements, more than 10% of the Canadian dairy market has been given up for the benefit of foreign producers. Is that what securing supply management means? The Liberals had the opportunity to stand up for Canada and for dairy farmers. Why did they cave? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we fully support our dairy farmers, their families, and their communities. This Liberal government created supply management, and this Liberal government is preserving it. Under this agreement, there will be access to the market, but most importantly, the future of supply management has not been jeopardized. We will always support our agricultural producers and our dairy producers. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think they don't know what supply management means, because not only did they cave to the United States, but they even gave them a little something extra, eliminating Class 7 pricing. The United States now will be able to export to this country unlimited amounts of dye-filtered milk, on top of increasing their market share for regular milk. Canada has just said to the United States, well, you can circumvent our supply management system, you can continue subsidizing your own agricultural sector, and you can dump your surplus here. And that's what defending our agricultural producers is? Why did the Liberals cave? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, our government has worked very hard to stand up for the interests of Canadians. Our government has defended our supply management sector despite the attempts of the United States to see it dismantled. We are the party that created supply management in the first place, and we are the party that is going to defend it. I want to underscore the fact that dairy farmers will be compensated.
Mr. Speaker, the devil's in the details, and now we learn about an astonishing new clause in the USMCA. Part of Canada's concessions in this deal was to include language that holds Canada hostage to the Americans if we decide to trade with another country. No wonder the Minister of Foreign Affairs tried to downplay questions about this yesterday. Experts have called this concession a severe restriction on Canadian independence and capability, and that the Americans are trying to control our trade. Why did the Liberals give the go-ahead for the U.S. to pull us into their trade wars?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to start by thanking the member for Essex for her collaboration in our work on trade. She is a really great partner. Trade diversification is an extremely important part of growing the Canadian economy, and we're going to continue to increase our trade around the world. In fact, it's our government that concluded CETA and the CPTPP. NAFTA as an agreement has always had a way for parties to leave, and that's essential. But let me be clear, Canada retains full sovereignty and complete control over our trade relations.
Honourable Member for Essex.
I promise if the government was listening, we wouldn't have signed this deal. Remember when the Prime Minister stood in Hamilton and said Liberals would have the backs of Canadian steelworkers? Where I come from, having your back does not mean signing a deal that could sell out 6,000 Canadian jobs. Sacrifices made in the USMCA will hurt our steel and aluminum workers, and the Liberals failed to get any assurances that the US would lift steel and aluminum tariffs before they signed the deal. Mr. Speaker, do you know who the middle class is? Steel and aluminum workers. How can this Prime Minister turn his back on them?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this is a question which is very, very close to my heart, and I want to assure Canada's steel and aluminum workers that we are 100% with them. And that is why when the illegal Section 232 tariffs were imposed on Canada, our government did not hesitate. We responded immediately in a measured dollar-for-dollar response. That is standing up for our steel and aluminum workers, and that is what we're going to continue to do.
Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, in the USMCA trade agreement, the U.S. made no concession while Canada made many. Canadians will now pay more for drugs and lose the protection to have their personal data stored here in servers in Canada. Our farmers are being hurt. Our steel and aluminum sectors are being tariffed still. The softwood lumber tariffs seem permanent. If that wasn't enough, the Liberals gave Donald Trump a veto over our trade policies. Mr. Speaker, will the minister tell us when exactly steel and aluminum tariffs will be removed?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I guess the members opposite were shouting so much they didn't hear me when I talked about the improvements we've made. So let me go through it again. We have removed ISDS, which has allowed U.S. companies to sue our country and has cost us hundreds of millions of dollars. We have removed the energy ratchet clause, which hugely restricted Canadian sovereignty. We have tremendously improved the environment and labor chapters, and the rules of origin in the auto sector will be a great advantage for high-wage Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the main economic advisor to Trump said that Canada has given generously. Yes, unfortunately, that's true, Mr. Speaker. Canada has given generously. Now we have quotas for cars. Our drugs will be more expensive because of the lack of action on the part of the government. But there's something else. Could the Minister of Foreign Affairs reassure steel workers and tell us whether or not those tariffs on steel still stand? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would prefer to listen to a Conservative who really knows what he's talking about. As the original NAFTA negotiator said, this is a very important deal for Canada, and it will benefit Canadians and all three countries. Canadians seem to have met all the goals that it set, and he's right. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I know what I'm talking about. And when I'm talking about Quebec and Canada's economy, especially in Quebec, I know that steel is important. I know that aluminum is important. I know that softwood lumber is important in Quebec. Could the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell us whether yes or no there are still tariffs on softwood, steel and aluminum, because that is important in Quebec and Canada? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we have negotiated a deal that protects Canadian jobs and creates new jobs for the middle class. It preserves the dispute resolution mechanism. It protects supply management as well as our car workers. If we had capitulated when Stephen Harper wanted us to a year ago, we wouldn't have any of that.
Alone.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the champagne is flowing at the Trump Tower today, Mr. Speaker. Larry Kudlow, Trump's economic advisor, said, and I quote, "Canada gave very graciously, and Trump gave nothing back in return that we didn't already have. In fact, we now have higher drug prices so American companies can make more. The Prime Minister backed down on dairy without getting a single concession on American protectionism and subsidies. They gave Trump a veto power over our other trade deals and capped our auto sector growth. Why did they give so much in exchange for so little?"
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy on the other side of the aisle is astonishing to me. Before we got this deal, what we were hearing from the Conservatives is that we needed to start surrendering as quickly as possible. What we were hearing was a criticism of our view, which was that no deal is better than a bad deal. Well, Mr. Speaker, we stood firm and we got a good deal for Canada.
Member for Carleton.
They did warn us about a bad deal, and now we see exactly what it looks like, Mr. Speaker. They got absolutely nothing that we didn't already have. We now have higher drug prices to profit American drug companies. Big concessions on dairy without any concessions from American agricultural producers. A Trump veto power on future Canadian trade deals, and a cap on the future growth of our auto sector, Mr. Speaker. Why did they capitulate so much in order to gain so little?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
You know, it is a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, to hear from the member of the other side of the aisle lectures on the dangers of capitulation. Our government is the one that in the face of hesitation, anxiety, hand-wringing from the other side of the aisle, we are the government that stood firm, that was resolute in defense of the Canadian national interest, and that's why we got a good deal.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, they resolutely backed down. They backed down on drug prices, which will be higher for Canadians, seniors, and Canadian patients. They backed down on agriculture without getting a single concession from the powerful American farm lobby. They backed down on Trump's veto power over our ability to sign our own trade deals, and they backed down by allowing Trump to impose a cap on future exports of Canadian autos. Mr. Speaker, again, why did they capitulate so much to get so little?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Very easy the day after to preach strength and firmness, and that is not what we were hearing before this deal got done. But let me correct the member opposite on a factual point, because it's important to tell the truth to Canadians. There is, of course, no cap, no quota on Canadian auto and car part exports to the United States, and that's why the share prices of Canadian car part companies soared on Monday.
Order. I'm having trouble hearing from time to time, and I remind members that they're going to hear things that they don't like sometimes, and in fact we want that in a democracy. But we have to listen in spite of it.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Eric and Jennifer Simpson, two young owners of a dairy farm in Rockburn in my riding, told me that since 2004, under the various trade agreements and now with diafiltered American milk, they have lost 15% of their business. And they're worrying that they'll have to shut down their farm under the TPP and the new NAFTA. Do the Liberals realize that young people who are interested in agriculture are discouraged to see this government caving in rather than standing up for supply management? Do we have to wait for our rural areas to empty out before this government stands up for our dairy farmers? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we fully support our dairy farmers, their families, and their communities. It is a Liberal government that established supply management, and it is a Liberal government that is preserving that system. Under this agreement, there will be access to the market. However, the most important point is that the future of supply management has not been jeopardized, and I want to underscore the fact that dairy farmers will be fully compensated.
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, this morning at the Agriculture Committee, I heard about the detrimental effects these trade deals are having on the mental health of farmers in our supply managed sectors. The Liberals have now given up 10% of our market, putting Canadian producers under significant pressure and leaving Canadians worried about the quality and safety of products that will cross over our border. Farmers and the high-quality food they produce for Canadians are not bargaining chips. Why did this Prime Minister make concessions at the expense of food safety and quality Canadian products?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. We fully support our dairy producers, their families, and their communities. After all, it was a Liberal government that created supply management, and it's a Liberal government that is preserving supply management. This agreement will provide some market access, but the most important thing and what we achieved was to preserve the future of supply management, which the U.S. had sought to dismantle. And I want to emphasize that dairy producers will be fully and fairly compensated.
Honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we're debating in the House our motion to ask the government to take some action with respect to Terry Lynn McClintic being moved from a medium security facility with bars to a healing lodge that has a living room, a kitchenette, and children within. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know from the government, will they be voting in favour of our motion today and taking action in this despicable decision?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, cases like this one are heart-rending for all Canadians and especially for the families of the victims. Through the review that I have requested, we'll determine whether all relevant policies were properly followed, and more than that, Mr. Speaker, the Correctional Service of Canada will examine the very nature of those policies to ensure that they are, in fact, right and proper for inmate management, for public safety, and to ensure that justice is done in this case and every other case.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a glimmer of hope that this case may actually have some action on it, but I doubt it because, after all, this is the minister who said that Terry McClintic's crimes were nothing more than bad practices. And I'm wondering if he'd like to take the opportunity in this question to actually stand up and apologize for doing that, or maybe just tell us, does he regret what he said?
Yeah. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, here, the crime involved was absolutely horrible, and we all recognize that brutal, painful fact. What we are trying to do is to make sure that in this case and in every case, justice is not only done, but seen to be done, and we will await anxiously to see what the result of the review is.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, over and over we listen to this government as they shirk responsibility and try to put it somewhere else. Today we're giving them the opportunity with the motion that we have on the floor to side with Tori and her family. We're asking them to reverse the decision that moved McClintic to a healing lodge in Saskatchewan. Now we're talking about someone who has been convicted of first-degree murder and was granted 25 years without parole. Now today we have a motion on the floor calling on the Prime Minister to do the right thing, the moral thing, and to reverse the decision to move Tori's killer to the healing lodge. Will he stand with us?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the whole purpose of the review is to examine the decision-making process, to make absolutely certain that that process was properly followed, that all policies were properly applied, policies that have been in existence for more than a decade, Mr. Speaker, and to identify where those policies may need to be changed for the future. It's obviously important to make sure that process is done right.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, on April 9th, the family and the community started their search for Tori Stafford. This search continued for 99 days. On July 19th, Tori's lifeless body was found. The family, the community, and the entire region was devastated by this heinous murder. Today, all members of Parliament have the opportunity to do what is right and to send a clear message to Canadians that victims come first and that killers must remain behind bars. Will this government support today's motion to send McClintic back to where she belongs, behind bars?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the crime involved here is absolutely horrible. It's a crime that shocks all Canadians, and obviously it has resulted in great grief for the family. The decision to reclassify this particular offender took place in 2014. Mr. Speaker, we're going to look at that decision and every subsequent decision to make sure that the law and the process was properly applied, and where those laws and processes need to be changed, they will be.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, 3.5 people in Canada, including our seniors, do not have the means to pay for their prescription drugs. And the result, they have to make the heartbreaking choice between buying their medication or food, a choice no one should have to make. This government should be working with their partners, provinces and territories, to bring down the price of drugs. But instead of that, they've signed a bad agreement with President Trump, which will see prices rise. My question is simple. When will we see pharmacare for all? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken initiatives to see that Canadians will pay less for their prescription drugs. It's very important. We're working with provinces and territories to make drugs more affordable. We have the Pharmaceutical Alliance, and we will be spending more than $140 million to improve access and to help people in terms of health care.
Well, this government just made drugs more expensive. We know that Canadians pay among the highest prices for prescription drugs in the world, and 1 in 4 Canadians skips necessary medicine because of cost. Yet the Liberals just signed a trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico that extends the data protection for biologic drugs, the fastest-growing segment in healthcare spending, making medicines crucial for Canadians' health more expensive. With Canadians struggling to afford medication, why would this government agree to a trade measure that increases the cost of prescription medicine?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows how proud Canadians are of our public health care system, and rightly so. We continue to work with the provinces, territories, and our partners to lower drug prices and provide timely access to medicine. This is a crucial issue for our government. We also look forward to attracting further medical research to Canada. Our government will always stand up for our public health care system.
Member for Surrey Newton.
There is a great news today for the Canadian economy. LNG Canada announced it will move forward with a $40 billion project in BC. This will be the largest private sector investment in Canadian history, and great news for the British Columbians and for all Canadians who will benefit from jobs and investment. Could the Minister inform this House why Canada is a world-class destination for the investment in the energy sector?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, today is a great day for Canada. The announcement made by the LNG Canada of investing $40 billion into LNG sector is a vote of confidence in Canada's energy sector. This is the single largest private sector investment in Canada's history. It will create 10,000 jobs, billions of dollars in new revenue, and hundreds of millions of dollars for contracts with Indigenous businesses. Mr. Speaker, Canada is positioned to be a leader in the LNG sector.
Honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Speaker, upon hearing the outrage of Canadians, Conservatives have introduced a motion today calling on the Liberal government to put 8-year-old Tory Stafford's killer, Terry Lynn McClintic, back behind bars. Yesterday, the Ontario legislature, including Liberal and NDP MPPs, passed a motion calling on the Prime Minister to put McClintic back where she deserves to be. Will the Public Safety Minister and the Prime Minister also hear the calls of outraged Canadians, support our motion, and reverse this disgraceful transfer?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we are examining all of the facts and all of the policies and processes involved. It is important to note that the Lodge is both a medium and a minimum security facility. It has not had an escape in at least 10 years. All women's institutions are multiple levels of security, not just one. Grand Valley, for example, has all 3. They all provide mother-child programs. There has never been a negative incident. They all handle a range of offenders, including the most serious. Indeed, under the Conservative government for 10 years, dozens of murderers were assigned to Healing Lodge.
The Honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
That's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, this week, Police Chief Bill Renton, who oversaw the massive OPP manhunt for Tory Stafford's murders, publicly denounced the transfer of her killer, Terry Lynn McClintic, to a Healing Lodge, and Chief Renton said he was echoing the concerns of Canadians who are outraged by the Liberals' inaction to put Tory's killer back behind bars. Will the Liberals finally finally do the right thing and support our Conservative motion and immediately put McClintic back where she belongs.
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, the former lawyer for Stephen Harper, Benjamin Perrin, said this. He said, quote, "I'm concerned with politicians being the ones who decide how any particular individual offender is treated." That's a quote, Mr. Speaker. That was the same concern that was expressed by the Department of Justice. It's also the same concern expressed by the former Conservative member, the member for Bellechasse-Lechemin-Lévis, who was the Minister of Public Safety, Mr. Speaker. That is why we are conducting the review, to get all of the facts and all of the processes.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Beaupré-Idorion-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, Terry Lynn McClintic committed a heinous crime in the horrible murder of 8-year-old Tori Stafford and leaving lifelong wounds with her parents. McClintic was found guilty of murder in the first degree and was sentenced to 25 years in prison, not to a sentence to be served in a healing lodge where there are children. To prove to Canadians that the rights of victims come before those of criminals, will the Liberals do the right thing and vote in favour of our motion today?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, just to add some information for the honourable member, she would like to know, I'm sure, that there is a mother-child program at Grand Valley where McClintic was previously serving her sentence, and as a matter of fact, there is a mother-child program in every women's facility in this country, all of them together. And there has never been an incident, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, it is important to make sure that children are always protected, and they are our first priority.
A member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are outraged that convicted child killer Terry Lynn McClintic is serving her time in a healing lodge that doesn't even have a fence. Children are often present in this place where there are no restraints on McClintic's ability to interact with these children. Will every Liberal in this place do the right thing and support our motion to have her put back behind bars?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, to examine the solution that the honourable member is proposing, there is a mother-child program at Grand Valley, which is where they are suggesting that McClintic go, Mr. Speaker. The point is, we have asked the Correctional Service of Canada to examine every element of this decision, including the original decision back in 2014 to reclassify McClintic to medium security, and to give advice as to whether any of those processes were violated or any policies.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
After a decade of Conservative inaction, the Liberals are now following in their footsteps. The Environment Commissioner issued a scathing report today confirming the government is failing marine mammals. Of the 14 endangered or threatened species, the government has no specific measures in place to save 11 of them. Their plan seems to be to wait for disaster to strike before actually doing something. How many more whales will have to die before this government takes action?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, we accept the Commissioner's report and recommendations, and we continue to take measures to look for more actions to protect our marine mammals, because we know that more work needs to be done. Our government understands the importance of open and transparent consultations to develop effective recovery strategies and action plans. We continue to protect our wildlife and biodiversity, including our endangered species. This means robust species at risk recovery plans, which includes identification and protection of critical habitat to support species recovery.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. There could be toxic substances all around us, in our lakes, our rivers, in the soil. Even in your chair, Mr. Speaker, we just don't know. All this is because the government is incapable of doing what they have to do to protect people against toxic products. looking at Liberals deal with the environment is like looking for people who are trying to find the North Pole without a compass. Will they finally pull their heads out of the tar sands and take these problems seriously? Mr. Speaker, we have thanked the Commissioner for his report, and we will follow the recommendations and protect Canadians and the environment against toxic substances. We will begin to apply recommendations on toxic substances and design an action plan to deal with specific problems, and this with the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has lost control in the illegal immigrant file. Support organizations are at a complete loss to know how to accommodate these people. They are being accommodated at hotels. Mr. Speaker, how many times and how long are illegal immigrants staying in hotels? And this being paid for by the taxpayer. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, despite the fabricated statement by my colleague, we are taking decisions, data-based decisions. My colleague knows full well that data shows that we have half the immigrants, irregular immigrants we had last year, despite the Conservatives not respecting their international commitments. We do, and we will act in accordance with Canadian law.
This summer, the Liberals told Canadians that scores of illegal border crossers would be housed in Toronto area hotels at taxpayer expense until September the 30th. It's October the 2nd. They're still in hotels with more on the way, and the Liberals still won't tell Canadians how many illegal border crossers are currently in hotels, how long they will be there, how many more they expect, and what the total cost will be. So I'll ask again, how many are in hotels? How many more do they expect? How long will they be there? And what's the total cost?
The Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect all three orders of government to work together to live up to our legal obligations and to ensure order and safety. And that's why we've remained committed to working with both provinces and municipalities to address together the challenges that we face. The City of Toronto has been working diligently to find a permanent housing solution for the families that are currently housed in a temporary housing facility. We remain committed to working with the City of Toronto and to support them through that important work.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it is completely ridiculous to put people up in hotels in taxpayer expense who, by the Liberals' own admissions, likely don't have valid asylum claims for years because of the hearing backlogs created by the Prime Minister's own bad practices. This is not fair to anyone, especially Canadian taxpayers who are struggling to make ends meet, whose paychecks are going to cover these hotel bills. Why should Canadians continue to pay for hotel rooms for people who have reached the safety of upstate New York and illegally entered our country?
Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Toronto has for over a decade used temporary shelter in rental accommodation at hotels in order to deal with a surplus of people requiring temporary shelter. And it is through the City of Toronto that solution was actually acquired. Mr. Speaker, we have remained committed to supporting the City of Toronto in their diligent work to find a more permanent housing solution for these individuals, and we are working very closely. I've had a recent conversation with Minister MacLeod in Ontario as we work together with the Province of Ontario and the City of Toronto to address this concern.
Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the USMCA was concluded yesterday, and we've seen that our government honoured its commitment to maintain the cultural exemption. Mr. Speaker, after the Conservatives pushing us to accept just any agreement, I am proud to see that our government has come up with a good agreement. Can the Heritage Minister explain to us what this means for our artists and creators? The Honourable Minister. Excellent question, Mr. Speaker. we are protecting our identity and what we are. This was what it means to protect our cultural exemption. Mr. Speaker, this is why we work so hard to maintain this exemption, and we're going to continue to support our culture at home, across the world, and we are going to be protecting our culture in all ways and aspects. That's what we intended to do, and that's what we did.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned the Liberals are excluding ill and injured veterans from its job placement program. The minister claimed it wasn't true, but internal briefing notes from his own department clearly state otherwise. They said that the new program is meant to support veterans, quote, who leave the Canadian Armed Forces for reasons other than illness or injury. Why are ill and injured veterans being blocked from receiving this benefit?
The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
The health and well-being of veterans in their post-military lives is very important to us, and gainful employment and a sense of purpose can ease the stress that veterans and their families feel during the transition from military to civilian life. Both healthy and ill or injured veterans have access to the Career Transition Program. Ill or injured veterans also have access to comprehensive rehabilitation programs designed to help them get better. The Conservatives had years to change a program they knew wasn't working, so when they didn't, we did.
The member for Toronto-Danforth.
It's funny.
Yesterday was National Seniors Day. By sharing conversations and ideas with seniors, we want to thank them for the contribution they have made to our country.
What has our government done since the beginning of our mandate to support our seniors and to recognize their contributions?
Great question, great question.
The Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Toronto-Danforth for her question. Our government is working hard for seniors since Election Day.
For the OAS and the GIS from 67 to 65 prevented 100,000 seniors from going into poverty. The increase in the GIS supplement for the most needy seniors has helped 900,000 seniors. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the National Seniors Council for their great work. I welcome them to Ottawa, and I look forward to working with them and all parliamentarians for our seniors.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The Transport Minister must stop letting commercial freighters use the Salish Sea as long-term parking. So said First Nations, community groups and local governments when we met on Friday. They're all harmed by noise, air and light pollution with no benefit to their local economy. Freighters threaten coastal ecology, from glass sponge reefs to great blue herons to endangered orcas. And moving risk from one town to another is not helping. When will the Liberals protect coastal communities and fix bulk anchorage damages?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we are very sensitive to the need to protect our coastal regions, and that is why we brought into being the Oceans Protection Plan, something that is unprecedented in Canada's history. At the moment, we are looking at the very specific issue of anchorages. There is a great deal of vessel traffic into the largest port in Canada, the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority, and we are taking steps to try to find a solution to this large amount of traffic in order to respect the communities and Indigenous peoples where temporary anchorages exist at the moment.
Honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Veterans Minister about Mario Bonifacio, a 79-year-old veteran suffering from a debilitating neck injury. Incredibly, the minister said I should bring this to his further attention. Mr. Speaker, on June 4th, I wrote the minister, and last week in this chamber, I handed him additional documents, including a privacy release signed by the veteran himself. This release allows the minister to say what work he has done for the veteran and not hide behind his usual privacy excuse. When will the minister take this case seriously and get Mr. Bonifacio what he deserves?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me inform the honourable member that privacy for this government is not an excuse, it is a responsibility, and it is a responsibility that we take very seriously. We have looked into this case. I'm happy to discuss it with the member outside of this chamber. It is a private member, and privacy is a responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Domenico-Agan.
The Honourable Member for Minico-Agan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday Quebecers chose a new government. Despite this change, there is the solid consensus that Ottawa is abandoning our dairy sector. All elected candidates and all parties who will sit in the National Assembly have denounced the new free trade agreement. Once again, we see that the vital interests of the Quebec nation are not defended by the Liberal regime. Why is the federal government, why has it once again used Quebec as chump change in its trade negotiations? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, the cultural exemption is very important for all Canadians, but above all for Quebec. We have maintained the cultural exemption, and I'm very proud of this. Chapter 19 is very important for all Canadians, but also, especially for Quebec and for softwood sector, and we will maintain this. The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the government keeps saying it has protected supply management, but everyone knows this is false. Even Canada's most faithful ally, Philippe Couillard, said that the agreement was very bad for Quebec. And it doesn't stop there. There's also diafiltered milk. The problem has been dealt with, but the Liberals have gone and taken apart everything by a back door. It's not just a breach in supply management, it's complete destabilization of the system. Why has the government gone back on its word? Why has it abandoned our dairy producers? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, the preceding question was on Quebec and the agreement, but I will be happy to talk about supply management. We will be protecting dairy farmers and their families. It was a Liberal government that created supply management, and we will maintain it. And I want to emphasize once more that all dairy producers will get just compensation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs. The Minister is aware of the request to fund the feasibility study for the Kivalliq Hydro Fiber Link. It's my understanding that a portion of this funding has or will be approved shortly. This Inuit to Crown project is critical and supported by all mayors of the Kivalliq region. It will provide the region with a green source of energy and help Nunavut in their quest to build a sustainable economy. Will the Minister commit, as he did to stakeholders, to finding the remaining funding for this important study, which would lead to transformative change for Nunavut? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. As he mentioned and highlighted the importance of economic development, I want to take this opportunity to underscore that our government is absolutely committed to supporting the regions. That's why, since we formed government, $750 million has been invested in all the regions through the regional development agencies. Specifically to the question that the member opposite asked, we recognize the potential value and benefits that this feasibility study and potential future project could unlock for the Kivalliq region of Nunavut. And that's why, through Canfor officials, are working on this. And I also want to highlight the fact that we'll get results.
Comme il est 15h05.
It is 3:05. Pursuant to the order, the relevant standing order, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded divisions on Mrs. Benson's motions regarding supply. Call in the members.
question is as follows. Ms. Benson, seconded by Madame Boutin-Sweet, moved that given that a housing crisis is raging in Canada and that 90% of the funding for the government's national housing strategy, shall I dispense? No. Will only flow after the next election, and that much of the funding depends on collaboration with provincial government and the private sector. The House call on the government to A, recognize the right to housing as a human right, and B, bring forward 50% of the strategy's funding before the next election to invest in 1, housing for Indigenous communities, 2, the construction of new affordable housing, new social housing units and new co-op units, 3, a plan to end homelessness, 4, the renovation of existing social housing and old housing stock, 5, the expansion of rent supplements, 6, the administration of programs that meet the special needs of seniors and persons with reduced mobility. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulderis.
Monsieur Boulderis.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mrs. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Tansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey Avignon le Métis Matan Metapedia.
Mr. Massey Avignon le Métis Matan Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Seekant.
Mr. Seekan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod Camels Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Yeas pour 45, 45. Nays contre 245, 245.
I declare the motion defeated. Lord, I'd ask member
Order.
Conversations into the lobbies. And if members could assist me by saying shh. Alors, order.
Order.
J'ai reçu notice d'une...
I received notice of a question of privilege.
Alors, de l'honorable député de Montcalm.
Order from the Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am raising a question of privilege. Yesterday, the government announced that it would open 3.59% of the Canadian milk and dairy products market to American products, despite the unanimous consent of the House of Commons granted on September 26, 2017, which said, and I quote, that the House reiterate its desire to fully preserve supply management during the NAFTA renegotiations. A dictionary definition of the word fully is in every possible way or to the greatest possible degree. This is the question, Mr. Speaker. What is the value of a motion for unanimous consent by the House of Commons in this assembly of representatives of the people, in this democratic institution, if the government can throw it out when it feels like it? According to the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, page 598, it is written, and I quote, orders or resolutions presented or adopted by unanimous consent express the will of the House and are as binding as any other House order or resolution, end quote. And yet, the government has dismissed a decision made by the House of Commons, namely, to fully preserve supply management. Let me say that I'm raising my question of privilege at the first opportunity because the most recent information obtained during yesterday's question period, after a question asked by the member for Mirabel, rejecting the clearly expressed will of the House, seriously undermines its authority and its dignity. Indeed, on page 60 of the 3rd edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, it is written, and I quote, any conduct which offends the authority or dignity of the House, even though no breach of any specific privilege may have been committed, is referred to as contempt of the House. Contempt may be an act or an omission. It does not have to actually obstruct or impede the work of the House or a member. It merely has to have the tendency to produce such results. In our opinion, Mr. Speaker, the conclusion of this agreement, in spite of the unanimous motion of this House to fully preserve supply management, constitutes nothing more or less than contempt of the House on the part of this government. Finally, if you consider this to be a prima facie case of privilege, I intend to move the following motion. I am announcing it, that this House conclude that the government is in contempt of Parliament by failing to respect the unanimous consent of the House, which asked for the supply management system to be fully preserved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Montcalm for his comments regarding his question. I will consider the matter, and I will return the matter to the House in due time.
Ordre du jour.
Business of Supply, resuming debate on the motion standing in the name of Ms. Bergen, transfer of Terry Lynn McClintic to a healing lodge. I would like to inform the House, because of the deferred vote, government orders will be extended by 8 minutes.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share my time with the great and honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the horrific way that Tori Stafford was taken is a heartbreaking tragedy. And I wish to express my heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Tori Stafford as they continue to endure this unimaginable pain for their loss. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate that the Minister has directed the Commissioner of the Correctional Services of Canada to review this transfer's decision and to ensure that all procedures, laws and rules were followed in the management of this case. As well, the Minister has asked the Commissioner to review the policies that are in place to make certain that policies themselves are up to date. Our government must continue to ensure that all decisions are made with the public safety top of mind. Mr. Speaker, our government's approach to criminal justice policy will continue to be evidence-based. And I have personally spoken with the Commissioner of Corrections Services Canada, and she is doing this review, and she said this at the last Public Safety Standing Committee. We find on the website of the Corrections Service of Canada, the CSC, that they are committed to contributing to public safety and the protection of society, and the best way of doing this is helping offenders become law-abiding citizens. The service provides a range of programs and services to offenders to reduce the risk they may pose to society, both within the prison and penitentiary system, but also outside of the prison system. As part of the CSC's mandate, one of their key priorities, and this is under oath by the Commissioner of Corrections Canada, Anne Kelly, one of their key priorities is addressing the disproportionate incarceration of Indigenous peoples and ensuring that the treatment of Indigenous offenders is focused on effective rehabilitation. The CSC continues to enhance partnerships with Indigenous peoples to create more opportunities for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities to participate in the care, custody, and supervision of Indigenous offenders. And this is through Sections 81 and 84 of the Conditional Release and Corrections Act. Now, the CSC is currently reviewing proposals from several Indigenous communities that have expressed interest in entering into a Section 81 agreement to establish a Healing Lodge correctional facility for the care and custody of Indigenous men and women offenders. Because we know there are many, many Indigenous peoples who are in the prison and the justice system. The CSC has also established Aboriginal intervention centres across the country at 7 institutions for men and at all institutions for women. This initiative serves to strengthen Indigenous offenders' access to culturally responsive programming in order to increase the potential for their successful reintegration into our communities. Because at some point, all offenders, or almost all offenders, will be reintegrated into our society. Now, the Conservative Member of Parliament from Brandon-Souris said, "Law is blind." He said that during this debate, and it should be blind. It should be blind so that the state can do its job, that the state has rule of law. Do we want politicians involved in deciding the fate of individual cases? I personally believe that no, we do not. Maybe we want this in Russia, maybe in other totalitarian states, but law, order, and good government require us to have cool heads. We need to have that rule of law each and every day, and that requires distance between the politicians and individual cases of people. Now, there is a difference between Indigenous and Western worldviews. The Indigenous worldview is a holistic one. We say often at the beginning of our prayers, "all my relations." And we don't just simply mean the people who we're actually physically related to by blood, but we recognize that we are not alone in this world, that everything is interconnected, that we are connected to the environment, we are connected to the animals, to the plants, to the air that we breathe, and to the people who might not even be our relations. Many people have characterized the Western worldview as one based on retribution and fear. And that is a distinctly Indigenous perspective on the Western worldview because, unfortunately, we have suffered many consequences with the arrival of Europeans here on this territory. Now, one of the issues that I think we're facing in this question that the Conservatives have put forward us today is we need to ensure that people inside the prison system and outside the prison system are safe. Outside, we know that people will eventually reintegrate, they will be brought back into society, and they have to be done so in a good way that ensures that they are not going to recommit crimes that are going to hurt other people. But we also have to ensure that inside our penitentiary systems, that it is, in fact, safe for the people who are inside there right now. We are not islands unto ourselves. We are all interconnected. And if there is a prisoner which is causing chaos within that system, causing chaos with other people who are within the corrections service system, making it so it's harder for them then to reintegrate into Canadian society, we all suffer the consequences. And I think this is what was recognized when the healing lodges were first put on the table, when they were first put in a report back in 1990. Now, there are many issues related to this, but one is women offenders. They comprise a very small and unique subset of the total federal offender population. Women offenders are more likely to be serving their first federal sentence and are more likely to be successful upon their release than their male counterparts. In a 1990 task force comprised of a diverse mix of government representatives, correctional officials, community advocates, Indigenous organizations, and women offenders, they released a report titled Creating Choices, which established a new correctional philosophy for women offenders, and it encouraged a holistic approach to dealing with their specific needs. Back in 1990, Creating Choices was founded on the principles of empowerment, meaningful and responsible choices, respect and dignity, supportive environments, and shared responsibility. The report advocated for the closure of the Central Prison for Women in Kingston, Ontario, and the establishment of a healing lodge and the construction of regional facilities for women offenders. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Correctional Service of Canada has developed and continues to develop short and long-term options to ensure safe and supportive accommodations and interventions for women offenders. And we also know that Indigenous women are the fastest growing segment of Canada's federally custody population and are disproportionately represented at approximately 40% within the federal incarcerated women's population. It is not easy to go to these healing lodges. As someone who has participated in a Sundance, where it's 4 days and 4 nights, I have participated with people who have been involved in the corrections system. And during those 4 days and 4 nights, we do not allow water nor food to cross our lips. And we pray in the sun, in the blazing sun in June and July and August. And these ceremonies go on across our country. And it is these types of ceremonies which I believe and I know are held in many of these healing lodges to allow people to reconnect with their spirituality so they can find not only what it is about themselves which was wrong, but also about what it is in themselves which could be right, which could be made whole, because one day they will be in our societies. Now, one of the issues I think that we are actually facing here today, and is a question of respect. And I loathe to raise this issue, Madam Speaker. But I question if the members in this House have the permission of the family to be using such graphic detail when describing this crime. If there is not a chance that we may be re-traumatizing families to a greater degree. Now, fear is extremely easy. But if I went to church, these are not the things that I would do. And it might be good to do some fundraising. It might be good to do the bait click where we can interest people in our political activity. But is it something that we want to have in this House of Commons? One of the issues I think that we're facing here is when we're dealing with an individual case as Parliament, we're ignoring wider issues. Do we want to call the person who is in this motion to the bar here? Is the opposition willing to call them as a witness to answer for their crimes? And those are questions that we have to answer. Because when we start accusing or focusing on one individual case, it becomes much harder then to start focusing on what's the larger issues impacting it, and should we actually have changes? And that's important. I might not disagree with the Conservatives that there might be the recourse or need to have some changes, but should we be focused on this one single case? I'd also like to ask a few other questions. If we have an idea of retribution, and retribution is our goal, how long, perhaps we should remove all medium and minimum security prisons and all halfway houses in our country. Maybe we should just put everyone in maximum security, back how it was in the 1850s, 1870s, 1880s. Maybe we should have corporal punishment in our prison system. Maybe we should make sure that the people are locked up and they're locked up for an awful long time and they regret it and they fear their time in that prison. Those are questions that I think we need to be talking about, because I think that is at the fundamental idea that the Conservatives are trying to get to.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk is Interlake Eastman.
Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I'm very disappointed to hear comments from the member from Winnipeg Centre. You know, he talks about the law has to be done. The law was done. The law passed judgment on Terry Lynn McClintock and threw her behind bars with a life sentence without parole for 25 years. And for him to come in here and say, well, I hope that we are respecting the family's wishes. Does he know that Rodney Stafford, the father of Tory Stafford, is active on Facebook, wrote to the Prime Minister, is organizing the protest on Parliament Hill on November 2nd because he is disgusted and outraged by the decision of this Public Safety Minister not to intervene because Corrections Canada went and transferred the killer of Tory Stafford into the Healing Lodge? I'm not taking anything away. I have a maximum, medium, and minimum security facility in my riding. I've been in the minimum security where there isn't ongoing policing. They don't live behind bars. They are supposed to be, for those people, about ready to get reintegrated into society. Terry Lynn McClintock is not there. She has had all sorts of altercations and charges while she has been in prison, including assaulting other inmates. So I wish that this member would stand up and actually take action and vote with us against the actions of his own Minister of Public Safety.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Why don't we just bring her here right now and string her up right here in this Parliament? Why don't we just get a rope and just do it right here? And I think that's what we're getting down to. Where do you draw the line? We can lock her up in maximum security for 24 years and let her out after just the day before and put her in a minimum security. But how is that going to actually make lives safer in this country? And I think that is the question that we have to get to. And I know the member from Selkirk might want to talk loudly, but I can talk louder here as well. And I don't mind having to yell and about the vision that I have for this country. It's one where we actually work together. And I know I'm not saying this individual has done some horrific and terrible things. And they should pay for their crime. I don't think there is anyone who is suggesting otherwise. But I think what we need to get down to is what is the best way to ensure that she is not a danger not only to herself, but also not a danger to other inmates within that federal penitentiary system, but also to society when she is eventually released.
Yes, and I didn't want to interrupt, and I do want to remind the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman that he had the opportunity to ask the question, and he may not like the answer. But at the end of the day, if he has another question, then he should get up and ask that question. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for his speech. I noticed in his speech he remarked upon the healing lodges as being an effective tool for rehabilitation of inmates. I would wonder if the member could speak more to that and why and how they are effective in doing so.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I think, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think any type of spirituality and religious experience, I think, is important for people. It could be even Christianity. But I think at the end of the day, if this center allows someone to even be more successful when they reintegrate into society, be contributing in some way, I think that's important for all of us. But that process might take a long time. Do we want to have someone locked up for another 21 years who will not be able to be a safe person or contribute in a way even to the society within the prison system? We want prisons to be a safe place. We don't want to create a prison of fear. I remember reading back in the 1990s about how people were so fearful of going to a prison because, you could get raped and beaten up and killed. And is this the type of place we want to have people coming out of into our society where they have this amount of fear, learning these types of actions? I've heard time and time again that people learn more bad than they do in good in the prison system. And I hope it's not true. But if they are, we have to recognize that eventually they're going to be living next door to us. us, that we'll be downtown Winnipeg and they might be right there beside us, that we're going to come out of our office building and they're going to be trying to get something off us. And so if we have to make sure that we create that safe society not only on the outside when they get out, but also inside that prison system. And we can't do it if we have a society based on retribution and absolute punishment all the time. You know, we can pretend we want to hang someone, and why don't the Conservatives actually put that forward? That their real motion is about actually setting up the death penalty or something like that, because that's the fundamental thing and where they want to go with this.
Order, as all the members know, is that they shouldn't be going back and forth, and they shouldn't be heckling. So I would just ask that if individuals have questions or comments, then they need to raise that at the appropriate time. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, what I'd like to do is to make the suggestion to those that are following the debate to start to question the motivation behind the motion that we actually have before us today. And give you an example, we often have opposition days where the opposition parties will try to figure out what are the issues in which would be of great interest to Canadians. Now, we know that there was a trade agreement, for an example, Madam Speaker, that was just reached late Sunday night. We know that the Conservative Party is in opposition to many aspects of the trade agreement. And we see that today in the number of questions that they ask, the statements that they're making both inside this chamber and outside the chamber. Now, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that that would have been a fantastic opportunity for the official opposition to focus debate on an issue that literally impacts directly every Canadian citizen in our country. Every region of our nation is directly affected. This is something that's all about Canada's middle class and the well-being of our economy going into the future. And they appear to have a great deal of concerns about it, Mr. Speaker. Reality is, no doubt, they're somewhat grateful, they just can't admit it publicly, that there is an agreement, because they know that it's in the best interest of all Canadians. Now, as opposed to doing that, what we've witnessed today, and we've seen it through a number of different question periods, is what I would suggest to you is a highly charged machine of rhetoric that is in play to try to push emotions that Canadians and individuals that would be watching the proceedings or following what's taking place here in the House, because they believe that they have an issue that they can show differences between the government of the day and the opposition. I would argue that this government has done more on this particular file than Stephen Harper did in 2014. Now, let me explain why it is that I would say that. And before I do that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to make it very clear. In regards to Tory Stafford, that, and the proper words escape my vocabulary in terms of how it is I could best describe how horrific of an act that was put in play and caused Tory to be put in the position of ultimately, Madam Speaker, of dying and the family. It's absolutely horrific. The proper words escape me. My heart goes out to the family, and I don't believe that there's a member of Parliament inside this House that would not agree just how outrageous and that those acts were, Madam Speaker. I don't think there's a member of Parliament. There's no member of Parliament that should try to stand in his or her place and try to pretend that they are more outraged of how brutal that incident was, that murder was, Madam Speaker. Now, having said that, I think that we need to take a look in terms of what has actually taken place. It was the Conservative Party, for example, back in 1992, that actually put into place these healing lodges, Madam Speaker. And at the time, they were given a great deal of credit. In fact, you will find today that there's members of all sides of this House that recognize the true value of these healing lodges. Back in the day, members on all sides of this House understood that these healing lodges was a good thing for Canadian society. We all knew that it was affiliated with medium and minimum security prisons. There was nothing new about that. Stephen Harper, when he was the Prime Minister, knew that. The last Conservative government knew that, Madam Speaker. So what happened in 2014 is the murderer of Tory Stafford ultimately was transferred from a maximum security prison to a medium security prison. Yes, she was.
Excuse me, order. There is no going back and forth. All comments and questions and speeches are to be done towards the chair. And if anybody has questions and comments, they are to address that at the appropriate time upon being recognized. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So our correctional officials, our civil servants, back in 2014, ultimately made the transfer to a medium security facility. A medium care facility or prison facility that ultimately had access and the ability to have anyone that's attending those facilities to be going to a healing lodge. That's the reality. Stephen Harper, as Prime Minister, knew that. Every Conservative member of Parliament knew that, Madam Speaker. Now, there wasn't one peep, not one word. Based on what I've heard from the Conservative Party in the last few days, I would have thought that every one of them would have been jumping up and down in that Conservative caucus, yelling and screaming and preaching of how it is that could possibly happen, because we've opened the door for a murderer of a child to be able to go to a healing lodge, but not one peep. So now, a couple years later, Madam Speaker, again, as the correctional staff and civil service made recommendations back then to transfer her into a medium security prison, they came up with another transfer of sorts, Madam Speaker. They used what they are entitled to use because that's what medium security prisons are allowed to do, take individuals and put them into the healing lodges. We all know that. Well, they made a decision here in which there has been a great deal of resistance to it, Madam Speaker. So what did the Minister of Public Safety do here? He has ordered a complete review that takes us all the way back to the way in which this individual was actually transferred from the maximum security into the medium security. I would suggest to you that the Minister of Public Service has done a better service to Canadians than Stephen Harper and the Conservative governments did back in 2014. He understands, and this government understands, in terms of what has taken place. So then the question is why do we have Conservative after Conservative jumping up and down and trying to give a false impression, Madam Speaker? Because they have what I would suggest to you is politically charged rhetoric where they're trying to score cheap political points, Madam Speaker. That's what this issue all boils down to from the Conservative Party. Madam Speaker, there is a thorough review that has taken place. This is a government that has actually initiated that review. And this government will do what's in the best interest after receiving the reports, Madam Speaker. But I would suggest to you, from a government's perspective, that we are listening to what Canadians have to say about the issue. We are listening in terms of, and will be receiving, what it is that the correctional institutional staff people have to say, what led to these decisions. You know, one of the things that we have demonstrated time and time again is that we obviously have, whether it's this sorts of issue or other issues, Madam Speaker, more confidence in our civil service. We consistently see Conservatives taking shots at our civil service. Madam Speaker, we recognize the valuable contributions that all that make to our society. We recognize that it's not for the politicians to send someone to jail per se. We are not the ones that say this person or that person should be investigated, get the RCMP to go and investigate, and then throw them into jail because we as a political party that happens to be in government, or even if you're in opposition. It shouldn't be for politicians that make that determination. We operate under the rule of law. And I believe that's what the constituents that I represent would want me to say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I hope that everybody back in Winnipeg are watching and witnessing how the member from Winnipeg Centre and the member from Winnipeg North have sat in here and showed no compassion to the Stafford family. They have shown absolutely no common sense in trying to deal with this situation and reversing this bad decision. And really, what witnessed here is that they will fight for the convict, but not fight for the victim. I don't know if the member realizes that underneath the bill, the Victims' Bill of Rights, that Corrections Canada failed under the law to provide information. Every victim and their family has the right to information on what's happening with the accused, with the convicted. And of course, they weren't informed 8-9 months ago when Terry Lynn McClintic was transferred to the Healing Lodge out of a medium security facility. She deserves to be behind bars. You know, this is an opportunity for the member to do the right thing, to fight for the family, rather than fight for the bureaucrats, to fight for a bad decision that was made by Corrections Canada. And why doesn't he follow the lead? When the Minister of Agriculture was a Solicitor General, he actually stopped a transfer of a notorious killer. Why doesn't the Minister of Public Safety today follow the example that was set by the Minister of Agriculture when he was the Solicitor General of Canada?
The honourable member for Winnipeg, for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government. House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member just said that Liberals have not shown compassion. Well, and not at all. Well, Madam Speaker, if he would have been listening to what I said, the compassion that Liberals have demonstrated, whether it's been the Prime Minister, the Minister of Public Safety, myself, and others, is genuine compassion. There is not one member of this House that recognizes or doesn't recognize just how hideous of a crime that was committed and absolutely disgusted by it. And I've indicated not only once, but on a couple of occasions myself personally in terms of how our hearts felt compassions and feeling go to the family of Tory, Madam Speaker. Those are what I would suggest to you is genuine compassion, compared to what we have seen from the Conservatives who hope to get some political gain by their behaviour, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to share a quote from the Honourable Irwin Cotler. At the time, Madam Speaker, he was the member for Mount Royal, previous Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. He was responding to the current minister's speech at second reading of C-32, that is the Victims' Bill of Rights. He said, and I quote, "For victims and their families, navigating the path of justice and parole can be a very difficult ordeal, sometimes frightening and often costly. Victims may have experienced significant emotional or physical trauma as well as material loss, and most painfully, the loss of loved ones." He goes on to say, as such, it is critical that our justice system and related departments and agencies treat victims with respect and sensitivity, appreciate their concerns, and minimize their burden.
So does the member have a question? Okay, perfect.
Can I continue then, Madam
Yeah,
Speaker?
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
okay.
20 seconds, yeah.
To that end, the bill before us appears to be the most respects of one more step in the right direction. So how does this government justify then, Madam Speaker, their treatment of the Stafford family in light of these remarks by the Honourable Irwin Cotler?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 1 minute to respond.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would recommend to my friend across the way that he read some of the debate that we had yesterday inside this beautiful chamber. Inside this chamber, we talked about enshrining the rights of victims in veterans in our military justice system, Madam Speaker, to resemble the civil process. So get that. That means it's a Liberal government. It's our government that has legislation that's enshrining rights of victims, Madam Speaker. Irwin Cotler was right back then, just like we as an opposition party were right back then, as we were right yesterday, and as we continue to recognize the importance of victims. After all you have to do is read the legislation that we tabled yesterday, and you will see that's an enshrinement of victims' rights in law, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm a little bit appalled about the member across. I would say to you, Madam Speaker, on April the 8th, 2009 was the first day 8-year-old Tori Stafford was allowed to walk home by herself from her elementary school in Woodstock, Ontario. She never made it home. Instead, she was lured into a car with the promise of seeing a puppy. Needless to say, there was no puppy. Instead, Tori was brutally raped and murdered. One of her murderers pled guilty to first-degree murder in 2010, making her eligible for parole after 25 years. In the 8 years since her conviction, Tori's murderer has earned no rewards for good behavior. Instead, in 2012, she pled guilty to assaulting a fellow inmate. She bragged about stomping on the face of a fellow inmate, bragging to her friends that she had committed hateful acts in prison. This is a person that needs to be in a secure prison. You can imagine the shock in my riding when it was announced that Tori Stafford's murderer has been transferred from a high-security prison to a healing lodge for Aboriginal women in Saskatchewan. Now, Madam Speaker, that's not this party cranking up anything. It's the community is upset. This is not a minimum security risk. This is a convicted killer who had been found guilty of horrific crimes, the types of things that all parents are fearful of when they let their child walk home from school alone for the very first time. Madam Speaker, the focal point of the Healing Lodge is the spiritual lodge where teaching, ceremonies, and workshops with elders take place. This is where women learn how to live independently by cooking, doing laundry, cleaning, and doing outdoor maintenance chores. Each unit has a bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchenette with a eating area, and a living room. A constituent of mine pointed out this sounds nicer than some apartments Canadians are working hard to be able to afford in their own, including his. We as elected representatives have an obligation and a responsibility to make it right when officials get it wrong. The decision to move Tori's killer from behind bars to a healing lodge with no fence and with children living inside is disgraceful. I have heard from countless constituents through email, phone calls, and on social media about how disappointed they are in this decision. One writes, Madam Speaker, I implore you to take quick action as a representative of this area to bring this issue forward for resolution, not only for the sake of the family involved, but the families that have felt the impact of this heinous crime. Another, I feel so sick about this injustice about McClintock going to a medium security lodge. This is so wrong, and Tori has been robbed of the idea of any justice. I'm saddened that this woman has been rewarded. And Madam Speaker, I am asking to split my time with the member from Saskatoon-Graceland. Another demanding, please do something to get McClintock back in jail and not in a healing lodge. This is absolutely ridiculous. They go on. There's no way she should be anywhere but locked away for life, and I feel quite sure that you feel the same, especially considering it happened right here in our own community. However, I think one constituent summarized it best. She wrote, I heard the Prime Minister get up in the House of Commons, explain that as a previous Conservative government was responsible for initially moving McClintock to a medium security prison. This is an empty excuse. The Liberal government is now in charge. With a majority, you can get things done and reverse this decision. Madam Speaker, my constituents are speaking loud and clear, and they are right to be. Canadians are appalled by what has happened, and this government needs to exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to reverse this decision. Canadians are outraged, and they know that parliamentarians, as their elected representatives, have the power to act. My constituents are demanding that I seek justice for Tori and take action to demand the government return her killer to a high-security prison. Dangerous child killers belong behind bars. Canadians know that it is unacceptable to leave a child killer in a fenceless facility with other children. I rise in the House today to ask that this Liberal government reverse the decision that was made to move Tori Stafford's murderer to a healing lodge and return her to a high-security prison. Tori's father has made a plea that has circulated thousands of times on social media, asking the Prime Minister to reverse this decision. I think it is important for his plea to be on record and for the House to hear what he has to say. Madam Speaker, he says, Madam, my name is Rodney Stafford, father of kidnapped, raped, and murdered 8-year-old Victoria Elizabeth Marie Stafford. I plead to you as a father and a proud Canadian citizen who, even after this traumatic experience, tries to live a normal, tax-paying life. I really have to question our federal government as to why child-convicted murderers such as Terry Lynn McClintock deserve more rights than their victims and law-abiding Canadians. I may not have grown up living a perfect life, but I grew up to learn that I love the country I live in and I know right from wrong. It's a safe and beautiful country. Now I see so many hearts breaking because people are no longer feeling safety and reassurance within our laws. This is an ever-changing world that hosts a whole new world of manipulative monsters that our nation needs to protect its citizens from. Terry Lynn McClintock is a dangerous predator who has repeatedly engaged in violent altercations, both within society and while incarcerated, boasting of not being able to do more damage. I would like to ask you, with no ill will, the question, though, if I may, from father to father, could you kneel beside your child's headstone knowing they spent the last 3 hours of their life begging and pleading for mommy or daddy to come save them, alone and scared? Can you sleep soundly knowing there is more injustice unfolding before you? Is this enough to remember that not all issues are political? Some are moral. God bless. I pray for you to do the right thing, which is to ensure this injustice is reversed and a child killer is returned to prison to finish her sentence behind bars. Madam Speaker, I think those are pretty strong words from Mr. Stafford, who is in my office again today. We hear from Canadians all the time about horrendous situations such as this. But in this case, it hits very close to home. And my friend, the Chief of Police in Woodstock, as has already been mentioned, I spoke with him on the weekend, and he is just appalled, I think, as the rest of us are, and felt the need to speak out. And as you know, Madam Speaker, police chiefs do not typically speak out about matters in their communities. In this case, Chief Bill Renton felt that need and has certainly spoken out and made it very clear. This woman is not a shoplifter. She's not a car thief. She's a convicted, brutal murderer who lured this young girl to a very violent death. She played an extremely active part. She's the one responsible. She should be behind bars, and the Healing Lodge certainly isn't the place for her. The Healing Lodges have a purpose, but it's not for people like her. There must be literally thousands of women out there in prisons that could utilize the Healing Lodge, but not for this particular killer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
What happened to Tori Stafford and the pain and suffering her family have gone through is unimaginable and breaks the heart of any soul in this country. And the debate here today doesn't diminish the pain nor the loss. It is profound. We all get that. And we all know that her killer is in custody and is not walking free. My question, though, for the Conservatives opposite is very simple through you, the Chair. 1,500 missing and murdered Indigenous women. Where was the concern for victims when those reports came public? Talk to the parents and the family of Tina Fontaine. Where was the concern for that victim? Children are victimized in this country far too often. It is painful for every family who loses one. But there seems to be a hierarchy of concern here. 1,500 murdered and missing Indigenous women. You couldn't get police to investigate those cases, let alone convict somebody. The Indigenous community in North Bay has to dredge the river to find its missing children, and the party opposite, during the height of that crisis, said it was committing sociology to try to solve that problem. Where was the concern for all of the child victims in this country? Why are they so selective?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Madam Speaker, that is just ridiculous. That's not what we're talking about here. If he had those issues back then, why didn't he bring them up? I am talking about the murder of Tory Lynn Stafford, or Tory Stafford. Every day we have other issues, but we didn't deal with that today. That's not on the agenda. It's appalling in trying to change the channel on this particular issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, and I would echo what we've heard today, which is that the tragic events that unfolded in this particular crime were horrific, and our thoughts are obviously with the family. But my question is about the individual who's been moved to a new facility. And what we do know is that this is the second time that such a move has occurred. Ms. McClintic was moved in 2014. And my question for the member is he aware of what led to that move happening in 2014? Why did the Conservative government allow this individual to be moved from a maximum security facility to a medium security facility in 2014?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Madam Speaker, first off, the government of the day in 2014 and this government, to their own credit, weren't made aware of those changes. We only became aware of this change when Tory Stafford's father put it out on his Facebook page that she had been moved to the Healing Lodge. The Conservative government in 2014 weren't part of that transfer. Perhaps if we'd known, maybe we would have, maybe we wouldn't have. But even then, when she was moved to that facility in 2014, it has bars, it has razor wire fence around it, it is a secure facility, and it doesn't have children there. That's our concern. In 2012, she was convicted of a brutal assault on another inmate. Maybe she shouldn't have been moved in 2014, but the government of the day wasn't made aware of it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend for his speech on this, and it happened in his constituency. I mean, this terrible, atrocious crime happened in his constituency, and I felt the heart cry that he had as he gave the speech. But the former question that he received was that, he questioned why our government didn't prevent it from going from her going to a medium security, which had bars and a prison cell and all those things. And you rightfully, Madam Speaker, he rightfully answered that we were not aware of it at the time, which the honourable member finds very hard. He's laughing today. He's laughing as if he didn't. So they must then believe that our current public safety minister was aware the moment that she was transferred to a healing lodge, because they come from that perspective. And so, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask this member just a point of clarification on that, please.
There's a point of order for from the member for Kingston and the Islands.
I regret to interrupt the proceedings, Madam Speaker, but I do just want to point out for clarification, as he said, that I was laughing in response to that. And
clarification is not a point of order. Therefore, the member for Oxford will get a chance to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to all members, the government of the day is not made aware of moves within prison facilities for a variety of reasons, the least of which is there's probably hundreds of them taking place every day. You would not have that knowledge. We did not have that knowledge, and I give the current minister the status. Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind he did not know about this. I don't think he would have talked about bad practices by this person had he been aware of the whole circumstance. I think he answered something that probably today he wished he hadn't, my guess, but you know, you're not aware of it when it happens. It's only when it blows up, and in this case, the father is very, very indignant about it.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, normally I'd say I'm honored to stand and comment on a matter at hand, but that is not the case here today. When this story was making headlines, not only in this country, but all over the world, I was still in the media. It never occurred to me that one day I would have to tell the government of the day that they're making a grave mistake by allowing a child murderer to serve her sentence in a healing lodge. But now it is my duty on behalf of the constituents of Saskatoon-Grasswood just to do so. Canadians, Madam Speaker, are rightly disgusted and outraged that a child murderer has been moved from a prison to a healing lodge with no bars, no fences, and actually where there's children. I have heard from many constituents of Saskatoon-Grasswood who have contacted me to implore me to advocate for innocent, law-abiding Canadians and demand that this child killer be put back behind bars. I'm going to quote some of the wisdom of my constituents. I've had many phone calls in the office in Saskatoon, many emails. I'm going to share a number of them with you over this matter. Here's one. I don't make a practice of writing my member of Parliament, but in this case, I must let my feelings be known. I know I am far from the only one. I am totally sickened by the transfer of a child killer to a Native healing lodge. I cannot imagine what this family is going through and how this case will remain in the spotlight for many years. This woman should be in prison for 25 years. Please do not let this slide into oblivion. This from Dean Hartley of my riding. Dean wrote, "This is not about process. This is about a decision and outcomes. Please continue to apply pressure on the Liberal government to reverse this decision." And another one of my constituent writing, "Put Terry Lynn McClintic back behind bars. She is callous and sick child killer." Then I've heard from Mrs. Nasha Spence, who wrote a very impassioned letter explaining her disbelief at this government's decision. This is just part of what she shared with me, and I wish to share with the rest of the country in the House here today. Here is what Natasha said. "I was alarmed to read in the media that convicted murderer Terry Lynn McClintic was transferred to a healing lodge in my province of Saskatchewan, actually in Maple Creek. I am the mother of two girls approximately the same age as Tori Stafford when she was abducted, when she was raped, and was murdered. As a parent, I emphasize with Tori's experience and the experience of her parents since that horrible day. Are we to understand that an individual who has actively participated in rape and murder to a child is now in a facility with no fences to prevent her from leaving? Terry Lynn McClintic belongs in prison, maximum security prison, with no ability to leave and harm other children. Further, I am concerned that a child murderer has been sent to a Saskatchewan community where she is free to roam. Canadian families have the right to know the safety of our children is a top priority to our country's leaders. We have the right to live in a safe and just country." She goes on and say, "We also have the right to know that if a fellow citizen murders and sexually assaults a child in our community, that the felon will be held accountable." None of these rights have been observed in sending Terry Lynn McClintic to a healing lodge in place of keeping her in prison for the full duration of her sentence. The punishment most certainly does not match the crime. Words are grossly inadequate to communicate the anger and frustration I feel about this decision. I feel like the justice system has done us all a grave disservice. I am interested to know what I can do as a concerned citizen and what may be possible to overturn this decision. To be clear, writing a letter to the federal government is not appropriate advice at this point. Nothing short of action will be sufficient. Ms. Spence continues on, Madam Speaker, to understand that every child matters and needs our collective intervention when others are present that may do them harm. Those are very impactful words, and I'd like to answer Ms. Spence's question and tell her that writing a letter can be a powerful tool. Our collective intervention, as Ms. Spence referred to, it is an even greater tool. Another thoughtful and compassionate constituent of mine shared the following. I would really like to just reach out and hopefully let you know how much the thought of Terry Lynn McClintic being moved to an Aboriginal healing lodge in Saskatchewan is not okay. Instead of just ranting on social media, which really doesn't help, I have decided to let every elected official that represents us let them know. At least I can feel I voiced my opinion to the people that hopefully can represent how people are really, really feeling. How can this even happen? She was convicted of first-degree murder with a sentence of 25 years to life in prison, not living out her time at a healing lodge with accessibility to children. This is disgusting. The writer goes on and says that Tori Stafford never deserved of what happened to her, and the family doesn't certainly deserve to need to have to deal with her death once again, slapped in their faces by this disgraceful transfer. Please, I'm hoping with enough members of Parliament questioning this that we can rethink and have this person put back into prison where she belongs for the rest of her days. Madam Speaker, I thank numerous people who wrote to me, took the time to write their Member of Parliament, and write to the governing Liberals to have their voices heard, because I know, Madam Speaker, they too got many emails and letters in their offices. Madam Speaker, let me close my remarks by saying this case is my city, oddly reminiscent of another case. Catherine McKay got drunk 3 times over the legal limit, got into her car and killed a family of 4. She failed to stop at a stop sign and hit the Vandivorst family's vehicle just north of my city of Saskatoon. Jordan, Chanda, 2-year-old McGuire and 5-year-old Cameron were killed on January 30th, 2016. I raise this because McKay pleaded guilty and was given a 10-year sentence. Catherine McKay was then moved from a prison to the same healing lodge just a few months after her 10-year sentence. Let me give you another criteria for moving the healing lodge. In order to get into a healing lodge, an Indigenous offender must demonstrate an interest in traditional healing paths and successfully complete various cultural appropriate interventions. I can't imagine that Corrections Canada were able to make all these determinations in such a short time. Let me tell you, there was a great deal of outrage in this case, too, in the province of Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, I think you see here a pattern. Canadians, deservedly so, are outraged, and they expect this government to do the right thing and make sure a vicious offender is behind bars. My constituents have exercised their democratic right to express themselves. They have written to the public office holders who represent them. These are the voices of Canadians, Madam Speaker, who believe dangerous child killers belong behind bars for life. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to go back to my interrupting you perhaps inappropriately and assure you in the House that when the member for Battle River Crowfoot was asking or responding to a question or asking a question that it indeed was not me that was laughing, and I take this matter extremely serious. My question is to the member and the speech that he just gave. I asked the member who spoke before him, who's a member from Oxford, about the decision to move from the maximum security to medium in 2014, and he and the member from Battle River Crowfoot who spoke asked a question after him both acknowledged that the government of the day wasn't aware that that happened. I'm wondering if he can provide some input as to why the government of the day wasn't properly made aware of this and why they didn't respond appropriately at that time, at least appropriately in terms of the position that they're taking today.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The family is notified first. I mean, I talked about the case in Saskatoon where 4 members of my city in Saskatoon, the 4 members were killed. They're actually notified first of a change, and that's probably what happened in 2014. But I should also say in 2014, Terry Lynn McClintock remained behind bars. They did not transfer her at this time to a healing lodge. She was still behind bars. So that would be my response to this, Madam Speaker. There's a big difference between behind bars and healing lodges.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find this whole day's debate to be deeply difficult, emotionally wrenching, and the debate misplaced. But I do want to ask my friend from Saskatoon-Grasslands, the information we heard earlier today from the Minister of Public Safety was the place in which the murder has been placed before also had children attending. I don't know the correctional facilities of this country without research, but I take the Minister of Public Safety at his word. So the murderer has been moved from a place that had children to another place that had children based on professional advice of Correction Services Canada within a period of time in which the previous government was also responsible. I take those to be the facts, and I hate to feel emotionally manipulated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Well, as you know, when this heinous crime was committed, maximum prison. And then we heard in 2014 they left the maximum prison, but still went into a prison with bars. So that was the situation back in 2014. Madam Speaker, I just want to talk about this healing lodge because it's in my province. It's in Maple Creek, the southwest portion of the province. And even the chief, Niconet First Nation, is shocked that Terry Lynn McClintock was transferred to his lodge. They had no idea. You would think, and I'm only quoting Alvin Francis here, he says, I can't say it's acceptable. Band members are forced to trust federal prison officials to make the right decision. He doesn't feel they made the right decision transferring her to the healing lodge on his First Nations property. So there's an instance here that you have to feel for the First Nations band. I mean, the healing lodge, as we all talked about here today, has children, and he doesn't think this is acceptable.
Question, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much. Brief question, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if, given the information that we've heard that the Conservatives were not aware of what happened in 2014 when the convicted was moved from a maximum to medium security prison, I'm wondering if the member can provide his feedback as to whether or not he thinks that it should be politicians making these decisions or whether it should be the trained individuals who are currently making the decisions.
The honourable member of Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, I think, the officials should be qualified enough to make decisions, but when we have a situation like this, and I've just read a few of my constituents concerned going to the healing lodge, then it's time for the public safety minister to stand up and make the right move, and make it quickly. Don't go into, well, we're going to look at this, and we're going to study this, and we're going to take weeks, perhaps months to make the decision. I think you've heard from my constituents of Saskatoon-Grasswood, moving her from Maple Creek can't happen soon enough.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Cypress Hill Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Battle River Crowfoot. And I have to agree with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands this afternoon when she said this is an emotionally wrenching debate today and is covering a topic many of us would wish we didn't have to address. But I have to say, Madam Speaker, I don't think I've ever seen so much wiggling and whining from the government side of this House as I have today, and their contortions of trying to justify why they're going to oppose this motion. And I have to say, I think they could do better than that. I just want to put on record what the motion is. We've probably read this numerous times before today, but we need to understand what it is we're talking about, so when the government starts to come back with their excuses, that people understand this is actually a simple choice. This isn't a complex question of process and over people. We've seen them talking about policy and processes all day, and they refuse to put this little girl's interest and the interest of the family, Tory Stafford, ahead of their own commitment to policy and process. The motion just simply says, whereas Terry Lynn McClintic was convicted of first-degree murder in the horrific abduction, rape, and murder of 8-year-old Tory Stafford and was moved from a secure facility to a healing lodge without fences and where the government has confirmed the presence of children, that the House condemn this decision and call upon the government to exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to ensure this decision is reversed and cannot happen again for others. So very simple request of the government that it exercise the authority that's been given and reverse the decision. We know that can happen. If I have time a little bit later, the Act allows for the Minister, the Correction and Conditional Release Act, and both in two places recognize that the Minister has the power to do this. And so, as I mentioned earlier, this really has been a day of talking about, are we going to put people first here, or are we going to put policy and processes ahead of them? And I would argue that we need to take a look at the personal side of this and do what is the right thing in this situation. Tory Stafford, as mentioned, 8-year-old little girl on her first day home, walking home from school, first day unaccompanied. She's picked up and taken out into the country, tortured, raped, murdered, buried, and left there. And Terry Lynn McClintic was tried in 2010. She was found guilty of first-degree murder. And this is a young lady who had a history of some serious issues in the past and abuses in the past. One of the reports talked about how she had actually microwaved her dog earlier. So this is not a person who is engaging in bad practices, as our minister had mentioned earlier. She's sentenced to 25 years. In 2012, she had a violent encounter with another inmate. She was going to apparently to a mentoring appointment and decided that she was going to take it out on the other inmate. And her only regret was that she hadn't hurt the other woman more than she had. And Corrections Canada has now transferred her from the Grand Valley Institute for Women. And we're being misled here all day today, Madam Speaker, by the Liberals' language, because they know that Grand Valley is a combination maximum and medium security prison. And they haven't talked about what part of that prison Ms. McClintic was in. And they moved her from a prison that is maximum and medium. If you look on the website for Corrections Canada, that's how it's defined. And they've moved her to one that they call medium to minimum security prison. And Okamaochi is in my riding. I've been there many times, and I can tell you I don't know what your definition of medium security prison is, but this prison has no walls around it, has no fences. It's just in the rolling hills southwest of Maple Creek, and certainly the things that most Canadians would think accompany a medium security prison are not present at Okamaochi Healing Lodge. I want to talk a couple things, just a little bit about the Healing Lodge. It's surprising that this person has gotten the privileged status of being able to be transferred to this Healing Lodge. It's been in my riding, been in operation for years, and the point is actually to help young women be reintegrated into society, to learn some of the skills that they need to do when they're going to go back into society. Programs are in place. There's a horse program there. There's classes. There's counseling, things like that. They have programs, Aboriginal ceremonies. I've been able to be part of those. I've attended some of their open houses. We've eaten together. And it's a facility that is open. They call it an open campus. There's individual cabins that inmates can spend their time in. They can actually have their children with them as well. And so it is a real privilege for offenders to be able to be transferred to a facility like that. And I guess it's a surprise to me that this decision has been made. I don't know how it could come about so quickly when this lady has 13 years left in her sentence before she's even eligible for parole. And one of the things that's happened when this came to light is that the people in my riding have responded and reacted very quickly to it. I've had calls from a number of communities, from the leaders of communities saying, what can we do to get this reversed? This is crazy that this person would actually be moved to this facility. Neighboring towns have called, but also the administration in Maple Creek has called and expressed their concern. I've had calls from young mothers in Maple Creek saying, look, my children play out in my yard. The inmates of Okamaochi get day passes into Maple Creek. Do I need to change the way that I look after my children in order to address the issue that comes out of Terry Lynn McClintock being in our community. It's been actually fascinating to see the contortions today that the Liberals and NDP have gone through to try to excuse their inability to support the motion that we put forward. And it's my understanding the Ontario legislature has already dealt with this unanimously and said this decision needs to be reversed. You know, we can talk about the human cost, and all of us have seen the letter from Tory Stafford's father and requesting the Prime Minister, would you just do what fathers would like to have done across this country? Could you just reverse this decision, put this lady back into the institution where she was before, and reverse what's gone on here? I guess I've been most disappointed, I think, by the member, the Public Security Minister. He seems to get up in the House here and he's talked about all the policies and processes that need to be in place before he can move. And he announces a review. And we know that this government is, specialized in consultations and reviews, but this isn't a situation where we need to wait for a review. Canadians have been clear on this, and I think both the Liberals and NDP are finding out how far offside they are on this issue from Canadians, because every response that I've gotten has said, you have to be crazy if you think that you can leave this person in basically an unsupervised setting when she has the record that she's had and the activity in her life that she's had. We need to do something. We need to get this decision reversed. Again, we were here yesterday talking about putting a victim's rights, Bill of Rights into the military code. And as I spoke yesterday, the questions came up from the other side. It was all about the offenders. We need to find special ways of letting the offenders off and finding ways that they don't get treated the same. We have to, for small groups, we need to find a different way of sentencing them. And then today, when I'm listening earlier to the debate, the focus on the other side seems to be all on the offenders. It just is constant. There's very little thought about the victims. And I heard one of our Liberal colleagues this morning imply that to reverse this decision would be affect the charter in some way. And he compared it actually to the fact, he said that it would be similar to having the RCMP monitoring and harassing MPs, that somehow there's some parallel between this government taking its responsibility seriously and just saying we're going to reverse this decision and seeing this as some sort of great impact on every Canadian's lives. We need to have this decision reversed. We need to have it reversed as quickly as possible. It's time for the minister actually to step up. Those of us from Saskatchewan have been disappointed time and time again with the fact that he seems to fail to represent Saskatchewan's interest. He's the person who comes from Ottawa back to Saskatchewan and tells us what Ottawa has told him. But in this situation, it's time for him to really take some leadership for a change and then to step forward and say, look, as minister, as the person who's been given the responsibility for this, I need to make a decision. I need to reverse this decision. And I do want to talk a little bit about the authority that he has, because the other side has left the impression that they can't make this change. They couldn't just do the change. And we know that that it's very simple under Section 6.1 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act that the minister has the authority to direct the Commissioner of Correction in all matters. That's just written clearly into the Act. There's no room for excuses. There's no room for saying that he can't do it, because he has the moral, he has the legal, he has the political authority to actually correct this issue. And that can include issuing a directive that a broad class of offenders, such as those convicted of the murder of a child, not be allowed to be transferred to such a facility. And I heard members opposite earlier suggesting that that was something that they thought should be done. So, got to tell you, Okemah-Ochi remains to be, it's a minimum security prison. It's a prison where women go to be able to be reintegrated into society. It's not a place for Terry Lynn McClintock. And Madam Speaker, we need this government to do what is the right thing here. We need them to reverse this decision and put her back in the institution where she was before they transfer her to Southwest Saskatchewan.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm using the opportunity today, Madam Speaker, to use this particular motion to try to understand how things occurred in the way that they did in terms of the moving of this particular inmate, in order to help perhaps inform us as to how we could better create better policies so that this doesn't happen again. And I'm wondering if the member opposite, we've heard from the people who spoke before him that the Conservatives were unaware in 2014 that this person had been moved from maximum to medium security facility. But we did hear about it this time. And the way that we heard about it this time is because a family member came forward with the information. Does he think that there could be a better way to make sure that the information is moved around so that we don't have to rely on that particular way of finding out? Is there a way to change the policy here so that this doesn't happen again in the future?
Saskatoon
Because
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just because this member continues to repeat inaccurate facts does not make them more accurate, right? The reality is she was in maximum security prison. She's moved to Grand Valley, which is a maximum/medium security prison. We don't know what part of the prison she was in there, and she's now been moved to a minimum security prison in my riding. There's no fences around around this institution. People, if they choose to, are free to come and go. And we trust that doesn't happen. I don't know if the member opposite is actually aware of this, but in 2015 and 16, the staff was basically held to account because they were found to have endangered their own children by bringing them out to the Okama-Ochi Healing Lodge. And so I just think it's completely inappropriate that this woman is in a place where there's access to children. We don't even have to go through the graphic details of what she did, and we don't know why she did it, but given her history, I don't think that those children are safe, and we don't want her in that institution. We want her transferred back behind bars where those young people will be safe.
Comments? The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe my colleague has a really important point that we would seek to get clarification. The Minister of Public Safety has indicated very clearly that we're doing a complete review, and it's going to be going even back to the 2014 when the decision was made under the Harper government to transfer from the maximum security to a medium security. We now had a couple members of the Conservative caucus say that the Conservative government at the time had no idea that it actually had taken place. And my question to the member, because I think that's an important aspect of the potential review, or not the potential, of the actual review itself. The member across the way that's speaking was present in the Conservative government. Can he say to the very best of his knowledge, or would he agree with his colleagues, that the Harper government had no idea that the transfer had taken place?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, the interesting and I guess humorous thing about this other side is that they're only too willing to try to blame everybody else for the things that they've done. We've seen this all the way along. We just saw it earlier today in question period around NAFTA and those kinds of things. Wherever they stumble, they try to blame somebody else. Now this one, they don't need to go back to 2014 to make this decision. They can make a decision today. Let's take her out of the Okama Healing Lodge. Let's put her back into Grand Valley Institution, and this whole thing is solved. Now, they want to do a complete review. Madam Speaker, how long is a complete review going to take Minister of Public Security to do? By the time we get this done, we'll probably be past the next election. This is just an excuse for them to put off making a decision, to leave things the way they are and avoid their responsibility.
We had time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was just wondering if the member can tell us what his views are on a healing lodge. So is it appropriate to have healing lodges within our corrections system? Is it appropriate to be having that type of system within Canada?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hill Grasslands.
I guess I can't comment on whether my colleague is here or not, Madam Speaker, but I did talk about this earlier. I'm not sure if he heard that or whatever when I mentioned that it's been in my writing, it's been operating for decades now. It's actually an institution that I've gone out to. I've gone out there, I've had open houses, we've done some ceremonies, different things together, there are programs in place. There's a horse program, there's programs in counseling, there's programs on teaching basic life skills and those kinds of things. And so I think it's an essential component for people to be able to reintegrate it into society, to be able to learn those kinds of things. But when somebody is 13 years away from qualifying for parole, it's probably not the right place for them.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Essex International Trade and the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West Public Transportation. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to partake in this debate, but I do so, I think, with a very heavy heart. I've had the opportunity to sit in the House all day today and listen to both sides of this debate. And I say both sides because certainly our Conservative colleagues on this side have all shared their disgust and horror that we have to resort to, not only to this debate, but we must bring this debate in order to get some action. And I, as many of my constituents and Canadians all across this country, am shocked to witness yet another failure by this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, they failed to do what's right. They have failed Tory Stafford's family. They have failed to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. And Madam Speaker, they failed our children. Madam Speaker, nothing in this life is as important as the innocent, vulnerable children. And as a father and soon-to-be grandfather, I've sat today putting myself into the position of a number of people. First of all, of Tory Stafford as the vicious rape and murder took place, but also of her parents. And Madam Speaker, we must do everything, absolutely everything and anything we can in our power to protect them. Madam Speaker, I repeat, this government has failed. That is totally and frighteningly unacceptable. And I strongly believe a majority of Canadians, particularly parents and grandparents, would agree with me. And we are hearing from them. Countless numbers have emailed and called and phoned. And Madam Speaker, we brought this to the floor today because there was a deaf ear from the Liberal government. Why do we have to call upon this government to exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to ensure the decision to move Terry Lynn McClintic is reversed and cannot happen again for others? Why does this murderer remain in a healing lodge without fences and with the presence of other innocent children? Innocent children like Tory Stafford was. Why hasn't the government done the right thing and directed the Commissioner of Corrections to move this murderer back into maximum security to serve out the rest of her life sentence without eligibility for parole for 25 years? Why? Why? And that is the question that not only the opposition are asking, but the question that our constituents and Canadians are asking. Madam Speaker, this morning I listened very closely to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Public Safety, in her defence of her government in allowing Corrections Services Canada officials to determine the placement or transfer of offenders. She said it was not the elected officials' job to make this determination. But Madam Speaker, if the Canadian public overwhelmingly believe that an error has been made, it is the government's responsibility to stand up and to be counted. Clearly, under Section 6(1) of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Minister has the authority to direct the Commissioner of Corrections in all matters. This would include issuing a directive that a broad class of offenders, such as those convicted of murder of a child, are not eligible for transfer to a minimum security facility, or to a minimum medium security, or to a healing lodge. One, as you've heard, without fences, without bars, without what we would expect from a normal maximum security penitentiary. Furthermore, the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out, it is our job to draft and approve legislation that provides clear guidelines and directives. It's our job as policymakers to propose and pass Criminal Code and Corrections and Conditional Release Act amendments to respond to the concerns and the demand of our electorate. In this particular case, Madam Speaker, those demands are for first-degree murderers to be placed and kept in maximum security facilities where they belong. Under Section 96(6) of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the government could immediately pass regulations setting out the eligibility for minimum security facilities and healing lodges. This could include prohibiting those convicted of murder involving a child. As I said, Madam Speaker, the government could, but unfortunately we debate here today because they wouldn't, or they won't. Just as they wouldn't vote in favor of this motion, as so many of my colleagues have implored them to do throughout this debate today. Why wouldn't they? They wouldn't because this government, as previous Liberal governments, has always and will always allow the scales of justice to be tipped in favor of offenders. Madam Speaker, I have been in this House for 18 years as of this November. I served in opposition as the public safety critic from November 2000 until January 2006. I repeatedly stood in this House in that capacity to oppose legislation after legislation introduced by the previous Liberal government. Legislation that created conditional sentencing, which resulted in rapists and other violent offenders serving time at home. That's correct. For those who are watching, violent offenders doing their time at home. Legislation that has made the guiding principles of sentencing, rehabilitation, and reintegration as opposed to the protection of society. Madam Speaker, reintegration and rehabilitation, much needed. Unquestionably. We want to prepare those as they go back into society. But our guiding principle must always be protection of society. I could go on, Madam Speaker, to make the point successive Liberal governments have prioritized the rights of offenders over the rights of victims. It was the Harper government who created the Office of the Victim's Ombudsman, wrote the Victims' Bill of Rights, eliminated Section 745 of the Criminal Code, which gave murderers early parole eligibility and allowed for consecutive parole ineligibility for those convicted of multiple murders. Fought the entire way by the Liberal opposition. It was a Conservative government that restored the scales of justice in favor of victims. Unfortunately, this Liberal government has once again tipped the scales in favor of offenders. And murderer Terry Lynn McClintic remains in a healing lodge. And Madam Speaker, that is proof enough. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude, and I see that my time is nearly out. How should politicians respond in a short period of time? There may be legislation that needs to be rewritten and amended, but what can politicians do? That's a question that our constituents are asking us. Well, Queen's Park, the Ontario legislature, yesterday found a way. Madam Speaker, yesterday they passed a unanimous motion calling for the transfer of this individual to be reversed. This murder, this rape, this kidnapping took place in Ontario. They knew the outcry of the public, and all parties in the legislature here in Queen's Park in Toronto responded together, unified, unanimously. And Mr. Speaker, I commend them for that. Our question is, will this government, will the member, will the Liberal Party join with his provincial Liberal, NDP, and provincial government in condemning this decision? Madam Speaker, again, I very much fear that the answer will be no.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that the member earlier, when he was asking a question, commented on the fact that he was unaware in 2014 that under the Conservative government that the change had happened from maximum to medium security. But I also want to tap into perhaps some of his knowledge and wealth of information from his time as parliamentary secretary. What we know, Madam Speaker, is that no new policy has come along that has set a new scenario where this individual would have had the transfer occur, or the transfer would have occurred that is occurring now. So the policy that created the environment for this transfer to occur has been around for quite a while, and this government never changed that. So my question to him, given his extensive knowledge on the policy, is how can we change the policy so that this doesn't happen with somebody else in the future?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, again, Madam Speaker, I was not the minister of the day, but I can say that, as was said earlier, there are hundreds of transfers a day within our federal penitentiary system, within the correction system. And that takes place, and many of them, the minister is not made aware of what and who are being transferred where. But, Madam Speaker, there are other occasions where I think the Liberals today have muddied the waters, so to speak, because they have kept talking about in 14 she was moved to a medium security penitentiary. Madam Speaker, we've heard earlier today that the institution that she was transferred to was a medium maximum security. So she may have gone from a maximum security into the maximum of the penitentiary that she was transferred in 2014. That would be normal. Those things can happen. And for a number of reasons they happen. They may happen because of programming. They may happen because of safety of the offender. There's a host of reasons. But, Madam Speaker, to take someone from a maximum security and cascade them down to a minimum security, minimum medium healing lodge in Maple Creek, Saskatchewan, undoubtedly you're going to have the public outcry that we're hearing today. And so, Madam Speaker, yes, our motion calls on the government to bring forward legislations so that this cannot happen again.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital.
First of all, let me say that as a father, as a grandfather, I can't begin to understand or recognize the pain and the pain that the family and the parents must be going through in this horrible situation. And my heart is with the family. However, as our minister has said, clearly we're doing a review of the entire situation, and including the decision that was made in 2014 by the Harper Conservatives to move the offender from a maximum security penitentiary to a medium security penitentiary. And I know that at the time, the honourable member from Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis, who was Minister of Public Safety, when questioned about this situation and or similar situations, and I quote, responded, and I quote, "I do not control the security classification of individual prisoners." Just as we are saying now we do not control, we agree with the then minister, the honourable member, when he said, "I do not control the security classification of individual prisoners." Our public safety minister has already announced a thorough review of all the decisions in this, and I'm wondering if the honourable member can offer his commentary on the former minister under Harper government with the quote.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I just warn the Canadian public that when you hear a member stand in this place and say, "We will conduct a thorough review," get ready, because the wheels of justice will turn very slow. And that's exactly what they are telling us. They are saying, Yes, there's an outcry. Yes, the Conservatives are bringing this. And yes, Queen's Park has unanimously said, take her back. But we will do a review. And Madam Speaker, to be quite frank, the other thing they're saying is we're going to go back to the time when our Right Honourable Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and see why he transferred her from a maximum to another medium maximum. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, all they do is play the blame game. They need to stand up and be counted for their decisions or lack thereof.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at issue today, and I've listened to this debate all day long, it is, and Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with our honourable colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, totally slipped my mind. I apologize. This is an emotional debate. There's no two ways about it. Very similar to our debate that we had last week with respect to Chris Garnier, a convicted murderer who's behind bars, receiving PTSD treatment through Veterans Affairs, essentially stepping in line of our veterans and our first responders that are being told no or are being told to get back of the line or they're having to wait. This debate is whether a convicted child killer, Terry Lynn McClintock, someone who heinously murdered Tori Stafford, 8-year-old, whether she should be serving the rest of her time in a healing lodge. This is not about the effectiveness or whether we feel that healing lodges should be part of the of our corrections system. It is about doing what's right. Our colleagues across the way will stand up and say that their hearts and prayers go out to the families of the victims, whether it was Catherine Campbell last week and Tori Stafford this week. However, then they go on and they talk about, well, it was this government that this thing, and Stephen Harper was bad and evil and did this, and he transferred all of this stuff. Madam Speaker, this is about action. It's what I said last week. This isn't about coulda, woulda, shouldas and hypothetical questions. This is about doing what is right. Madam Speaker, they say that we're politicizing this. You know who don't think that we are politicizing this, Madam Speaker? It is the Catherine Campbell's family. They've written us and talked to us. They don't think that we're politicizing this. They think, you know who they think is politicizing this? It's the minister and the Prime Minister, shamefully. You know who else doesn't think that we're politicizing this? And that is Mr. Stafford, Rodney Stafford, who wrote a letter through social media to plead with the Prime Minister to reverse this decision. Madam Speaker, do you know who else doesn't think that we're politicizing this? It is the families of Cynthia Mass, Natasha McGovery, Jill Stachenko, or 15-year-old Lorraine Leslie, who was the final killer or final victim in my riding, the victim of Cody Lejabok, Canada's youngest serial murderer. You know who else doesn't think this is the Bjornson family. The Fabian Bjornson, their son was beheaded earlier on, and they don't think that we are politicizing this. You know what they're saying is that finally somebody is providing a voice for victims. Where has that voice of victims been? You know, somebody has to stand up and actually share their voice. And that's what we're doing. And we're asking for the Minister of Public Safety to make a decision. We know that it's in his purview to be able to do that. Section 6 or Section 96 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. He has the authority to step in and actually review this and act. That's what we're asking for. Action, not the blame game. Madam Speaker, he has the ability to do this. You know, imagine, if you will, waking up to when we call murder a bad practice.
Shameful.
Imagine, if you will, when you wake up and you hear about convicted murderers in jail that never served in our country, not a minute in his life. He served time, but never served our country, but is yet stepping in front of the line of those who signed up to serve our community and to our country. Imagine that. And we know that that's the case now. Imagine, if you will, where a time that we can't even call somebody that crosses our border illegally. We can't say that word, illegal. They call it irregular. How far have we fallen that we are so worried about hurting somebody's feelings that we can't call a murderer a murderer? We can't call the act that they did murder. It's a bad practice. Or those that are crossing our border illegally, well, they're irregular crossers. Or that we are now erring on the side of criminals. How far we have fallen. Imagine, if you will, waking up one day and finding out that your government has paid a convicted terrorist $10.5 million. Because after all, Madam Speaker, he is a Canadian. A convicted terrorist. That's what we're dealing with here. And Canadians are outraged. They've seen this time and time again from those across the way, that they're erring on the side of just bad people. You know, Madam Speaker, I had an opportunity to speak at length with Catherine Campbell's family, and they are disgusted. I had an opportunity to speak with Eileen Bjornson earlier today. That is the mother of Fribian Bjornson, who time and time again during the whole process felt victimized. And listening to this, you know, about Terry Lynn McClintock get out, it just re-victimizes the families of these victims. You know, Madam Speaker, it is not about, again, going back to the healing lodges, and they want to throw out, well, it was our government that transferred her to a medium, Terry Lynn McClintock to a medium security. Well, it was a medium maximum, or maximum medium security, and it had bars, Madam Speaker, bars. You know, an executive director of a healing lodge has just come out in defense of healing lodges. And healing lodges really aren't on trial here. But they described the healing lodge as this. Well, they're not on lockdown. They have keys to their own rooms, and it really feels more like a university dorm than a jail. Do you know who will never, ever, ever get to experience a university dorm, Madam Speaker? It's Tory Stafford. You know, it is about serving a life sentence, somebody who's serving a life sentence, who served 20 years in prisons. They need to come out slowly. We need to be able to teach them how to ride a bus, how to live in the community, how to get along with other people. Madam Speaker, Terry Lynn McClintock still has 13 and a half years left. She's convicted of our society's most heinous crime. That's before parole. And she has laughed about it the whole way. She has showed violent tendencies, well, institutionalized. You know, this isn't about whether healing lodges work or don't work. They're not the ones that are on trial. What's on trial is this lack of action and their way of just blaming everybody, and rather than standing up. You know, if the Minister of Public Safety and Security stood before the House and said, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will review this immediately and I will act." Guess what? The argument would be out. But guess what a full review means? It's going to be months, if not another year before this happened. All the while, Terry Lynn McClintock is before bars. You know, they're seeing very, very quickly, this government is seeing very quickly the public outrage on this. And they, as they do with everything, they want to assign blame and point fingers here and there. And it is shocking, Madam Speaker. I've said this all along. They've been in government for 3 months, or 3 years now. It seems like 3 months. It's gone by so fast. And we see it time and time again. Whenever they have a problem, they blame those that become before them. And whenever it's something good, they stand up and pat themselves on the back. Like last week, shamefully, how our colleagues across the way stood and defended Chris Garnier being in jail, convicted murderer, and actually receiving treatments through Veterans Affairs, patted themselves on the back, and then there'd be 3 sentences about how they, you know, hearts and their thoughts and prayers go out to the victims' families. If their thoughts and prayers truly went out to the victims' families, Madam Speaker, they would be pressuring this minister to act and not putting out and just spewing out garbage. They know better. I'd like to think there are good people on all sides of this House. Canadians are speaking, and they're speaking loudly that this is wrong, Madam Speaker. And I just want to leave you with one thing, Madam Speaker. It's this. Rodney Stafford wrote the Prime Minister. I'm not going to read the whole thing. The question that he asked the Prime Minister is this. I would like to ask you, with no ill will, one question, though, if I may. From father to father, could you kneel before your child's headstone, knowing how they spent the last 3 years of their life? I won't get into the rest of it. How they spent the last 3 years of their life. That is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the discussion that's ensued today about the transfer of Ms. McClintock from maximum security facility to a medium security facility, the Conservatives have been talking about a medium maximum security facility as though there's some kind of hybrid model that exists between a medium and a maximum, when in reality what you might have is on one property both a medium and a maximum security facility, but the inmates are treated differently and they're within the different units. And the reality of this situation is that this individual is in a medium security facility now. Would he at least agree that there is a clear distinction between a medium and a maximum security facility, and that there is no hybrid somewhere between?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I'll absolutely agree with my honourable colleague across the way. However, what I will offer is this, is that the facility that Terry Lynn McClintock has been transferred to, as I read to you, and that is an executive director within the Healing Lodge system, said this is more like a university dorm than it is a jail, that they are free to come and go when they're not doing their healing practices. Madam Speaker, that is considerably different than being behind bars and in a medium or a maximum security. That is completely different than being out in the open and free to go, a key to their own accommodations. It is shocking, Madam Speaker, and I didn't get into this in my speech, but even the First Nation that the Healing Lodge is on has said that this was not what the purpose of the Healing Lodge was intended for. You know, Madam Speaker, I misspoke when I read the quote from Rodney Stafford when he was pleading to the Prime Minister, and he said that from father to father, how could you kneel beside your child's headstone when you know how she shared or how she spent the last 3 hours of her life? Mr. Speaker, that every one of our colleagues in this House I would implore them to read that. That is absolutely heartbreaking. And that's what this is about today, is doing what's right. And this minister has the tools at his disposal to be able to act now. And that's what we're asking for him to do.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hill Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot spoke a little bit earlier in answer to one of the questions. He noted that ministers don't get to see every single transfer that comes by, and so sometimes they don't respond to all of them. But I just want to ask my colleague, when you find a situation like this, is there any excuse for a minister not to exercise his legal and political obligations and reverse the decision? Can you think of any reason why that shouldn't be done?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
The short answer, Madam Speaker, is to say no, there isn't. It is the decent thing to do. It is the right thing to do. And when I don't have the benefit of being able to say that I was in the previous government, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you this: when there were issues that were brought up, and there are incidents of recent incidents in other files, that when the minister has found out of an issue, that they have acted, and our government did the same. Madam Speaker, it is about action, doing the right thing, and as I said earlier on, the victims don't have a voice. You know, who's here to speak on behalf of Tory Stafford? Who's here to speak on behalf of Catherine Campbell? Who's here to speak on behalf of Fribian Bjornsson or Lauren Leslie? And all of the victims of heinous crimes in the past. You know, they say that we're politicizing this. Well, we're standing up for those that don't have a say, that don't have a voice. Madam Speaker, it's the right thing to do. This minister could act, and we've said this before under Section 6 and 96 of the Corrections Conditional Release Act. He has the tools to be able to immediately intervene and review this. It's not about what government did before, previous government, or what Stephen Harper did before. That's exactly the talking points and the deflection that this government does all the time when something is wrong and they have to stumble and find an excuse. It's not about that. Just act. Just do the right thing. Canadians expect it. This government, when they were campaigning, they promised to be different. They're not being, they're being different. They're not acting. We would have acted, Madam Speaker. It's the right thing to do. Canadians expect it, and so do we. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all my colleagues on the Conservative benches today for their interventions on this motion. Incredibly disappointing day that we've had to even bring this motion forward because the Liberals won't do the right thing. It was just so disconcerting to sit here today all day and listen to Liberal after Liberal get up to feign their condolences and so-called sympathies to the family, but then actually go out there and defend the victim, defend the decision by the public safety minister for not to intervene in this situation and rectify a decision that was callous and actually, in my opinion, broke the law under the Victims' Bill of Rights. And to really, again, demonstrate to Canadians that they would rather advocate for the convicted, that they would rather stand up for the criminal, they would rather hug the thug than actually show compassion and reason to the family of these terrible, brutal murderers. These victims have rights, and they deserve the respect, the compassion, the understanding, and the information from the Government of Canada. Now, some of the arguments that have been presented today are just ludicrous. For the Liberals to continue to try to hide behind, a bunch of rhetoric, talking points, and so-called statistics does not right the wrong. It does not justify this decision. And, we have to look at the situation here. The law has, the court system has passed judgment. Justice needs to be served now. Terry Lynn McClintock was given a life sentence without parole for 25 years. And in all the research that I have done on these very, sadistic, deranged murderers like Terry Lynn McClintock, is that they never do get parole. They actually serve out their life sentences as an incarcerated convict. I've been contacted by families over the years that have had to deal with loss of loved ones from, convicted killers like Clifford Olson, Paul Bernardo, Robert Picton. And these people will never make parole. The parole boards will never grant them the opportunity to re-enter society. So this idea that we're going to move this convicted murderer, this child killer, Terry Lynn McClintock, into a minimum security facility for, making sure that she's properly rehabilitated, this many years before she ever will even stand a chance to stand for a parole board hearing is ridiculous. She needs to serve her time. Everything that, I've seen in the news is that she has not been a model prisoner. This is a lady that continues to brag about how she killed Tori Stafford. This is a lady that has assaulted and stomped on other inmates that she is incarcerated with. And, some people in this chamber from the NDP and the Liberals saying, what about, the poor family going through this? Well, I can tell you if you read the Facebook page of Rodney Stafford, he has been posting about this ridiculous idea that Terry Lynn McClintock deserves to go to a healing lodge. He has helped organize the protest for Tory Stafford on November 2nd here on the Hill. He wants all of us to go out there and promote it if the Liberals do not back down. He's giving that opportunity to the Minister of Public Safety to reverse this decision. He's given a month to actually change course here. This is no leadership, what we're seeing from the Prime Minister and from the Minister of Public Safety. For them to suggest that we're going to review the situation and the decisions made by Correction Services Canada is ridiculous. When there's public outrage like this, all he has to do is follow the example that was set by our current Minister of Agriculture when he served as the Solicitor General under Jean Chrétien back in 1998, where a similar situation occurred where a mass murderer was being transferred to a lower security prison. The public screamed in outrage over it and disgust, and he immediately, as the Solicitor General, changed that decision. He intervened and showed leadership. What we're seeing here is pass the buck. The Minister of Public Safety is just pushing it off to the bureaucrats and saying, you guys figure this out, and not taking any role whatsoever or accepting responsibility for what's happened. That, to me, is not accountability. It's not at all the role of government. If you look at, our rules and procedures that we have in our rule book, it clearly stipulates that accountability lies with the minister of each department. So the Minister of Public Safety has to face the music on this one, and we're not seeing. And of course, he calls this murder by Terry Lynn McClintock her bad practices. Well, I'll tell you what's bad practice is, first of all, his lack of leadership, but secondly, is that Correction Services Canada did not respect the Victim Bill of Rights, where the victim, and in this case it's Rodney Stafford and his family, has the right to information about the going on of the accused, this being Terry Lynn McClintock. So he has the right to information through the entire judicial process, as well as through the entire time that she's serving her time for the crime. And so here we are 8 months after the fact, 9 months after the fact, before the public even finds out that she was transferred to the Healing Lodge, a minimum security facility. Now, we're going to hear from those who get up and say, oh, you guys have, Lake Healing Lodges? Yeah. I think minimum security facilities are necessary. I have in my riding Stony Mountain Penitentiary. It has maximum security, it has minimum security, and it has medium security. And by far, most of the inmates are always in medium security facility. Only those that are in the transition of being released back into the public and have been model inmates get to go into medium or go into minimum security. And if you tour through minimum security, what used to be what we call the farm, the guards aren't knocking on your door every hour. You're allowed to wander the yards. You actually live in an apartment-styled complex where you're expected to cook for yourself. You have to go to the store, and you're supposed to do a job while you're there, whether you're working in one of the trades that they're teaching on or you're going to school. That's what happens in minimum security. Medium security, yeah, they get to mix and stuff during the day within their ranges, but in minimum security, they are still behind a fence, they are behind a wall, and at night they're behind bars in their cell. And so what is happening here to Terry Lynn McClintock is by far, as pointed out by my colleague, is that it's more like living in a university dormitory than it is actually being in jail. And she doesn't deserve to be there as a child murderer, as someone that has assaulted other inmates. And all I hear is a lack of compassion, a lack of common sense, and defense of the convicted coming from the Liberal benches. Now, other ministers of public safety have shown leadership on these files before and reversed decisions. When Vic Toews was Minister of Public Safety, when Stockwell Day was Public Safety, they've had similar situations happen and they intervened and corrected the course of their departments. Now, the member from Winnipeg Centre got up and actually suggested that some of us over on this side were going to say, let's bring Terry Lynn McClintock in here and hang her from the gallows. That is outrageous that that type of person would come in here and make that type of comment. That is egregious. He should apologize for that. I'm a person that is very convicted in my morality. I'm pro-life and would never ever advocate for capital punishment in any way, shape, or form, and for him to accuse me or anyone else on this side that we want that is something that he needs to be held accountable for, and I demand an apology from him on it. You know, I introduced, Madam Speaker, shortly after the murder of Tory Stafford. I was incited by it. I broke my heart, and so I brought forward a bill back in 2010. And I've tabled it in this House, and it's actually up for second reading next month, Bill C-266, and it's called Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act. It's to make sure that those individuals who are incarcerated, who have abducted, sexually assaulted, tortured, and murdered their victims, that they should not be allowed to reach parole for 40 years. And Terry Lynn McClintock is one of those persons that she should not be allowed to be moved around and hadn't had her sentences reduced or apply for parole and re-victimize those families, because we have to respect the families, in this case, the Stafford family.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I get along quite well, I think, with the member from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. We're on the Defence Committee together, and so most of the time I can agree with him. However, I took great exception to one comment that he made, Madam Speaker, and that's when he referred to the sympathies from this side of the House as so-called sympathies, quote unquote. And Madam Speaker, I'll tell you this, when I hear the stories of what happened to Tory Stafford, I immediately think of my 3 children, my 14-year-old, my 2.5-year-old, my 2-month-old, and it absolutely pains me to think of what it would be like if I was in that position. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, wholeheartedly, that at least as it comes from me, my sympathies are genuine and real, as I imagine those are from the rest of this side of the House. And I would ask the member to withdraw his comment that the Liberal sympathies are so-called sympathies.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my friend from Kingston and the Islands for his intervention. And I'm not saying that he hasn't been sincere, but if he actually wanted to follow through on those sympathies, then he should actually read Rodney Stafford's Facebook page. He actually posts stuff about that what he does is also for all our children, that he wants to make sure that they are always safe. And the member from Kingston and the Islands has an opportunity tomorrow after question period to stand in his place and vote with the Conservatives to make sure that the Minister of Public Safety rescinds the transfer of Carrie Lynn McClintock to the Healing Lodge and put her back into a medium security facility. He has a chance to do the right thing, and if he is sincere about how he feels about this case, then he would stand in his place and vote yes to the motion. Thanks for voting yes.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I just want to reiterate what the honourable member pointed out in his first question. I'm a father of 4. I'm a grandfather to a 6-year-old. I can't begin to imagine the pain that the family and the parents are going through with the tragedy that happened to Corey Stafford. What the honourable member from Manitoba said was that we had so-called sympathy. We were feigning sympathy. That, Mr. Speaker, is insulting, and I totally support what he says. He should apologize. He should take back those comments, and should stop playing politics with this issue.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I find it very interesting that we've had the member for St. Boniface, St. Vital, the member from Winnipeg North, and the member from Winnipeg Centre all stand in this place and again defend the convicted and not stand with the victims. But he has the chance to do the right thing tomorrow, and he has the right thing to do the right thing and show his constituents back in Winnipeg and all of Manitoba that he actually stands with Rodney Stafford, that he believes that what happened to Tory Stafford was an egregious, brutal killing, and that murderer, Terry Lynn McClintock, deserves to be properly incarcerated. Stop hugging the thug. Madam Speaker, I ask the member to stop hugging the thug and stand up for the victims and the rights that they deserve under law.
questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm aware of the fact that we put people in prison in this country primarily for rehabilitation as well as punishment, that we have professional corrections facilities, experts who work in the facilities. We know that most people in prison, even those who've committed murder, will eventually be back on the streets. And I personally would rather see them rehabilitated. And if that's expert advice, as awful as it will be, I can't vote with the concerns on this motion. I can't begin to think of the horrors of what happened and how much I sympathize with Terry Stafford's family and what they're going through. But we can't contort all of Canada into an emotional catharsis of putting people in their worst possible conditions. That medium security facility that she was moved from, Terry Lynn McClintock's situation in medium security, wasn't sufficient to mean that everybody would feel she's having a thoroughly punitive experience, because our system is about rehabilitation.
Yes, a brief answer from the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Rehabilitation for those that have often, committed lesser crimes and those that are going to be re-entering society. So the member from Saanich Gulf Islands has been very naive to think that Terry Lynn McClintock would ever get released, because the records show that brutal child murders, those that, abduct, sexually assault, torture, and kill their victims, and children in particular, never make parole. And so for the idea that she deserves to be in a medium security or minimum security facility after only serving, 8 years is ridiculous. This is not a model citizen. This is not a model prisoner. She has demonstrated time and time again that she's not remorseful for her actions, for the crime that she committed, and she has been brutalizing other inmates and even brags about stomping one in the face. So, Madam Speaker, she doesn't deserve to be at the Healing Lodge. She deserves to be back behind bars.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While the member from Selkirk Interlake was answering the question from the member from St. Boniface, after that member from St. Boniface come up and talked about his children and what have you.
Sounds like debate to me.
In the middle of it, Madam Speaker, I'm sure if you review the speaker, there was a one-finger gesture to the member from Selkirk Interlake. I don't think that he was going thumbs up or giving him directions. So I would just ask that you review that. As far as I'm concerned, it was very inappropriate, unparliamentary actions. And he should apologize or resign today.
Gave him the finger.
So I'm not, I certainly didn't witness anything at this point. I will certainly have the records reviewed unless the member acknowledges that that's what happened and he wish to apologize. Otherwise, we will have to review and we'll get back to the member if need be. It being 5:23 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, October 3rd, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 5:38 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Do I have unanimous consent for this motion? Agreed? Agreed. En conséquence, la Chambre abordera maintenant l'étude.
The House will now proceed to private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Private members' business. Consideration of Bill C-236, an act to amend the Payment Card Networks Act in the name of Ms. Lapointe. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles is not in the House to speak to the private bill, and therefore it will drop to the bottom of the order paper.
During the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oil spills and debris from thousands of abandoned vessels pollute our waterways, threatening fisheries and tourism across Canada. After decades of sounding the alarm on the long-standing problem of abandoned vessels, coastal communities have finally got the federal government's attention. But the baby steps taken don't match the enormity of this problem for our coast. Number one, the federal government's funding program is a drop in the bucket compared with the scale of the problem. Just $1 million a year for the entire country, while getting the Vicky Lynn 2 out of Ladysmith Harbour in the riding that I served, Nanaimo Ladysmith, it cost $1.2 million alone. Secondly, Liberals are dragging out a promised inventory and risk assessment. When they voted down my legislation on this, 8 months ago, the Transport Minister assured us that there was going to be an inventory prepared. He said, quote, it would be inventory of abandoned, dilapidated and wrecked vessels, along with a risk assessment methodology to rank these vessels according to the risks that they pose, end quote. But we just learned that, in fact, that work hasn't even been tendered, and there's no way that it will be completed before July of 2019. Now, inventorying boats doesn't in itself contend with their problems, but the fact that this work has been delayed is deeply discouraging. And then third, just 20 abandoned vessels will be removed this year across Canada under the Federal Abandoned Boats Program. That includes the 6 removals re-announced in Victoria last month. At this rate, it's going to take more than 40 years to deal with the backlog. I pushed the federal government hard to close the loopholes and deal with the backlog polluting our coast. I advanced all the solutions that coastal communities have proposed over a decade. Fix vessel registration, pilot a turn-in program, create good green jobs by supporting local marine salvage businesses and vessel recycling, and end the jurisdictional runaround. The Union of BC Municipalities and countless coastal partners from across Canada championed those solutions, but they were voted down by Liberals in Parliament. Yet coastal leaders won't give up. At the same time that the Liberal government MPs were recycling a $31,000 abandoned vessel funding announcement last month at Victoria's Laurel Point, chambers of commerce from across the country were debating and endorsing the same remedies that the Liberals had voted down here in this House. Nanaimo's Chamber of Commerce got provincial association buy-in from across the country for abandoned vessel solutions to fix vessel registration, to support recycling, to pilot a vessel turn-in to deal with the backlog, and make Coast Guard the lead agency. And by the time it got to the National Chamber's convention floor in Thunder Bay, the Atlantic Association got stronger wording still, all to press the federal government for deeper reform. So coastal leaders aren't giving up, and neither am I. While thousands of abandoned vessels continue to pollute, coastal communities are left with a complicated puzzle of legislation in a maze of government departments. And if the undermined vessel registry isn't repaired, there's no way to mail a ticket to negligent owners. User pay just doesn't work if you can't track down who owns the boat. I will continue to challenge the Liberal government to include the accountability and recycling fixes coastal leaders have been asking for. It's fantastic that abandoned vessels are finally now on the federal agenda. When will it be time to truly take the load off coastal communities and protect our oceans?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Addressing abandoned wrecked vessels is a priority for our government, and we're very proud to be implementing a comprehensive national strategy on this issue. Bill C-64 was introduced back in October 2017, has passed third reading in the House, and has been introduced in the Senate. Once coming into force, this new legislation would help reduce the flow of new abandoned boats. We know there are hundreds of abandoned boats that litter Canada's coastways and waterways. That's why our government announced since the spring more than $1.3 million in funding to assess and remove the boats that were a high priority for local communities. So far, 106 vessels have been either assessed or removed from Canadian waters. This is just the beginning, Madam Speaker. As funding remains available to address other priority boats across Canada, and we encourage all communities that want to remove problematic vessels to apply for this funding. We're currently developing a national inventory of abandoned and wrecked vessels and a risk assessment methodology to prioritize these vessels based on the risks they pose, which will support evidence-based decision-making under Bill C-64. We're also working in partnership with provinces and territories, given their expertise in vehicle registration, to explore ways to enhance the pleasure craft licensing system to ensure boat owners are held responsible and accountable. And at the same time, our government is studying options to enhance the commercial vehicle registry system. We're also working with the provinces and territories to explore options for establishing sustainable funds in the longer term, financed by the boaters themselves. The burden of removing abandoned wrecked vessels will eventually no longer be and fall on the Canadian taxpayers. This is a long overdue solution that our government is providing. Our government also recognized the importance of providing boaters with affordable and accessible boat disposal and recycling options. This is why we've invested in research and development into boat design and these same set of recycling options. Madam Speaker, new legislation and national inventory and risk assessment methodology, funding programs and research, improving boat owner identification systems, and working with our provincial and territorial partners on areas of shared responsibility and expertise will, together, ensure we comprehensively address this issue for today and for generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
So here's the motion that was passed by the National Chamber of Commerce at its convention. Designate Coast Guard as the agency responsible for directing the removal and recycling of abandoned vessels. Improve vessel registration so owners can be held accountable. Fund a study of the Washington State model of fee collection for the costs and disposal of abandoned wrecked vessels on the west, other coasts and waterways. Fourth, create a pilot turn-in program for safe disposal and recycling of abandoned vessels. Fifth, work with governments at all levels, including First Nations, to provide a comprehensive regulatory framework for addressing the financial and environmental risks of abandoned vessels. So, recognized by the chambers of commerce across our country that this work has not been done. When will it be complete?
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government has worked with coastal and Indigenous communities and affected stakeholders and partners to ensure the optimal development and implementation of a comprehensive national strategy to address abandoned and wrecked boats. The Wrecked, Abandoned, or Hazardous Vehicle Act is currently under review in the Senate. This legislation, once passed, will enhance federal powers to take proactive measures on problematic vessels and create a new compliance and enforcement regime to address abandoned and wrecked vessels. Over the short term, the federal government is providing support for the assessment and removal of the highest risk small abandoned boats, as mentioned previously. Together, Madam Speaker, these measures ensure a comprehensive approach to abandoned and wrecked vessels that will both prevent new cases and clean up the existing stock of problematic boats littering our coasts and waterways. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise tonight to talk about something that's a pressing issue today on October the 2nd, as much as it was back to my original question, which happened in the House earlier this year. And, you know, on April 30th of this year, we were really wondering what would happen to us because we had a current temporary tariff exemption under steel and aluminum. And we now know, of course, that within 24 hours of this question in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker, those tariffs became permanent. And the workers in those communities that depend on these 146,000 steel and aluminum jobs had spent so many sleepless nights at that point, but certainly have spent every night sleepless since. And following the signing of this new trade agreement, the USMCA, there's no assurances for steel and aluminum workers in Canada because once again, the Liberal government failed to get them a permanent exemption. So although there are, from the Liberal side, a lot of accolades about this deal, steel and aluminum workers in our country feel betrayed, and they feel that they have been left behind because these tariffs were left on the table. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that in my riding of Essex, I have a steel manufacturer by the name of Zuckelman Industries. They produce hollow structural steel. They are world-class. Barry Zuckelman is their CEO and chairman. We have been in constant contact about these issues around steel. And I want to tell you a little bit about this company, the employees, and about Barry and the way that he has given back to our community. Without Atlas Tube in Harrow, this community would not have the quality of life that it does. And Madam Speaker, I say that knowing that in Harrow, 1 in 4 children live in poverty. We already live in one of the most impoverished areas in our country, down in Essex and Windsor, and without these good paying jobs. And Barry Zuckelman has grown this business, Madam Speaker, from nothing, from zero, to become a multi-billion-dollar industry, business, and he has become one of the premier employers in our region. People in his workplace are well paid, they're well treated. One of his sources of pride is when you walk into that plant and you see on the wall how many days they've been without accident. He's so extremely proud of the safe workplace that he provides, the good jobs that he provides, and he knows that the people who work for him, and when they come to work for him, they stay to work for him, Madam Speaker, because these are good jobs that have supplied many families in our region with their livelihoods for many, many years. And we would like to see that continue. But Barry is very concerned, and he has written to me asking me for help with the government around the safeguards that they feel are necessary on hollow structural sections. So I sent a letter of support along to Minister Morneau, and I am hoping that the parliamentary secretary will be able to update this House on folks like Barry who have been writing to this government desperately seeking some type of support or safeguard. And my question to the parliamentary secretary is, when will they start to help our steel industry in Canada? Because the clock is ticking on those jobs staying safe.
I just want to remind the member that she's not to name ministers by their names. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On reaching an agreement with the United States and with Mexico and the new USMCA, my apologies, it doesn't yet flow off the tongue, is good news for Canada and good news for our workers and consumers. In fact, the new auto rules of origin components of the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement will level the playing field for Canadian auto workers, and specifically because it requires 40 to 45% of a car producer's activities to be carried out by workers who earn at least $16 an hour. Our skilled workers will be able to take advantage of the fact that greater volumes will be built in Canada. That is a key component of this new trade deal. And as well, we've also significantly strengthened the labour chapter, including by making it subject to dispute settlement mechanism. Of note, this now includes provisions to address violence against workers exercising their labour rights, protections against sex-based discrimination, and provision to prohibit the importation of goods produced by forced or compulsory labour. Another key Canadian objective in the NAFTA negotiations was to obtain an exemption from future potential use of this measure, including against Canada's auto sector. We have successfully done that through the side letter on Section 232 tariffs, which is a unique agreement that no other country has been able to arrange with the United States. This includes a 60-day exemption should any future 232 measure be imposed, which we would use to come to a mutually beneficial outcome through negotiation. And while the Section 232 tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum remain, very unfortunately, their elimination remains an absolute and top priority for our government, for the minister and myself. It is something that the Americans have indicated they are more than willing to work on over the next while. We have momentum now, having concluded this deal, and we'll be taking advantage of that momentum to intensify our conversations about steel and aluminum tariffs unjustly put against our workers and factories. In the meantime, our strong responsive measures to defend our workers remain in place. This includes $16.6 billion in reciprocal measures against U.S. imports and over $100 million in loans that we've provided to small and medium-sized steel and aluminum businesses to ease them in their time of pain and challenge. We're also challenging these U.S. 232 tariffs under the World Trade Organization rules and under NAFTA. That we can challenge such provisions through NAFTA illustrates just how important it is that we've reached an agreement. Madam Speaker, our teams have worked tirelessly to ensure that we could retain the dispute settlement chapter, and specifically Chapter 19, as has been tirelessly advocated by my honourable friend. It is essential to defend our workers, which our government will always do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, you know, signing this deal has not eliminated the steel and aluminum tariffs and the threat. And I want to talk a little bit about the threat that is happening when we're talking about the imports that are flooding into our country. And I can tell you that in this last year alone, the hollow structural steel import surges from offshore have been unrelenting. There's a spreadsheet that I have here from Global Affairs that shows 2018 imports, and some of them are over 200% higher than they were in 2017. So what's happened to us is we've become a target for global dumping from bad actors like India, Korea, China. Because of what's happening with the U.S. pushing back, because this government isn't acting fast enough. And Madam Speaker, I go back to the request to have this safeguard put on, the urgency that is necessary for safeguards to be put on hollow structural steel. And again, I pose the question through you, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of people's jobs are at risk. When will this government act and implement the safeguards that are necessary?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the USMCA is further evidence that our government has the interests of workers and the middle class at the very forefront of all our decisions. Reaching this agreement will be the security and stability that enable further economic prosperity. It reduces uncertainty. It creates the conditions for increased investment, which will benefit our workers. In fact, as Jerry Diaz of Unifor said yesterday, this is a much better deal than the deal that was signed 24 years ago. And Madam Speaker, quite frankly, he knows more than all of us put together with regards to labour. And just as we fought for Canada's interests at the negotiating table, so too will we continue to fight for the interests of our workers when it comes to the steel and aluminum tariffs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for being here this evening, but I am saddened to have to continue to speak up about this very important issue, and that issue is the need for safe, affordable public transportation in Saskatchewan. The previous Parliamentary Secretary said in a reply to my question in the House that having an efficient, functional transportation system is absolutely critical. In fact, I've heard a few different versions of this sentiment from several members of this government, from the Minister of Innovation. As the member knows full well, this is an issue that we are working on. We will work with her office to make sure we take the appropriate steps that are required and needed to address the issue in a meaningful way. How to explain then, Madam Speaker, that a recent order paper question I submitted asking for the list of any meetings or correspondence related to STC by officials at Innovation came back with a shocking answer. There have been 0 meetings and no correspondence on this issue whatsoever. Why did the Minister of Innovation say what he said if in fact no work has been done? I believe the people of Saskatchewan deserve an explanation. Further, I heard from the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. I can assure the member that I'm working with my Saskatchewan colleagues. We want to deliver for the people of Saskatchewan. There'll be good news coming. I can assure her that she can come to see me or the Minister of Public Safety and my colleagues. Well, Madam Speaker, I reached out that very same day to the Minister of Public Safety, the lone minister from Saskatchewan, for an urgent meeting. I have still not heard back. And I have certainly never been contacted or approached by the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities on this issue, nor heard from any of his departmental officials. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will forgive me, perhaps, if I don't quite believe that this government is taking this issue seriously, despite what they say. In addition to my many questions in the House from both myself and my NDP colleagues, I have also written to various ministers about the loss of STC and the impact this has had on families across Saskatchewan, but especially people who live in northern and remote areas, in terms of safety, affordability, access to medical and education services, the ability to connect with family members, as well as the barriers to being able to attend and participate in the only hearing held in Saskatchewan for the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. In July of 2017, my colleague, the member for Dessané, Missinippi, Churchill River, and I wrote a joint letter to the Ministers of Indigenous Affairs, the Status of Women, and Labour, asking them to coordinate an effective federal response to the concerns raised by a group of 7 women's organizations about the adverse effect of the STC shutdown. The Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs replied that she understood that the closure of the STC has had some effect on commuters, but that she also understood that Greyhound Canada continues to provide connections to communities. This cavalier, callous, and out-of-touch response is astonishing. Madam Speaker, especially now that we'll be facing an even deeper void when Greyhound Canada ends its operations in Western Canada as of October 31st. The issue of adequate transportation came up repeatedly during the ongoing inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. What the Minister, and by extension this government, fails to understand is that even with financial support to participate in the inquiry, people cannot move around the province without viable, safe, affordable transportation. What I fail to understand is why this government won't do anything to help the people of Saskatchewan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I can't thank my honourable colleague enough for her very valid point, with which I wholeheartedly agree. Transportation affects the daily lives of people all across Canada, and we remain committed to providing travellers with a national transportation system that is safe, reliable, and continues to serve our communities. Our Transportation 2030 initiative was brought forward to provide just such, a strategic plan for the future of transportation in Canada, which is a key focus of this initiative. And of course, this government has allocated historic proportions of resources to national transportation. To do so, Madam Speaker, we work cooperatively with the provinces and the municipalities. So it's a tripartite agreement wherein all three partners have either to contribute or to agree to fund the actual project at the local level. We recognize the difficulties that some travellers, including Indigenous peoples referred to by my honourable colleague, may have been facing since the withdrawal of intercity bus services by the Saskatchewan Transportation Company. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity and this time to encourage the Government of Saskatchewan to engage with the communities, including Indigenous communities, and different stakeholders, including the municipality, to promote the development of alternative transportation options that would meet the safe mobility needs of travellers. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada stands ready to do its part, and we look forward to moving this requirement forward to ease the legitimate concerns raised by my honourable colleague. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. I do want to stress that I do believe the federal government needs to lead in this area, and we haven't seen any action, not moving the needle one bit. I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary at least to acknowledge that there is a role for the federal government in restoring crucial, not only intra-provincial, but inter-provincial transportation options for the people of Saskatchewan. Because the loss of STC, now of course Greyhound, it's definitely having a disproportionate impact on women, places women's lives at risk, further isolates northern, rural, Indigenous communities and places, unnecessarily places limitations on the mobility of seniors, people living with disabilities, people living in poverty, and those disenfranchised. I'd like to know how many more questions, how many more letters, what will it take to get this government to step up and help the people of Saskatchewan? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we recognize the importance of having a national passenger transportation system that works for all people in Canada. We acknowledge the challenges faced by members of affected communities, including those of the honourable member, including especially Indigenous communities, as a result of the loss of provincial bus services in Saskatchewan. We are encouraged to see recent expressions of interest by some Canadian bus carriers that are using different business models and equipment to fill in some of the gaps. Again, I would like to encourage the Government of Saskatchewan to engage with municipalities, the communities, including Indigenous communities, and the various and different stakeholders to promote the development of alternative transportation options that would meet the safe mobility needs of the travellers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned till tomorrow at 2 p.m. according to the standing order.